My dear friend, you did not find this video by accident. There are no accidents in this universe. Every click, every scroll, every moment that led you here was orchestrated by a wisdom far greater than your conscious mind. Something in you knew. Something in you was ready, and that something brought you to this exact moment. I want you to feel the truth of what I'm about to share with you. We are living in extraordinary times, times that the ancient masters spoke of, times that I myself saw coming many decades ago. Between now and 2030, something profound is happening to human consciousness. A shift, an awakening. And you, sitting here, listening to these words, you are part of it, not by chance, by design. In the hours ahead, I will share with you 5 teachings that I consider among the most important I have ever given. Not theories, not philosophy for the sake of philosophy, but practical wisdom that you can use tonight, tomorrow morning, every day for the rest of your life. I will reveal to you why the years between 2025 and 2030 will transform human consciousness and what this means for your personal journey. I will teach you a 10-minute ritual that eliminates stress instantly, a method I developed through years of practice and refinement. I will explain the 5 difficult things that happen when God chooses you, because the path of awakening is not always comfortable, and you must understand why. I will give you 1 line to say before sleeping that will change something deep within you, and I will help you understand why the person you cannot forget is your unfinished karma and what to do about it. But I must ask something of you. Do not listen to this as entertainment. Do not let these words pass through you like water through sand. Listen as if I am sitting beside you, speaking only to you, because in the deepest sense I am. Across time, across space, this moment between us is real. Each teaching I share builds upon the last. We begin with the cosmic, the great shift happening in the world. Then we move inward, to your daily practice, your nervous system, your peace. Then deeper still, to your spiritual calling and the challenges it brings. Then to the threshold of sleep, where transformation happens. And finally to your relationships, your karma, and the souls who travel with you. This is a journey from the universe to your heart, and you are ready for it. I know you are, because you are still here, still listening, still open. And that openness, my dear friend, that is everything. That is the doorway through which grace enters. So let us begin, together, from the first word to the last. And let us start with what is happening right now, in these remarkable years, to humanity itself. I once stood on a hillside in Southern California, watching the sun disappear into the Pacific Ocean, and I wept. Not from sadness, but from the unbearable beauty of what I could feel coming toward humanity like a massive wave still gathering far out at sea. I turned to a small group of devotees who had climbed up with me and said something that startled even myself. I said, "A time is coming, not far from now, when the very fabric of human consciousness will shift. Not through war, not through catastrophe, but through an awakening so profound that people will wonder how they ever lived in the darkness before." That was decades ago in your time. But where I speak to you from now, beyond the veil of what you call death, I can see with even greater clarity. And I need you to understand something immediately. Something that might sound impossible but is as real as the breath moving through your lungs right now. Between the years 2025 and 2030, humanity will undergo the most significant transformation in consciousness it has experienced in thousands of years. I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, here we go. Another prediction, another prophecy, another person telling me the world is about to change. And I understand your skepticism. You've heard these promises before. You've watched years come and go, waited for the shift, and felt disappointed when Monday morning still felt like Monday morning. When your problems still felt like problems, when the world seemed to spin on the same axis it always had. But what if I told you the transformation has already begun? What if I told you that the restlessness you feel, that strange sense that something fundamental needs to change, that quiet desperation that wakes you at 3 in the morning, that hunger for something more real than the life you've been told to want, what if all of that isn't your failure? What if it's your awakening? You are not broken. You are breaking open, and you're not alone. Millions of souls across this planet are feeling the exact same thing right now, and most of them think they're the only one. They think something is wrong with them because the old stories don't satisfy anymore. The old goals feel hollow. The old definitions of success feel like beautiful prisons. This is where it begins. Right here, right now, in this feeling of holy discontent, let me take you deeper into what's actually happening, because this isn't mystical fantasy. This is the most practical, tangible, real thing I could possibly share with you. And it starts with understanding something most people never realize. Consciousness isn't some abstract spiritual concept floating around in philosophy books. Consciousness is the very ground of your existence. It's what you are before you are anything else. Before your name, before your story, before your problems, before your achievements, there is consciousness, aware, awake, present. And here's what matters. Human consciousness doesn't evolve smoothly. It doesn't change gradually like a dial being turned up slowly over centuries. It leaps, it jumps, it goes through sudden, dramatic shifts that reorganize everything. Think of water. At 211 degrees, it's just hot water. But at 212 degrees, it boils. 1 degree makes all the difference. The water doesn't gradually become steam, it transforms. It crosses a threshold. Humanity is approaching that threshold right now. You're living in the degree before the shift. And I'm not speaking metaphorically. I'm talking about a literal, measurable change in how human beings experience reality itself. Between 2025 and 2030, something is converging. Multiple forces, both visible and invisible, are coming together in a way that hasn't happened since the great spiritual teachers walked the earth 2,000 years ago. Think about what's already happening around you. Information that was hidden for centuries is now available to anyone with curiosity. Secrets that ancient orders protected with their lives are now explained in videos you can watch while eating breakfast. Technologies are emerging that are beginning to demonstrate what mystics have always known. That consciousness affects matter, that intention shapes reality, that we are all connected in ways that transcend space and time. But here's what most people miss. The external changes, the technology, the information, the global connectivity, these aren't causing the shift in consciousness. They're symptoms of it. They're the visible effects of an invisible cause. Something deeper is moving. Something ancient is remembering itself through you. I need you to feel the weight of what I'm saying. You were not born into this time period by accident. Your soul didn't randomly select these years to be alive. You chose this. Before you took your first breath in this body, you knew. You knew this window of transformation was coming, and you wanted to be here for it. Not as a spectator, but as a participant. Not to watch the shift, but to be the shift. You didn't come here to play small. You came here to remember what you truly are, not flesh pretending to be spirit, but spirit pretending to be flesh. And that's the great cosmic joke, isn't it? We're divine beings who've convinced ourselves we're merely human. Walking around worried about bills and deadlines and what strangers think of us, when we carry the entire universe inside our chest. Every person you meet is fighting the same battle. They've forgotten too. They look in the mirror and see limitation. They feel the weight of their circumstances and believe that weight defines them. But you're starting to see through the illusion. You're beginning to recognize that the prison has no walls, we simply drew them in our imagination and agreed to stay inside. This awakening isn't gentle. It's disruptive. It has to be. You can't wake someone from a dream by whispering. Sometimes love looks like an earthquake that shatters everything you thought was solid. Sometimes grace arrives dressed as chaos, demolishing the false structures you've built your identity upon. And yes, it's terrifying to watch your old life crumble. But what you're discovering in the rubble is gold, the authentic self you buried beneath decades of conditioning and compromise. The people around you might not understand what's happening to you. They'll tell you you've changed, and they won't always mean it as a compliment. They'll miss the old version of you, the one who stayed small so they could feel comfortable, the one who dimmed your light so theirs seemed brighter. Let them miss that person. That person was never real anyway. That was just a character you played, a role you performed to earn approval from an audience that was never truly watching. And here's what's beautiful about that. When you stop performing, when you stop twisting yourself into shapes that don't fit your bones, you discover something extraordinary. You discover that the right people, your people, they don't show up for the performance. They show up for the person behind the curtain. They show up for the raw, unfiltered truth of who you are when nobody's asking you to be anything else. I learned this the hard way. I spent years thinking I had to be the peacemaker in every room, the one who absorbed everyone's chaos so they could feel calm. I thought that was love. I thought that was friendship. But really, I was just teaching people that my needs didn't matter, that my boundaries were suggestions, that my pain was negotiable. And you know what happened when I finally stopped? When I finally said, "This is who I am, and if that doesn't work for you, I understand." Some people left, and it hurt. God, it hurt. But the ones who stayed, they became my family in ways blood never could. Because they weren't staying for what I could do for them. They were staying for who I was without all the extras. The person you're pretending to be costs you everything. It costs you sleep because you're constantly monitoring your performance, replaying conversations, analyzing every word for mistakes. It costs you joy because you can't fully celebrate your wins without wondering if you celebrated the right way. If you seemed grateful enough, humble enough, impressive enough. It costs you peace because there's always this low-grade anxiety humming in the background, the fear that someone will see through the mask and reject what's underneath. But here's the truth that will set you free. Authenticity is not a risk. Pretending is the risk. Because when you're pretending, every connection you make is built on sand. Every relationship is one revelation away from collapse. You're constantly waiting for the other shoe to drop, for someone to discover that you're not actually who you said you were. The exhaustion becomes unbearable. You're running two parallel lives, the real one and the performed one, and the cognitive load is crushing. Every conversation requires a split-second calculation. What would the person I'm pretending to be say right now? How would they react? What details of my real life do I need to hide or modify to maintain consistency? I watched this destroy someone I cared about. He'd created this image of himself as endlessly positive, always winning, never struggling. His social media was a highlight reel of success. But privately, he was drowning. His business was failing. His marriage was falling apart. And he couldn't tell anyone because it would shatter the illusion he'd spent years constructing. The tragedy wasn't that he was struggling, everyone struggles. The tragedy was that he was struggling alone, surrounded by people who would have helped him if they'd known the truth. But the mask had become so heavy, so elaborate, that removing it felt impossible. He'd rather suffer in silence than be seen as he actually was. This is what pretending costs you. Authentic connection. And without authentic connection, you have nothing that matters. You can have all the followers, all the admiration, all the surface-level friendships in the world, but if nobody actually knows you, you're fundamentally alone. Here's what shifted everything for me. I realized that the people I admired most, the ones whose presence felt like oxygen, weren't the ones who seemed perfect. They were the ones who were real, the ones who could laugh at their own mistakes, the ones who'd say, "I have no idea what I'm doing, but I'm figuring it out." Those people gave everyone around them permission to be human. Their honesty was magnetic not because it was polished, but because it was true. And I understood something profound. Authenticity isn't about being impressive. It's about being recognizable. When you show up, as you actually are, flawed, uncertain, growing, other people see themselves in you. They think, "Oh, thank God, I'm not the only one." That recognition creates connection that pretending never can. And here's what's strange, the more real you get, the more people trust you. Not because you're perfect, but because they can test you against reality. They can look at your story and measure it against their own experience. They can see where you struggled and where you're still figuring things out. That creates credibility in a way that a polished facade never could. I remember talking to someone who'd built a following by sharing their journey with chronic illness. They didn't have all the answers. Half the time they were just documenting what didn't work. But their audience was obsessed. Why? Because when they finally found something that helped, people believed them. They'd watch this person try everything, fail publicly, get back up, so when they said this actually made a difference, it meant something. Compare that to the expert who shows up with a perfect protocol and a spotless track record. Sure, it sounds impressive, but there's no texture to it, no proof of concept in the real, messy world where most of us live. You can't tell if it's real or just good marketing. This is why vulnerability isn't weak, it's verifiable. It gives people something to measure you against. Your authenticity becomes its own proof. And look, I know what you're thinking. But what if being authentic makes me less appealing? What if people don't like the real me? Here's the truth, some people won't. And that's exactly the point. You're not trying to be for everyone. You're trying to find your times people, the ones who get it, the ones who've been waiting for someone to say what you're about to say. When you try to appeal to everyone, you end up mattering to no one. You become elevator music, pleasant, inoffensive, instantly forgettable. The third truth about speaking from your soul is this. Your message doesn't need to be polished, it needs to be honest. I see so many people waiting until they have the perfect words, the perfect delivery, the perfect moment. They study other speakers, copy their cadence, mimic their gestures, rehearse until every syllable is smooth as glass. And you know what happens? They sound like everyone else. They sound like a performance instead of a person. I learned this the hard way. In my early videos, I would script everything. I'd write it out word for word, practice in front of the mirror, record take after take until I got it right. And the comments would say things like, informative and well-produced, nice words, polite words, but no one said, this changed my life. No one said, I felt like you were speaking directly to me. Then one day I just turned on the camera and talked. No script, no safety net. I talked about my father's death and how it shattered my illusion of permanence. I stumbled over words. My voice cracked. I had to pause to collect myself. I almost deleted it. But something told me to post it anyway. That video got more messages than anything I'd ever made. People wrote paragraphs. They shared their own stories of loss. They said, thank you for being real. Not, thank you for being polished. Not, thank you for being professional. Thank you for being real. Here's what I understood in that moment. People don't connect with your perfection, they connect with your humanity. The crack in your voice when you talk about something that matters. The moment you search for the right word because you're speaking from a place deeper than memorization. The raw honesty that can't be rehearsed. Your stumbles are not weaknesses. They're proof that you're saying something true, something that costs you something to say. Anyone can deliver a smooth TED Talk, but only you can speak your truth with all its rough edges and uncomfortable pauses. And here's what nobody tells you about those rough edges. They're magnetic. I've studied the analytics. I've watched the retention graphs. You know when people stop scrolling. Not during the polished segments. Not during the perfectly rehearsed transitions. They stop during the moments when you stop performing. When your voice catches slightly. When you look away from the camera for a second because what you're saying actually means something to you. When you forget your script and just talk. These aren't bugs, they're features. Because authenticity isn't a technique. It's what happens when you stop trying to be anyone other than who you are. I learned this the hard way, by the way. My first 100 videos, I was trying to sound like every other self-improvement creator. I had my power poses down, my voice modulation, my strategic pauses, and the videos, they performed okay. Not terrible, not great, just okay. Then one day I made a video where I was genuinely upset about something. I didn't script it carefully. I didn't nail the lighting. I just hit record and talked. That video got more engagement than my previous 20 combined. Not because the production was better. It was objectively worse. But people could feel that something was different. They could feel me actually being present, instead of performing presence. And that's the paradox that breaks most creators. The more you try to appear authentic, the less authentic you become. It's like trying to force yourself to fall asleep. The effort defeats the purpose. Real authenticity isn't something you do, it's something you stop preventing. You stop preventing it by releasing the image of who you think you should be. By letting go of the perfectly polished creator you imagined yourself becoming. You allow yourself to be the messy, contradictory, still figuring it out person you actually are. Because here's what I've realized after years of doing this. Your audience doesn't want your highlight reel. They're drowning in highlight reels. What they're starving for is someone real. Someone who admits they don't have all the answers. Someone who's still in the middle of their own journey. not pretending to have reached some mythical destination. That's the creator who builds a real community, not the biggest one necessarily, but the realest one. And a real community? That becomes your safety net. Your second income stream, your insurance policy against the algorithm turning cold. I've watched creators ride a viral wave to 1 million followers, then vanish when the wave crashes. But I've also watched creators with 50,000 real fans build businesses that support their families for decades. The difference? One built on sand, the other built on bedrock. So here's what I do now, and what I teach. Treat every viewer like they matter, because they do. Respond to comments not with copy-paste nonsense, but with actual thoughts. Ask questions. Start conversations. Make people feel seen. And here's the thing nobody tells you. When you do this, when you actually give a damn, it shows up in your content. Your videos change. They become warmer, more human, more real. Because you're not performing for a faceless mass anymore. You're talking to Sarah, who's struggling with her business. To Marcus, who's trying to learn your craft. To Elena, who watches your videos after her kids go to sleep because it's the only moment of peace she gets all day. You know their names, you know their stories. And suddenly, creating content isn't about gaming the algorithm. It's about serving people you actually care about. That's when everything shifts. I remember the exact moment this clicked for me. I was reading comments on a video about overcoming creative blocks, and this one guy, Tom, wrote this long comment about how he'd given up on his dreams for 15 years. He'd watched that video, and something I said made him pick up his camera again. 3 months later, he comments again. He just uploaded his first video in over a decade. His hands were shaking when he hit publish, he said, but he did it. Now, the algorithm didn't care about Tom's story. His video got maybe 30 views. But to Tom, that video changed everything. And his comment? That changed everything for me. Because I realized, this is the real game. Not the views, not the subscribers, not the money. The real game is impact. Connection. Transformation. That's what keeps you alive in this space. That's what makes people come back. Not once, not twice, but every single week. They're not subscribed to a channel, they're subscribed to a feeling. To a version of themselves they meet when they watch you. And I'll be honest with you, I've made videos that flopped. Videos I poured my soul into. Scripted perfectly. Shot beautifully. Posted at the right time. And they went nowhere. Crickets. And it stung. But you know what I learned? Those videos taught me more than my viral hits ever did. Because failure on YouTube isn't just about numbers, it's about misalignment. It's about making something you thought people wanted instead of something they actually needed. It's about chasing trends instead of trusting your instinct. Every time a video underperforms, it's a signal, a compass pointing you back toward authenticity. I started asking myself different questions after those flops. Not what's wrong with the algorithm, but what's wrong with my intention. Not why didn't people click, but did I even give them a reason to care? And that shift from blame to responsibility, that's when everything changed. You see, most creators are operating from scarcity. They're afraid the algorithm will forget them, afraid their audience will leave, afraid they'll become irrelevant, and that fear seeps into everything. The titles become desperate, the thumbnails become clickbait, the content becomes hollow. But when you create from abundance, from a place of, I have something valuable, and I'm going to share it whether it gets 10 views or 10 million, that energy is magnetic. People feel it. They sense the difference between someone begging for attention and someone offering genuine value. I'm not saying ignore the data. I'm saying don't let the data kill your soul. Use analytics to understand what's working, but never let metrics dictate your message. Because the moment you start creating solely for performance, you stop creating art. And YouTube, at its best, is an art form. Think about the creators you respect most. The ones who've lasted. They're not just uploading, they're building legacies. They're crafting bodies of work that will outlive algorithms and platform changes. They're playing the infinite game, not the daily hustle. Because here's what most people don't understand about YouTube in 2025. Consistency isn't about perfection. It's about presence. It's about showing up so regularly that your audience doesn't have to wonder if you've disappeared. They know, they trust, they return. I see creators torturing themselves over upload schedules. Should I post on Tuesdays at 3 p.m. or Thursdays at 6 p.m.? And yes, there's value in optimization. But you know what matters more? That when your audience thinks about your channel, they know there's always something new waiting for them. They know you're in this for real. The most successful creators I've analyzed, the ones pulling in 6 and 7 figures, they treat their channels like television networks used to treat prime time. There's a rhythm, a reliability. You don't turn on HBO and wonder if there might be a show tonight. You know. The same principle applies here. But let me address the elephant in the room. What happens when you can't maintain that pace? What happens when life interrupts? When burnout creeps in? When the well runs dry? This is where the wisdom separates from the grind culture nonsense. Because sustainable consistency isn't about martyrdom, it's about systems. It's about building a content engine that can weather your bad days, your sick days, your I have absolutely nothing to say days. The smartest creators I know, they batch produce. They record 5 videos in one inspired day and schedule them out. They build content banks during their high-energy periods to sustain them through the valleys. They understand that consistency to the audience doesn't require daily heroics behind the scenes, it requires planning. And when they do need to take a break, they communicate. They're honest. They treat their audience like the intelligent, understanding humans they are, because authenticity beats robotic posting every single time. Here's a perspective shift that changed everything for me. Your upload schedule isn't about you. It's about them. It's about respecting your audience enough to be dependable. It's about understanding that in a world of infinite content choices, reliability is a competitive advantage. Think about your own behavior. The podcasts you subscribe to, the newsletters you actually read, the channels you have notifications on, what do they have in common? Consistency. You know when they'll appear. You trust them to deliver. That trust is currency. And who is the architect of that currency? *U times R. Every video you release is a deposit. Every promise you keep compounds interest. But here's what most creators miss. They think consistency is just about the calendar. They optimize their upload schedule, set reminders, batch their content, and pat themselves on the back. But consistency isn't mechanical. It's times spiritual asterisk. It's not just that you show up. It's times you show up. It's the energy you bring, the care you embed in every frame, the respect you show your audience by never phoning it in. I've seen creators who upload 3 times a week like clockwork and their channels are graveyards, because the consistency was hollow. The rhythm was there, but the soul wasn't. And I've seen creators who upload once a month times, and their community is electric. Because every upload is in times event asterisk. Every video is crafted with such intention that people don't just watch it, they times it. The difference? One treats consistency as obligation. The other treats it as devotion. Which one are you? Now let me tell you something that will upset you. Your content doesn't need to be perfect. It needs to be times honest asterisk. I know. You've been told to master the algorithm, optimize the thumbnail, nail the hook in the first 3 seconds, structure your retention curve like you're engineering a roller coaster. And yes, those things matter. But they're not the foundation. They're the scaffolding. The foundation is truth. People don't subscribe to perfection. They subscribe to times resonance asterisk. They subscribe because something in your message mirrors something in their soul. Because you said the thing they've been feeling but couldn't articulate. Because you gave language to their longing. That's the frequency we're talking about. And you can't fake frequency. You can't manufacture resonance with better lighting or tighter edits. Those things amplify the message, but if the message is hollow, you're just amplifying emptiness. So before you obsess over your next thumbnail, ask yourself, asterisk, is this video true? Asterisk. Not true as in factually accurate, though that matters too. True as in times aligned asterisk. True as in born from something real inside you, not reverse engineered from what you think people want to hear. Because, here's the paradox. The more you chase what people want, the less they want it. When you craft from authenticity, something alchemical happens. Your uncertainty becomes compelling. Your rough edges become signature. Your flaws become the very thing people recognize you by. I'm thinking of a creator I watched years ago, let's call him Marcus. He did tech tutorials. Basic stuff. Camera shook sometimes. He'd stumble over words, then laugh at himself and keep going. His lighting was terrible in the early videos. But you know what? He explained things better than anyone I'd ever seen. Not because he had better knowledge, there were plenty of more qualified people, but because he remembered what it felt like to not understand. He didn't explain down to you. He explained times with times you. His imperfection was the bridge. Then something shifted. He hit 100,000 subscribers. Suddenly the videos changed. Better camera, scripted intros, professional B-roll. Everything was slicker, and I couldn't watch anymore. Not because it was bad, it was objectively higher quality. But somewhere in the upgrade, Marcus disappeared. What remained was a content format. Competent. Forgettable. Here's what I think happened. He started optimizing for subscribers instead of understanding. He started serving the algorithm instead of the moment of confusion he used to remember so clearly. The professionalization wasn't the problem, it was what he professionalized away from. He moved away from his center. And this is the trap that catches almost everyone who gets even a taste of success. You think, okay, asterisk, this times is what worked. Let me do more of that. But you're analyzing the wrong variable. It wasn't the format that worked. It wasn't the length or the hook or the posting time. It was times you asterisk, undefended, speaking from actual experience. The moment you try to bottle that and reproduce it mechanically, it dies. Because what people were responding to wasn't the content, it was the consciousness behind it. They felt a real person, and you can't fake that. You can simulate it for a video or two maybe, but not for a body of work. 5. Because consistency reveals truth. And truth is what people are starving for. I've been doing this long enough to see creators rise and fall. The ones who fall, they're always chasing. Chasing trends, chasing algorithms, chasing the next big thing that'll finally make them blow up. They lose themselves in the chase. They become a collage of other people's ideas, other people's energy. There's no center, no ground beneath their feet. And their audience feels it. Maybe they can't articulate it, but they feel the hollowness. They click away. They unsubscribe. Not because the production value dropped or the topic wasn't interesting, but because there's no times there. The ones who last, though, they're rooted. They know who they are. They know what they care about. And they build from that place, video after video, year after year. They're not reactive, they're generative. They create from overflow, not from anxiety. I think about this with my own work. Every video I make, I ask myself, is this coming from me? Or is this coming from some idea of what I should be? Because the moment I step into should, I'm finished. The work becomes labored, performative. You can hear it in my voice, it goes flat. The words are there, but the life isn't. But when I speak from the place that's alive in me, the place that's genuinely wrestling with something or celebrating something or mourning something, that's when the work has power. That's when people write to me and say, I don't know how you knew, but this is exactly what I needed to hear today. I didn't know. I wasn't trying to meet their need. I was just being honest about mine. And somehow, mysteriously, that honesty becomes a bridge. It connects. It heals. It wakes people up. That's the alchemy of authentic work. You go deep into your own particular experience, your own particular questions, and you come out the other side holding something universal, something everyone recognizes. But you can't get there by aiming for universal. You can't get there by trying to please everyone or speak to everyone. You get there by going all the way into yourself, into your weird obsessions, your strange grief, your private joy, and then you share it. Without apology, without hedging, because here's what I learned. Your unique perspective is not a limitation, it's your greatest asset. Think about it. There are thousands of people teaching what you want to teach. Thousands. Some with bigger platforms, better equipment, more credentials. But none of them are you. None of them have your exact combination of experiences, failures, insights, and personality. None of them will explain that concept using the metaphor that naturally comes to your mind. None of them will pause where you pause, emphasize what you emphasize, care about what you care about. Your weirdness is your watermark. I'll tell you what happened when I finally accepted this. When I stopped trying to sound like the gurus I admired and just started sounding like me, my engagement went up. Not because I suddenly got better at teaching, but because people could finally feel a real human on the other side of the screen. They didn't need another polished expert. They needed someone who talked like they talk, who struggled like they struggle, who got excited about weird details and went on tangents and occasionally lost their train of thought. Someone real. And you know what the beautiful irony is? The more specifically you become, the more universally you connect. Because authenticity transcends demographics. It transcends algorithms. It transcends trends. When someone watches your video and thinks, finally someone who gets it, they're not responding to your production value. They're responding to your humanity. So here's your assignment, and I mean this literally. I want you to make a list right now of 3 things about how you teach or communicate that you've been self-conscious about. Maybe you use your hands too much when you talk. Maybe you crack corny jokes. Maybe you get really passionate about details other people find boring. Maybe your voice goes up when you're excited. Write them down, because those aren't bugs to be fixed. Those are features to be amplified. Those quirks are what will make someone remember you 6 months from now when they're scrolling through their subscription feed. Look, I'll give you a perfect example. There's a creator I know who has this habit of laughing at his own jokes before he finishes telling them. Every single video. He starts giggling halfway through the punchline. When he first started, people in the comments would point it out. Some were annoyed. He almost edited it out, almost trained himself to stop. But then something interesting happened. People started saying they waited for that laugh. They said it made them laugh harder. They said it felt like watching comedy with a friend who can't keep it together. That flaw became his signature. Now, if he did a video without it, people would ask if something was wrong. Your weird timing, your unusual word choices, your tendency to go on tangents, these aren't obstacles to success. They're the ingredients of it. The creators who break through aren't the ones who sand down all their edges. They're the ones who lean into them so hard that the edges become the point. I'm not saying don't improve. I'm not saying ignore feedback or refuse to learn. I'm saying stop trying to become a more polished version of someone else's template. Start trying to become a more amplified version of your actual self. Because here's what happens when you embrace what makes you different. You stop competing in the same space as everyone else. You stop being one of 10,000 gaming channels doing the exact same reaction format. You become the one gaming channel that does that thing you do. And suddenly, you're not fighting for attention in an ocean. You're the only option in your specific category of one. The market doesn't need another person doing what's already being done, just slightly worse because you're newer at it. The market needs what only you can provide. That strange combination of interests, that specific way you explain things, that emotional honesty you bring that others filter out. Every single person who's ever made you click on their videos repeatedly has something you can't quite put your finger on. Something that doesn't fit the formula. Something that makes you think, I don't know why, but I just like watching them. That's not luck. That's not talent. That's someone who stopped apologizing for who they are and started building their entire channel around it. And here's the deeper truth most creators never want to admit. Your weirdness isn't just your strength. It's your only real asset in a saturated market. Think about it. There are millions of people who can edit better than you. Millions who have better equipment, better lighting, better thumbnails. Millions who understand the algorithm better than you ever will. But there's only one person on this entire planet who has your exact combination of experiences, perspectives, quirks, and obsessions. That's not motivational speaker nonsense. That's basic market differentiation. When I started this channel, I thought I needed to sound more authoritative, more polished, more like the big productivity channels I admired. So I'd script everything word for word. I'd rehearse until it sounded smooth and professional. And you know what happened? The videos felt dead. They performed terribly. Because I was trying to be a worse version of someone else instead of the best version of myself. The breakthrough came when I stopped asking, How would Ali Abdaal say this? And started asking, how would I explain this to my best friend over coffee? Suddenly, my tangents weren't mistakes. They were personality. My pauses weren't unprofessional. They were authentic. My random references to philosophy or psychology or whatever I'd been reading that week weren't off topic. They were what made the content mine. And here's what happened. My retention went up. My comments became more engaged. People started telling me they felt like they were having a conversation with me, not being lectured at. That shift didn't come from improving my skills. It came from permission. Permission to be myself instead of an imitation of what I thought a successful YouTuber should be. So what does your permission slip look like? Maybe you're naturally sarcastic. Stop trying to be wholesome and inspirational. Lean into that dry wit. Maybe you're genuinely enthusiastic about everything. Stop toning it down to seem more credible. Let yourself geek out. Maybe you process things slowly and thoughtfully. Stop trying to match the pace of hyper-caffeinated creators. Your deliberate energy will attract people who think the same way. Your authenticity is already built into your operating system. You don't need to download it from someone else's personality. Here's something most creators won't tell you. The audience you're meant to serve will find something magnetic in the exact traits you're trying to hide. I've watched channels explode not despite their creators' quirks, but times of them. The slight stutter that makes every word feel considered. The tendency to go on tangents that reveals a genuinely curious mind. The dry delivery that lands jokes twice as hard because no one saw them coming. There's a creator I follow who starts every video by saying "all right" about 17 times while he settles into his chair. It used to drive him crazy. He'd edit it out, re-record intros, try to appear more polished. Then one day, he left it in because he was rushing to post. The comments section lost its mind in the best way. The all rights are my favorite part. I don't feel ready to start until I hear you say "all right" that many times. It feels like sitting down with a friend. That nervous habit he tried to eliminate? It became his signature. It became the thing that made people feel at home. This is what I mean by letting your presence be the strategy. You're not performing for an algorithm. You're not collecting an audience like baseball cards. You're creating a space where certain people feel unusually understood. And that space has times your specific atmosphere. Times that can't be replicated. And yeah, this is harder than copying someone else's format. It requires you to pay attention to yourself the way you'd study a subject you're passionate about. What energizes you? What pace feels sustainable? What topics could you explore for hours without getting bored? What kind of people do you naturally understand? These aren't vanity questions. They're architectural. You're designing a creative practice that needs to hold your weight for years, not just weeks. I see so many creators treating YouTube like a sprint when it's actually a peculiar kind of marathon where you get to choose your terrain. You can run on the crowded highway with everyone else, or you can find the trail that winds through territory only you know how to navigate. The highway might seem faster, more traffic, clearer directions, plenty of other runners to follow. But the trail? The trail is where you find the people who were looking for exactly what you're offering, even if they didn't have words for it yet. And that's what I want you to hold on to today. The wisdom that the algorithm isn't broken. It's just designed for a different game than the one you're playing. It's built for velocity, for volume, for the broadest possible appeal. You're building something that compounds, something that deepens, something that doesn't just get consumed, it gets remembered. I've watched creators burn themselves out trying to feed the machine. 3 uploads a week. 5. Daily. They optimize their thumbnails until they're indistinguishable from everyone else's. They chase trending topics they don't care about. They contort their message to fit what supposedly works. And maybe it does work. Maybe their views go up. Maybe their subscriber count climbs. But I've also watched what happens next. The exhaustion, the resentment, the slow realization that they've built an audience that expects them to be someone they're not. They've created a prison with perfect lighting and good sound quality. They're successful and miserable at the same time. This is what happens when you let the algorithm write your mission statement. Now imagine a different approach. Imagine you make 1 video a month. But it's the video only you could make. It draws from your specific experience, your particular insight, your unique way of seeing the world. It doesn't follow the formula. It's just deeply, authentically yours. That video might get modest views, but the people who find it, they don't just watch, they feel found. They don't just subscribe, they become believers. They share it, not because it's trending, but because it articulated something they'd been carrying around wordlessly. That's the difference between content and connection. I'm not saying ignore your analytics entirely. I'm saying stop worshiping them. Use them as information, not as instruction. Notice what resonates, but don't let it override your knowing. The data can tell you what happened. It can't tell you what matters. Because here's what I've learned after all these years. The metrics that matter most can't be measured. The person who watched your video at 3 a.m, when they were questioning everything. The teenager who found permission to think differently. The parent who finally had words for what they wanted to teach their kids. Your legacy isn't a monument. It's a ripple that keeps moving long after you're gone. I think about this differently now. I used to believe that mattering meant being remembered. Your name, your face, your specific contributions etched into history. But that's ego talking. That's the part of us that's still afraid of death, still clinging to permanence in an impermanent world. The truest legacy is anonymous. It's the idea that spreads without attribution. The kindness that gets passed forward by someone who can't remember where they first learned it. The courage that cascades through generations, its origin story long forgotten. You plant a tree knowing you may never sit in its shade. But someone will. And they might plant another tree, never knowing about yours. That's not sad. That's how forests are born. I've watched this happen in real time. A video I made 5 years ago about dealing with anxiety. I get messages monthly from people who shared it with friends, who shared it with family members, who used the concepts in therapy, who taught the techniques to their children. The chain of impact is untraceable now. I have no idea how far it's reached. I never will. And that's perfect. Because it means the idea became bigger than me. It stopped being that thing Yogananda said and became something I learned once that helped me. It got absorbed into the collective wisdom we all share. This is what mattering actually looks like. Not credit, not recognition, but contribution to the great, unnamed river of human wisdom that flows through all of us. You matter when you add something real to that river. A drop of clarity, a splash of courage, a current of compassion. It mixes with everything else, loses its distinct shape, becomes part of the whole. You can't point to it anymore and say, that's mine. But it's there. It's moving. It's nourishing everything downstream. The most important question isn't will people remember me? It's will the world be different because I was here? Even slightly. Even in ways no one can measure. And here's what I know for certain. If you've ever made someone feel less alone, the answer is yes. Because loneliness is the silent epidemic of our time. It's the thing people won't admit at dinner parties. It won't show up on their highlight reel. But it's there. In the person who laughs the loudest. In the one who's always busy. In the executive suite and the college dorm room. And when you make someone feel seen, heard, understood, you're doing something most people never do. You're breaking through the performance. You're saying I see you. Not the version you think you need to be. The actual you. I think about my grandfather again. The way he'd ask questions and then actually listen to the answers, not planning his response. Not waiting for his turn to talk. Just listening. Like your words mattered. Like you mattered. That's so rare now. We're all so busy broadcasting, we've forgotten how to receive. And here's the paradox. The people who worry most about being remembered are usually the ones trying hardest to be impressive. But impressive fades. Impressive is exhausting to maintain. What lasts is the moment you stop trying to be impressive and just were present. My friend told me about her grandmother's funeral. Hundreds of people came, and every single person had a story about some small kindness. A card sent at the right time, a meal dropped off, a phone call that somehow came on the hardest day. No one mentioned her accomplishments. No one talked about her resume. They talked about the time she remembered their child's name, the way she always asked about their mother's health, the cookies she baked when someone was going through something difficult. She wasn't trying to be remembered. She was trying to be kind. And that's exactly why she was unforgettable. Maybe that's the real answer. Stop trying to be remembered and start trying to be present. Stop trying to leave a legacy and start trying to leave people feeling better than you found them. Because here's what I've learned. Memory is just a side effect of love. When you genuinely care about people, when you show up fully, when you offer your attention like it's the gift it actually is, people remember. Not because you were trying to be memorable, but because you made them feel something real in a world that increasingly feels fake. And that feeling, that's what cuts through all the noise. Think about the last time someone truly surprised you. Not with a gift or a grand gesture, but with their presence. Maybe they remembered something small you mentioned weeks ago. Maybe they asked how your mother's surgery went. Maybe they just listened, really listened, without checking their phone, without waiting for their turn to talk, without that glazed over look people get when they're mentally rehearsing their response. That's rare now. That's gold. I had a moment like this last month. I was at a coffee shop, buried in my laptop, stress radiating off me like heat. The barista, someone I'd seen maybe twice before, came over and said, "Rough day?" Ready to give the standard "I'm fine" response, but she was actually asking. Her eyes weren't darting to the next customer. She wasn't performing concern, she was just there. We talked for maybe 3 minutes. She shared that she'd been there too, working on her master's thesis while juggling 2 jobs. Told me about her trick for managing overwhelm, writing down one thing she was grateful for before bed, no matter how terrible the day was. It wasn't revolutionary advice, but coming from someone who'd lived it, someone who took 60 seconds to see me as a person instead of a transaction, I still think about that conversation. And you know what's wild? I doubt she remembers it. For her, it was probably just another interaction in a shift full of interactions. But for me, it shifted something. It reminded me that connection doesn't require credentials or perfect circumstances. It just requires showing up as a human being for another human being. This is the part nobody tells you about personal branding or networking or whatever corporate buzzword we're using this week. The most powerful thing you can do is be genuinely present. Not performing presence. Not Instagram story present. Actually present. I've discovered that presence has layers most people never reach. The first layer is physical stillness. You sit, you breathe, your body stops fidgeting. This is where most meditation apps leave you. And honestly, it's better than nothing, but it's just the entrance hall. The second layer is mental stillness. Thoughts slow down, the constant commentary quiets. You're not arguing with your ex in your head or rehearsing conversations that will never happen. This is deeper, harder to reach. Most people taste it for 3 seconds and think they've achieved enlightenment. I know I did. But the third layer, this is where transformation lives. The third layer is when you stop being the observer and become the observed. When the boundary between you and everything else starts to dissolve. Not in some mystical woo-woo way, but experientially. You're sitting there, and suddenly you're not separate from the sound of traffic outside. You're not divided from the sensation of breathing. You're not split between the thinker and the thought. You just. And here's what nobody tells you about this state. It's not peaceful in the way you expect. It's not like floating on a cloud or escaping into bliss. It's more like coming home after you've been lost for decades. It's familiar and terrifying at the same time. Because when you touch this space, you realize how much energy you've spent your entire life maintaining the illusion of separation. You've been working so hard to be you, to defend your opinions, protect your identity, maintain your story about who you are. And in this space of deep presence, all that falls away. Not because you've transcended it or defeated it, but because you see it's been optional all along. The persona you've been protecting? It's real, but it's not solid. It's more like a wave than a rock. It arises, it changes, it dissolves. And that's not a problem. That's actually the most liberating thing you could possibly discover. When I first touched this layer, and I mean really touched it, not just intellectually understood it, I cried for an hour. Not sad tears. Relief tears. The kind that come when you've been clenching your fist around something for so long that you forgot you were holding it, and suddenly your hand opens. I sat there with that cup of tea getting cold in my hands, and I started thinking about all the versions of myself I'd tried on like costumes that didn't fit. The version who was always available. The version who needed less. The version who could fix everything with enough effort and understanding. None of them were real. They were all compromises I'd made with reality, little deals I'd struck with the universe. If I just become this, then maybe I'll be enough to keep them. But here's what nobody tells you about those deals: they expire the moment you make them. Because the person you're trying to keep, they're not looking for a costume. They're looking for an exit. And all your contortions just make the goodbye take longer. I thought about something I'd read once, about how trees in a forest communicate through their roots. They send warnings to each other about diseases and pests. They share nutrients with trees that are struggling, but they don't do it with trees that are already dead. Nature has a wisdom we've forgotten. It knows when to invest and when to let go. It doesn't send resources to something that can't use them. It's not cruel, it's honest. And somewhere in that late afternoon, in that coffee shop that smelled like rain and strangers, I started to understand what honesty actually means. It doesn't mean saying every hard thing. It doesn't mean scorched earth and truth bombs and just being real. It means looking at what is, not what you wish it was, not what it used to be, not what it could become if 17 specific things changed. What it is, right now, today, and that relationship, what it was right then was over. Had been for months, maybe longer. We'd both known it, the way you know you're lost even though you keep walking in the same direction, hoping the landscape will suddenly make sense. The knowing doesn't make it hurt less, but it makes it hurt differently. Clean instead of infected. Like setting a broken bone. Painful, yes, but finally in the right position to heal. I finished that cold tea because I'm not wasteful, even in moments of personal transformation. Some habits die hard, and maybe that's okay too. You don't have to become a completely different person to honor what you've learned. You just have to become yourself, minus the parts that were only ever there to please someone who stopped being pleased a long time ago. There's something profoundly liberating about no longer auditioning for a role in someone else's life, about letting go of that desperate need to prove you've changed enough, healed enough, grown enough to deserve their approval. Because here's what I've learned. The people who truly love you don't need you to perform your transformation. They celebrate it quietly, without requiring you to justify every step of your journey. The ones who demand constant proof of your evolution, they're often the same ones who benefited from your old patterns. They liked you better when you were smaller, quieter, more accommodating. Your growth threatens the dynamic they controlled. I think about all the times I announced changes I was making, setting boundaries, pursuing dreams, choosing myself, and was met with skepticism instead of support. We'll see how long this lasts. You always say you're going to change. I'll believe it when I see it. What I didn't understand then was that their doubt wasn't really about me. It was about them. My evolution forced them to look at their own stagnation. My courage highlighted their fear. My boundary setting revealed how much they'd been overstepping all along. So they needed me to fail. They needed my transformation to be temporary, performative, fake. Because if it was real, if I actually could change, grow, become someone who wouldn't tolerate their behavior anymore, then they'd have to change too, or lose me. And neither option was acceptable. This is why real growth often happens in silence. Why the most profound transformations occur away from the people who knew you before. Not because you're hiding, but because you're protecting something sacred from those who would rather see it fail than succeed. You're not obligated to bring everyone along on your journey. Some people are meant to be left at the station, waving goodbye to the version of you they preferred, the one who made them comfortable, who played small, who never questioned the rules they'd written. And watching them disappear in the distance, that's not cruelty. That's growth. You know what changed everything for me? Understanding that my peace isn't up for negotiation, not with family, not with friends, not with anyone who thinks they have a claim on my energy because we share history. I used to believe that loyalty meant suffering together. That if someone I cared about was drowning in chaos, I had to jump in the water with them. That anything less made me selfish, cold, heartless. But here's what nobody tells you. You can't save someone who's determined to sink. You just drown alongside them. I watched this happen with someone I considered my closest friend for 15 years. Every few months, same pattern, different crisis, same drama. And every time, I'd drop everything, cancel my plans, put my life on hold, play therapist, mediator, problem solver. Until one day, I realized something that changed my entire perspective. She didn't actually want solutions. She wanted an audience. The moment I'd offer practical advice, she'd have 10 reasons why it wouldn't work. When I'd suggest boundaries, she'd explain why her situation was different. When I'd point out patterns, she'd get defensive and accuse me of not understanding. And the truth hit me like a freight train. Some people aren't looking for a way out. They're looking for company in their misery. That's when I understood that stepping back wasn't abandonment, it was survival. I stopped answering every distress call. Stopped rearranging my piece for someone else's chaos. Stopped setting myself on fire to keep others warm. And you know what happened? She called me selfish. Said I'd changed. That success had made me forget where I came from. That I thought I was too good for my old friends now. None of it was true. But all of it was necessary. Because here's what I know now. The people who get angry when you set boundaries are the ones who benefited from you having none. Read that again. The ones who call you selfish for protecting your peace are the ones who are taking advantage of your chaos. And that realization, as painful as it was, set me free. Because I finally understood that I wasn't responsible for fixing everyone. That saying no didn't make me heartless. That choosing myself wasn't betrayal. It was the most loving thing I could do. Because when you stop enabling someone's dysfunction, you give them the opportunity to finally face it themselves. But here's what nobody tells you about that moment when you finally choose yourself. The world doesn't end. You think it will. You imagine catastrophe. You picture them falling apart without you, and you carry that guilt like stones in your pockets. But what actually happens? Life continues. They figure it out, or they don't, and that's their journey, not yours. And you start to remember what it feels like to breathe fully, to sleep through the night, to make plans based on what you actually want, not what someone else needs. I started small. I stopped answering every text immediately. I let calls go to voicemail when I was in the middle of something important. I said no to last-minute demands without offering elaborate explanations. Each time felt like rebellion. Each time, I braced for disaster. And you know what happened? Nothing catastrophic. Some people got upset, sure. Some relationships changed. But the sky didn't fall. And slowly, I realized that the prison I'd been living in had no locks. I'd been holding the door closed myself the entire time. There's a meditation practice I learned during this period. You sit quietly and imagine your energy as light. Then you notice where that light is flowing. For years, I saw my light streaming out toward everyone else. Like I was a fountain designed only to give. My reserves were depleted, my center dim. The practice is simple. You redirect the light. You let it fill your own space first. You become radiant from the inside out, not drained from the outside in. It sounds selfish until you realize this truth: you cannot pour from an empty cup. You cannot guide others if you're lost yourself. You cannot love anyone well if you've abandoned yourself completely. This is where real love begins. Not the codependent, enmeshed, boundaryless merging that we often mistake for devotion, but the mature love that says, I honor my wholeness. I respect your wholeness. I will not diminish myself to make you feel bigger. I will not enable your dysfunction because watching you struggle makes me uncomfortable. Real love holds space without taking responsibility. Real love supports without rescuing. Real love says, I see you struggling, and I trust you to find your way. I'm here as a companion, not a savior. Do you see yourself in this moment? You are sitting here, breathing, your heart is beating, yet somewhere beneath the surface there lives a tremor of tension you cannot name. I want to tell you something that changed everything for me. Something so simple it sounds almost foolish. Yet foolish things are often the doorways to God. You see, most people spend their entire lives trying to fix stress from the outside. They rearrange their schedules, drink special teas, take vacations. But stress is not in your schedule. It is not in your job or your relationships. Stress lives in the way you breathe. And when I discovered this, when I truly understood that peace was as close as my next breath, the entire universe shifted. What if I told you that 10 minutes, just 10 minutes, could silence the chaos that has been screaming in your nervous system for years? Not by effort, not by forcing yourself to relax, but by remembering something your body has always known but your mind has forgotten. This is not theory. This is not philosophy. This is the method I practiced in the caves of the Himalayas, in the crowded streets of Calcutta, on the ship to America, and in every moment when the weight of existence pressed so heavily upon me that I thought I might break. And I did not break. Because I knew this secret. I knew how to touch the power that lives beneath the breath. I remember a morning in India when I was young, maybe 23 years old. The pressure of my mission was crushing. I had thousands of students looking to me for answers, and inside I felt like a fraud. My mind was a hurricane. Thoughts crashed into each other like violent waves. I could not sleep. I could not eat. My guru, Sri Yukteswar, watched me with those eyes that saw everything, said nothing. Then one evening, he called me to him. He did not offer sympathy. He did not say it would be okay. Instead, he asked me a question that pierced my soul. He said, "Do you believe God needs your anxiety to accomplish His will?" I stood there, speechless. He continued, "Your stress is not service. It is arrogance. You believe the universe depends on your tension." Those words destroyed me, and in that destruction, I was remade. He taught me then what I am about to teach you now. A ritual so precise, so scientifically sound, that it bypasses the mind's resistance and speaks directly to the ancient nervous system where stress actually lives. You must understand something fundamental. Your stress is not psychological alone. It is physiological. When you worry, when you fear, when you replay conversations or catastrophize the future, your amygdala fires, cortisol floods your bloodstream, your breath becomes shallow and rapid, locked in your upper chest. This is not metaphor, this is measurable biology. And here is the profound truth, that modern science is only now confirming what the ancient yogis knew 5,000 years ago. The relationship between breath and nervous system is bidirectional. Your emotional state affects your breathing, yes, but your breathing also affects your emotional state. This is the doorway. This is the secret. You cannot always control your thoughts. You cannot force yourself to stop worrying, but you can control your breath. And when you change your breath with precision and intention, you send a direct message to your brain that the danger has passed, that you are safe, that peace is available right now. Let me tell you exactly what happens inside your body during those 10 minutes. When you practice this method, you activate what scientists now call the parasympathetic nervous system. This is your rest and digest mode, the opposite of fight or flight. Your heart rate slows, your blood pressure drops, your digestion improves, your immune system strengthens. But more than this, something mystical occurs. The conscious practice of breathing with awareness creates coherence between your heart and brain. They begin to synchronize, to communicate in harmony. And in that harmony, stress cannot survive. It is like trying to hold ice in your hand while standing in fire. The two cannot coexist. This is not belief. This is not positive thinking. This is physiological transformation. You are literally rewiring your nervous system, creating new neural pathways, teaching your body that peace is your natural state, not stress. Now I want to tell you about a woman I met in Los Angeles in 1927. She came to my lecture desperate, at the end of herself. Her husband had left her. Her business had failed. She could not sleep more than 2 hours a night. Her hands trembled constantly. She said to me, "Swami, I have tried everything. Doctors, medicines, therapies. Nothing works. I think I am losing my mind." I looked at her with such love because I saw myself in her desperation. I said, "You are not losing your mind. Your mind is losing you. And this is the beginning of freedom." I taught her this 10-minute ritual. Just this one practice. She was skeptical. How could breathing fix her life? But she was also desperate enough to try. She practiced it every morning for 30 days. When she returned to me, she was transformed. Not because her circumstances had changed. Her husband had not returned. Her business was still struggling. But she was different. The trembling had stopped. She slept through the night. And most importantly, she had found something inside herself that could not be taken away by external chaos. She had found her own presence. She had discovered that beneath the storms of life, there is an unshakable stillness. and breath is the bridge to that stillness. The method I am going to share with you has 3 parts. Each part is essential. You cannot skip steps. This is not like choosing from a menu. This is a precise technology, handed down through generations of masters who tested it with their own bodies and consciousness. The first part is purification. You are going to clear the channels of your nervous system, literally flushing out stale energy and stagnant stress. The second part is harmonization. You will balance the masculine and feminine energies within you, the sun and moon, the active and receptive. The third part is integration. You will seal the practice, allowing the peace you have generated to penetrate every cell, every thought, every memory. Together, these 3 parts create a complete transformation in just 10 minutes. But you must approach this with reverence, not because I say so, but because your body will respond to your intention. If you treat this casually, it will give you casual results. If you approach it as a sacred communion with your own nervous system, with the intelligence that animates your body, it will open doors you did not know existed. Let me be very clear about something that confuses many people. This is not about relaxation. Relaxation is wonderful, but it is temporary and often passive. You relax in a bath, then the bath ends and stress returns. This is different. This is about building stress resilience. You are training your nervous system to remain calm under pressure, to return quickly to balance when disturbed. Think of it like this. Imagine 2 people stuck in traffic. Both are late for an important meeting. One person's heart races, their jaw clenches, their mind spirals into rage and panic. The other person notices the delay, takes a deep breath, and finds calm, even in the frustration. Same external situation, completely different internal experience. What is the difference? The second person has trained their nervous system. They have created a space between stimulus and response. This is freedom. This is power. Not the power to control the world, but the power to control your inner weather regardless of what the world is doing. And this power is available to you right now, in the next 10 minutes, if you are willing to surrender to the practice. I want to tell you about the breath itself, about why this specific pattern is so powerful. In yoga, we call the life force prana. This is not just air. Air is the vehicle, but prana is the intelligence, the electricity that animates your body. When you breathe unconsciously, prana flows chaotically. It gets stuck in certain areas, creating blockages that manifest as disease, tension, emotional pain. But when you breathe with conscious intention, with specific patterns, you direct prana like an internal river, washing away debris, nourishing every part of yourself. The ratio we use in this 10-minute ritual is very specific. You will inhale for a count of 4, hold for a count of 16, exhale for a count of 8. This is called the 1-4-2 ratio, and it has been used for thousands of years because it creates optimal conditions for nervous system regulation. The extended hold after inhalation allows oxygen to fully saturate your bloodstream. The long exhale triggers the parasympathetic response. Together, they create a biochemical shift that makes stress physiologically impossible in that moment. But let me tell you something even more important than the technique. The technique is the vehicle, but awareness is the destination. You could perform this breathing perfectly and still miss the point if you are not present. What I am really teaching you is how to come home to yourself, how to stop abandoning yourself in worry about tomorrow or regret about yesterday. Stress is always about time. You are stressed because you are mentally somewhere other than where you actually are. Your body is here, but your mind is in a future disaster or a past wound. The breath brings you back. It is only happening now. You cannot breathe in the past or future. Breath exists only in this present moment. So when you give your full attention to breathing, you are practicing presence. And presence is the opposite of stress. They cannot coexist. This is why this method works so immediately. You are not fighting stress. You are simply choosing to be here, fully, and stress has no home in full presence. There is a story I love about a Zen master who was asked by a student, "What is enlightenment?" The master replied, "When hungry, eat. When tired, sleep." The student was confused. "But everyone does that," he protested. The master smiled. "No. When most people eat, they are thinking. When they sleep, they are worrying. Very few people are fully present for even the simplest activities. This is the disease of modern life. We are fractured, fragmented, scattered across time and space. And this fragmentation creates the sensation we call stress. The 10-minute ritual I am teaching you is a homecoming. You are gathering all the scattered pieces of yourself and bringing them here, into this body, this breath, this moment. And when you are whole, even briefly, you remember what peace feels like. Not peace as the absence of problems, but peace as the presence of presence. Peace as your fundamental nature, the ground beneath all experience. Now, let us talk about the obstacles. Because I know what you are thinking. You are thinking, this sounds beautiful, but I do not have time. My life is too chaotic. I am too stressed to practice a stress reduction technique. I hear you, and I want to challenge that story gently. You have time for 10 minutes. You spend 10 minutes scrolling through your phone, watching television, worrying in bed before sleep. The question is not whether you have time. The question is whether you believe you are worth 10 minutes of your own attention. Because that is what this really is. This is an act of self-love. You are saying to your nervous system, to your body, to your soul, you matter. Your peace matters. I am willing to prioritize your well-being. And when you begin from that place, when you approach this as a sacred gift you are giving yourself, everything changes. The practice stops being one more obligation on an endless to-do list. It becomes a refuge. It becomes the 10 minutes you crave because you finally experience what it feels like to be free from the constant noise of anxiety. Let me share one more story before we move into the actual practice. When I first came to America in 1920, I was overwhelmed by the pace of life here. Everyone was rushing, striving, accumulating, stressed. I remember thinking, these people have so much material comfort, yet they suffer more than the poorest peasants in India. Why? Because external comfort does not create internal peace. You can have every luxury and still be tortured by stress if you do not know how to regulate your inner world. I taught this 10-minute ritual to bankers, housewives, factory workers, artists, and every single one of them reported the same thing. Not that their problems disappeared, but that they found a sanctuary inside themselves, a place where problems could not reach. And from that sanctuary, they made better decisions. They treated people with more kindness. They slept better. They laughed more. This is the ripple effect of this practice. It starts with 10 minutes and spreads into every corner of your life. Because you are not the same person after you practice this consistently. You become someone who knows, on a cellular level, that you are okay right now, regardless of circumstances. So here is what we are going to do. I am going to walk you through this 10-minute ritual step by step. I want you to prepare your space. Find somewhere you will not be disturbed. Turn off your phone. Sit in a comfortable position with your spine straight. You can sit on a chair, on a cushion, on the floor. The important thing is that your spine is erect so breath can flow freely. Close your eyes. Rest your hands on your knees. Take a moment to notice your body. Notice the contact points where your body touches the surface beneath you. Notice the temperature of the air on your skin. This is not abstract philosophy. This is your actual, present moment experience. This is the only reality you can ever truly know. The thinking mind wants to dismiss this simplicity. It says, this can't be it. Enlightenment must be more complicated, more exotic, more distant. But that very thought is the obstacle. That very searching is what keeps you from recognizing what has always been here. I spent years in caves, practicing techniques, seeking visions, wanting experiences that would confirm my spiritual progress. And yes, those practices had their place. They quieted the storm. They trained attention. They opened certain doors. But the ultimate realization was far simpler than anything I had imagined. It was the recognition that awareness itself, this seeing, this knowing, has never been absent. Even in my most confused moments, even in my deepest suffering, awareness was present, unchanged, watching it all. You are that awareness. Not the body that awareness illuminates, not the thoughts that arise within it, not the emotions that color it temporarily. You are the illuminating presence itself. Think of it this way. When you watch a movie, The screen remains unchanged whether the film shows a battle or a love scene, a tragedy or a comedy. The images appear and disappear, but the screen is neither damaged by violence nor improved by beauty. Your true nature is like that screen, unchanging, unaffected, present for all experiences but never diminished or enhanced by any of them. This doesn't mean you become cold or indifferent. Quite the opposite. When you stop identifying exclusively with the character in the movie, with this particular body-mind, compassion flows naturally. You recognize that same awareness in every being you meet. You see that we are all expressions of the same consciousness, temporarily wearing different costumes, playing different roles. The suffering ends not because your circumstances become perfect, but because you stop resisting what is. You stop arguing with reality. You stop telling yourself the story that this moment should be different than it is. And in that acceptance, in that surrender, there is extraordinary freedom. Let me be clear. This is not resignation. This is not passive defeat. You can still take action, still make changes, still work toward goals. But the frantic, fear-based striving dissolves. You act from clarity rather than compulsion. You respond rather than react. Right now, take another breath. Feel it completely. Notice that you don't have to become anything to do this. You don't have to achieve a certain spiritual status. The noticing itself is already free, already whole, already perfect. This is why the sages say that enlightenment is your natural state. Not a future achievement, but a present recognition. You're not climbing toward the light, you're remembering that you've always been standing in it. And here's something beautiful. When you recognize this in yourself, you simultaneously recognize it in everyone else. Because the same awareness looking through your eyes is looking through theirs. We're all windows for the same light, each with our own unique tint and texture, but fundamentally showing the same sky. This changes everything about how you relate to others. You stop seeing them as separate competitors in the game of survival. You start recognizing them as other expressions of the same consciousness playing different roles. The person who cuts you off in traffic, that's consciousness exploring impatience. The homeless person on the corner, that's consciousness experiencing vulnerability. Your difficult coworker, that's consciousness learning about boundaries and frustration. None of this means you become passive or stop having preferences. You still lock your door at night. You still have opinions about what's for dinner. But underneath those practical distinctions, there's this growing recognition. Oh, we're all doing this together. We're all the same thing, pretending to be separate so we can experience relationship. Think about it. If you were the only thing that existed, completely alone, you'd have no way to know yourself. You need contrast. You need otherness. So the one becomes many, not out of loneliness exactly, but out of this creative impulse to know itself through infinite perspectives. You are that one, looking through these particular eyes right now. And the extraordinary thing is that you don't have to believe this for it to be true. You can doubt every word I'm saying. And still, awareness is here. Still, presence is undeniable. Still, you exist not as a conclusion you've reached, but as the irreducible fact that precedes all conclusions. So what I'm inviting you to explore is this. What happens when you stop trying to improve awareness and simply rest as it? What happens when you stop treating consciousness like something you possess and recognize it as what you are? Because here's what I've noticed. Most spiritual seekers spend years trying to times feel times more aware. They meditate to times become times more conscious. They practice mindfulness to times cultivate times presence. But all of this assumes that awareness is something you lack, something you need to generate or amplify. What if that's backwards? What if awareness isn't something that grows stronger or weaker? What if it's simply what remains when you stop obscuring it? Think about it this way. You don't try to make space more spacious. Walls, objects. We divide it, label it, claim ownership over it. But the space itself, it was never diminished by what we put into it. Consciousness is like that. It doesn't need to be expanded. It's already infinite. What needs to happen is a recognition, a seeing through of the habits, the thoughts, the identifications that make it seem small, localized, personal. So when I say rest as awareness, I'm not asking you to do something extraordinary. I'm asking you to stop doing the one thing that makes awareness seem absent. I'm asking you to stop constantly turning it into an object you're searching for. You know that feeling when you're looking everywhere for your glasses, and then you realize they're on your head? That's what this is like. Awareness is already here. It's what's looking, but we keep treating it like something we need to find, achieve, or earn. And the great tragedy, the cosmic joke, really is that the very effort to times get times awareness is what creates the illusion of separation from it. The seeker seeking awareness times is times awareness, pretending it's lost. So let me ask you directly. Right now, are you aware? Don't philosophize. Don't quote scripture. Just notice, are you aware? Of course you are. You can't not be. Even if your mind is cluttered, even if you feel distracted or dull, awareness is present. It's the background against which all of that appears. Now notice something else. You didn't have to do anything to be aware just now. You didn't have to meditate for 20 years. You didn't have to purify your chakras or balance your energy. You simply recognized what was already true. That recognition, that immediate, direct knowing, that's all awakening is. It's not the end of a long journey. It's the realization that you never left home. And here's what makes this recognition so profound, so liberating. Once you see it clearly, it becomes impossible to unsee. You can't convince yourself back into the old story. You might forget temporarily, yes. You might get swept up in the drama of thoughts and emotions. But there's always a part of you that remembers, a quiet knowing that remains, even in the midst of chaos. I remember speaking with a woman who had this recognition during a particularly difficult period. Her marriage was ending, her health was failing, and by all conventional measures, her life was falling apart. Yet she described an unshakable peace beneath it all. Not a peace that made the pain disappear, but a peace that held the pain without being diminished by it. She said something that stayed with me. I used to think awakening would be this explosion of light that would make all my problems vanish. Now I see it's more like discovering I've been standing on solid ground all along. The storms still come, but I'm no longer looking for somewhere safe to stand. I already am the ground. That's the shift. You stop looking for peace and recognize yourself as peace. You stop seeking love and recognize yourself as love, not as an achievement or an acquisition, but as your basic nature, what you've always been. And this changes everything about how you move through life. Not because external circumstances necessarily change, but because your relationship to those circumstances transforms completely. You're no longer at war with what is. You're no longer divided against yourself, constantly trying to become something other than what you are. This doesn't mean you become passive or indifferent. If anything, you become more effective, more responsive, more genuinely helpful to others, because you're no longer acting from a sense of lack, trying to fill a hole inside yourself. You're acting from wholeness, from completeness, from that deeper intelligence that knows exactly what's needed in each moment. I've watched this transformation in countless seekers over the years. The ones who truly see through the illusion don't become otherworldly or detached. They become more human, more present, more alive. They laugh more easily, they cry more freely. They're not trying to maintain some spiritual image or live up to some ideal of how an awakened person should be. They've dropped the exhausting performance of being spiritual. I remember a conversation with someone who'd been meditating for 30 years. She came to me frustrated, saying, "I thought by now I'd be peaceful all the time. Instead, I got angry at my neighbor yesterday over something trivial. I feel like I've failed." I asked her, "Were you aware of the anger as it arose?" "Yes," she said. "Did you notice when it passed?" "Yes." "Did you learn something about yourself in the process?" She paused. "Actually, yes. I saw how I was really angry at myself, not my neighbor." "Then you didn't fail," I told her. "You're succeeding beautifully. The difference isn't that awakened people never feel anger. It's that they don't become the anger. They don't build an identity around it. They experience it, learn from it, and let it move through. This is what spiritual maturity really looks like. Not the absence of difficult emotions, but a completely different relationship with them. You stop seeing emotions as the enemy. You stop trying to transcend your humanity. You start recognizing that everything, joy, sorrow, anger, peace, is part of the dance of consciousness experiencing itself. The truly awake don't reject half of life to cling to the other half. They embrace the totality. Here's another sign. They've lost interest in collecting spiritual experiences. Early on the path, we're often hungry for experiences, visions, insights, kundalini awakening, bliss states. We read about them. We chase them. We measure our progress by them. And yes, these experiences can happen. They're real. But they're not the destination. I've met people who've had profound mystical experiences and they're still suffering because they're trying to get back to that state. They had one moment of unity consciousness 10 years ago, and now they're spending their entire life trying to recreate it. That's the trap of spiritual materialism, collecting experiences like trophies instead of letting them transform you. The experience isn't the point. The transformation that follows is the point. When a caterpillar becomes a butterfly, it doesn't spend the rest of its life trying to get back into the cocoon. It flies. It lives as what it has become. True awakening isn't about peak experiences. It's about what remains when the experience fades. It's about who you are on a Tuesday afternoon, when nothing special is happening. Can you still access that peace? That clarity? That love? The masters I've studied, they weren't addicted to mystical states. They were ordinary, profoundly ordinary. They could wash dishes, sweep floors, have conversations about mundane things, but there was a quality to their presence that was unmistakable, a depth, a stillness, an ease. That's what we're cultivating. Not fireworks, but a steady flame that never goes out. Now, let's address another obstacle that derails people on this journey: spiritual bypassing. This is when we use spiritual concepts to avoid dealing with real psychological wounds, real traumas, real human problems. I see this constantly. Someone reads about non-attachment, and suddenly they're using it as an excuse to avoid intimacy. I'm just practicing non-attachment, they say. When really they're terrified of vulnerability, or they talk about forgiveness and letting go, but they've never actually processed their anger. They've just suppressed it and called it enlightenment. That's not transcendence. That's repression with a spiritual vocabulary. The spiritual path doesn't bypass the psychological work. It includes it. You don't skip the messy human stuff to get to the cosmic consciousness. You go through it. You integrate it. You heal it. I had to learn this the hard way. I spent years in meditation, and yes, my mind became quieter, but I was still carrying wounds from childhood that were running my life in subtle ways. Patterns I couldn't see because I had convinced myself I was beyond all that. It wasn't until I did the painful, unglamorous work of therapy, actually looking at my attachment patterns, my defenses, my unconscious beliefs, that my spiritual practice deepened in ways I never expected. The breakthrough came one afternoon in a session where I finally admitted something I'd been avoiding for years. I didn't feel worthy of real connection. I had built this entire spiritual identity around being self-sufficient, needing no one, transcending human needs. But underneath that was a terrified child who had learned early that depending on others meant inevitable disappointment. My therapist asked me a simple question. What if your need for connection isn't a weakness to transcend, but part of your wholeness to embrace? That question shattered something in me. I realized I had been using spirituality as a sophisticated form of avoidance, meditating away my loneliness instead of healing it, transcending my needs instead of meeting them with compassion. Real integration meant bringing my spiritual insights into my psychological wounds, and my psychological understanding into my spiritual practice. It meant recognizing that enlightenment wasn't about becoming invulnerable, it was about becoming fully human. The spiritual community doesn't talk about this enough. We celebrate breakthroughs and awakenings, but we rarely discuss the messy middle ground where you're simultaneously working with your therapist on childhood attachment issues and sitting in meditation watching thoughts arise and pass. It feels less glamorous, less enlightened, to admit that despite your years of practice, you still struggle with anxiety, still carry trauma, still need professional help. But this is where the real transformation happens. Not in the peak experiences or the profound insights, but in the patient, humble work of integrating everything you've learned into actual life, into relationships, into conflict, into disappointment and loss, and the ordinary struggles that make us human. I started noticing this pattern everywhere. The most genuine spiritual teachers I knew weren't the ones with the most impressive credentials or the deepest states of consciousness. They were the ones who had done the inner work to heal their wounds, who could be present with their own humanity without shame or bypass. They didn't pretend to have transcended their psychology. They had integrated it. This distinction became especially clear when I observed how they handled conflict. The truly integrated teachers didn't avoid confrontation or difficult emotions. They didn't spiritually bypass by saying it's all perfect or there are no problems, only lessons. They met the reality of human pain directly in themselves and others without flinching. I remember one teacher who had a student accuse her publicly of causing harm. Instead of defending her spiritual authority or deflecting with platitudes about the student's projection, she paused. She sat with the discomfort. She acknowledged what was true in the criticism and took responsibility. She didn't collapse into shame, but she also didn't hide behind her teacher role. The contrast with spiritual bypass couldn't be starker. Spiritual bypass says, I've transcended anger, so I never feel it. Integration says, I feel anger. I understand its roots in my history, and I choose how to respond to it consciously. Bypass says, everything happens for a reason, so your suffering has meaning. Integration says, your suffering is real and valid, and we can explore what meaning you might create from it. The teachers who had integrated their psychology understood that healing isn't linear. They knew that old wounds can resurface, even after years of work. They didn't see this as failure or regression, they saw it as the spiral nature of growth. You return to the same themes at deeper levels. This is normal. This is human. What struck me most was their capacity for genuine relationship. Because they weren't hiding from their own humanity, they could meet others in theirs. There was no pedestal, no performance of enlightenment, no need to maintain an image of perfection. The relationship became real, mutual, honest, transformative for both people. I began to see that this integration of psychology and spirituality wasn't just nice to have. It was essential. Without it, spiritual teaching becomes dangerous. It becomes a tool for avoiding the very growth it promises. It creates communities where people learn to perform wellness while their actual wounds fester beneath the surface. I've seen spiritual teachers use this toxic positivity to maintain control. When someone in the community expresses genuine pain or doubt, they're told they're not vibrating high enough. They're told to choose better thoughts. They're sent back to their meditation cushion to work on their resistance. And what happens? The person learns to hide their truth. They learn to smile when they're breaking. They learn the spiritual vocabulary that keeps them safe from judgment. I'm just integrating my shadow. I'm releasing old patterns. I'm choosing to see this as growth. Meanwhile, the actual problems, the abuse, the manipulation, the financial exploitation continue unchallenged. This is why discernment is radical. Real discernment says, something can be spiritually true and practically harmful. A teacher can have genuine insights and still be abusing their power. A practice can create temporary peace and still be part of a larger pattern of avoidance. Discernment asks the uncomfortable questions. Not to be negative, not to tear things down, but because truth matters, because your well-being matters. Because spiritual growth that doesn't include honest assessment isn't growth, it's just another form of denial. I learned this the hardest way. I stayed in situations that hurt me because I thought leaving would mean I wasn't spiritual enough. I thought if I just meditated more, chanted more, loved harder, the dysfunction would transform. I made myself responsible for fixing what was fundamentally broken. And you know what changed everything? The moment I allowed myself to say, this is harmful, this isn't working, I deserve better. Not from a place of ego, not from righteousness, from simple, honest discernment. That's when real healing began. When I stopped trying to spiritually bypass my way through dysfunction and started trusting my actual experience. When I stopped asking, what's the lesson here? And started asking, is this good for me? Those are different questions. And they lead to radically different lives. Discernment doesn't mean you become cynical. It means you become real. It means your spirituality includes your humanity, not despite it. It means you can hold space for mystical truth and psychological reality at the same time. Because here's what nobody tells you about spiritual awakening. It doesn't erase your patterns. It illuminates them. And that illumination? That's not the end of the work, it's the beginning. I've watched people have profound mystical experiences, genuine glimpses of unity consciousness, only to return to the same destructive relationship patterns within weeks. The awakening was real, the insight was genuine, but awakening and integration are two completely different processes. Think of it this way. Awakening is like turning on the lights in a house you've lived in for years in the dark. Suddenly you can see everything, the furniture, the layout, the beauty of the space. But you also see the dust, the cobwebs, the repairs that need to be made. Integration is the patient work of cleaning, repairing, and actually living in that illuminated space. And this is where the path gets interesting, because you start to realize that spiritual practice isn't about becoming someone else. It's about becoming more genuinely yourself, which includes all the parts you've been trying to transcend. The angry part? It has energy, boundaries, and passion. The fearful part? It has wisdom about real danger and appropriate caution. The insecure part? It keeps you humble and connected to your vulnerability. These aren't obstacles to your enlightenment. They're aspects of your wholeness that need integration, not elimination. I'm not saying you indulge every impulse or act out every emotion. I'm saying you stop treating parts of yourself as enemies to be conquered and start relating to them as exiled aspects waiting to come home. This shift changes everything. Your meditation becomes less about escape and more about presence. Your spiritual practice becomes less about perfection and more about integration. Your relationship with yourself becomes less like a war and more like a reconciliation. And here's the paradox that will blow your mind. When you stop using spirituality as a shield against your humanity, when you stop treating meditation as an escape route from difficult feelings, when you stop weaponizing mindfulness against your own perfectly natural reactions to life, something extraordinary happens. You become more times spiritual, not less. Because real spirituality isn't about transcending the mess of being human. It's about bringing consciousness into the mess. It's about illuminating the darkness, not denying it exists. The spiritual teachers who had the most profound impact weren't the ones who never felt anger or never experienced desire. They were the ones who felt these things fully, understood them deeply, and integrated them wisely. Buddha didn't become enlightened by pretending he wasn't a human being with a body and mind that functioned according to natural laws. He became enlightened by understanding exactly how that body and mind worked, accepting its nature completely, and finding freedom within that understanding. Jesus didn't transform the world by being some ethereal being untouched by human emotion. He wept, he got angry, he felt abandoned. He experienced the full spectrum of human suffering, and it was precisely that full engagement with the human experience that made his teachings so powerful. The mystics who truly changed consciousness weren't the ones who denied their humanity. They were the ones who dove so deeply into it that they found divinity at its core. So, when I tell you to stop spiritually bypassing, I'm not asking you to become less spiritual. I'm inviting you to become more authentically spiritual, to practice a spirituality that doesn't require you to amputate parts of yourself to participate. Because the version of you that includes your anger, your grief, your desire, your confusion, your contradictions, that version is more times whole than the sanitized spiritual persona you've been trying to maintain. And wholeness, my friend, is what we're actually after. Not perfection, not transcendence. Wholeness, integration, the capacity to contain all of who you are without fragmenting into pieces or collapsing into self-rejection. This is what spiritual maturity actually looks like. Not the absence of struggle, but the presence of an inner spaciousness large enough to hold it all. I watch people chase perfection like it's a destination. They think if they just meditate enough, affirm enough, visualize enough, they'll arrive at some permanent state of bliss where nothing ever hurts again. But that's not evolution, that's spiritual bypass dressed up in fancy robes. Real transformation happens when you can sit with the parts of yourself you've been running from. When you can look at your jealousy, your pettiness, your rage, your grief, and instead of shoving them into the basement of your psyche, you can say, "You're here too. You're part of this human experience. I see you." Because here's what nobody tells you about the spiritual path: it doesn't eliminate your humanity. It deepens it. It makes you more yourself, not less. More feeling, not numb. More alive to the full spectrum of existence, not just the sanitized, Instagram-worthy moments. I've known monks who could sit in perfect lotus position for hours but couldn't handle a simple disagreement without shutting down. I've known healers who could channel profound wisdom for others, but treated their own bodies like machines that just needed to keep functioning. I've known teachers who spoke beautifully about love but left a trail of wounded people behind them because they never learned to love themselves first. This is the work nobody wants to do. The unglamorous, uncomfortable work of integration. It means picking up the pieces you've abandoned. The child who learned that being too much meant being alone. The teenager who discovered that vulnerability equals danger. The young adult who decided that wanting anything meant setting yourself up for disappointment. You gather them all, every exiled part, every disowned fragment, and you bring them home. Not because they're perfect, not because they're healed, but because they're yours. This is where the real power emerges, not from transcending your humanity, but from fully inhabiting it. When you stop treating half of your experience as something to overcome and start treating all of it as something to integrate. Let me tell you about the last time I truly felt jealous. Not mildly envious, deeply, viscerally jealous. A friend had achieved something I'd been working toward for years. They did it in months. And my first reaction wasn't celebration. It was a hot, tight feeling in my chest. A voice that said, "That should have been mine." Now, old spirituality would tell me to transcend that, to recognize the illusion of separation, to celebrate their success as my own, to rise above the ego's petty complaints. And I tried. I really did. I sat with it. I breathed through it. I reminded myself of abundance and interconnection. But the feeling didn't dissolve. It just got quieter, more hidden, more toxic. So I tried something different. Instead of transcending the jealousy, I got curious about it. I asked, what is this feeling actually protecting? What does it believe it needs to defend? And underneath the jealousy, I found something else entirely. I found the part of me that was terrified I wasn't good enough. The part that had attached my worthiness to external validation. The part that thought if someone else succeeded, there was somehow less success available for me. That wasn't something to transcend. That was something that needed to be held, understood, integrated. When I stopped trying to rise above the jealousy and started listening to what it was trying to tell me, something shifted. Not because the jealousy disappeared, but because I understood what it was really about. And in that understanding, I could make different choices. Not from suppression, but from clarity. This is what integration means. It means treating your so-called negative emotions not as obstacles to your awakening, but as messengers, as parts of yourself that developed for a reason, that are trying to protect something important, even if their methods are outdated. Shadow work isn't about eliminating your shadow. It's about bringing enough light into the darkness that you can see what's actually there. And most of the time, what's there isn't a monster. It's a younger version of you who's still afraid, still protecting, still trying to keep you safe using the only strategies it knows. And when you understand this, blame dissolves. Not through effort, but through recognition. You don't need to forgive your ego, you need to see it clearly. Because the ego isn't your enemy. It's a part of you that got stuck in a moment when you needed protection, and it never learned that the moment passed. It's still operating from that old blueprint, still running that ancient software. And the beautiful thing? Once you see this, you can thank it. Thank you for trying to keep me safe. Thank you for doing your best with what you knew. But I don't need this protection anymore. I'm ready to step into something bigger. This is where the real transformation happens. Not in fighting, not in fixing, but in this gentle acknowledgement of what is. Now, here's something most spiritual teachings won't tell you. Your ego doesn't need to die for you to awaken. This is the great myth that keeps people stuck for decades. They're trying to kill something that can't be killed. Trying to transcend something that's woven into the fabric of their human experience. The ego doesn't disappear when you wake up, it just stops running the show. Think of it like this. Before awakening, the ego is the director, the producer, and the star of your life's movie. After awakening, it becomes a crew member. Still present, still useful, but no longer in charge. You still have preferences, you still make choices, you still navigate the world as a distinct individual, but you're no longer identified exclusively with that individual. You're no longer imprisoned in that narrow sense of self. You're the ocean who also experiences being a wave. You're the sky who also plays at being a cloud. And this changes everything about how you move through life. Because when you're not defending the ego, you become unshakable. When you're not maintaining an image, you become authentic. When you're not protecting a position, you become free. The things that used to devastate you become interesting. The things that used to enrage you become curious. The things that used to define you become optional. You start to see that nothing was ever attacking you, life was always times for times you, just in forms you didn't recognize. The diagnosis that terrified you opened a door to presence. The betrayal that broke you taught you discernment. The failure that shamed you redirected you toward something truer. This doesn't make the pain retroactively pleasant. It doesn't turn suffering into a performance. But it does reveal a strange kind of intelligence moving through everything, an intelligence that isn't cruel, just wildly different from what your thinking mind expected. And here's what becomes clear. You were never actually resisting time's life asterisk. You were resisting the times feeling times of life moving through you. The grief, the uncertainty, the loss of control, these weren't the problem. The problem was your belief that you shouldn't have to feel them. That somehow, if you were doing it right, if you were spiritual enough, evolved enough, worthy enough, you'd be exempt. But there is no exemption. There's only participation. The people you admire most, the ones with that quality you can't quite name, that groundedness, that light, they're not the ones who avoided the hard stuff. They're the ones who let it times reshape times them. Who didn't just survive the fire but allowed it to burn away everything that was never truly theirs to begin with. They didn't become unbreakable. They became times, unfrightened times of breaking. There's a teaching I love. Before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. The tasks are the same. The person doing them is utterly transformed. You still have bills to pay. You still have relationships that challenge you. You still experience disappointment, frustration, physical pain. But the one times experiencing times, all of this is no longer at war with the fact of it. You're no longer narrating your life as a tragedy or even as a triumph. You're just here, awake, available. And in that availability, something extraordinary happens. You become useful to life in ways you never imagined. Not because you're trying to be, not because you're performing service or seeking meaning, but because when you're no longer constantly defending yourself against reality, energy that was tied up in resistance becomes available for creativity, for connection, for love that doesn't need a reason. You start to notice how much of what you called your personality was just scar tissue. Defense mechanisms you built so long ago you forgot they weren't you. And as they soften, as they fall away, you don't become less yourself, you become times more asterisk. Not the self you constructed, but the self that was here all along, underneath the fear. Because that's the paradox nobody tells you. You spend years building yourself up, collecting achievements, crafting your image, defending your territory. And then the spiritual path comes along and asks you to do the opposite. To let go, to surrender, to stop trying so hard. And it feels like death at first. Like you're losing yourself. Like everything you worked for is crumbling. But here's what I've discovered in those moments of complete letting go. You don't disappear. You don't become nothing. You become times everything asterisk. The small, defended self that was so exhausting to maintain it dissolves. And what's left is vast. Open. Connected to something so much larger than the story you were telling about yourself. I remember sitting in meditation once, after a particularly brutal year. Everything I'd identified with had fallen apart. Career uncertainty, relationship ending, even my understanding of my spiritual journey felt shaky. And I was just sitting there. No agenda, no trying to fix anything, just breathing. And in that space of complete non-doing, I felt it. This presence, not outside of me times as times me. This awareness that had been watching the whole drama of my life with such tenderness. It wasn't judging my failures or celebrating my successes. It was just there, steady, unchanging. Like the screen on which all the movies of my life had played. And I realized, asterisk, this times is what I am. Not the character in the story, but the awareness witnessing it all. And that awareness, it can't be threatened, can't fail, can't be rejected. Because it's not separate from anything. This is what every mystical tradition points to, under different names. The self behind the self, the witness, pure consciousness, God within. Whatever you call it, it's the same recognition. You are not the wave, anxiously trying to prove its existence. You are the ocean, temporarily expressing itself as a wave. And when you truly get this, not intellectually, but as a lived experience, the whole game changes. The healing you were chasing, it happens naturally, because you're no longer identified with the wound. The peace you were seeking, it's already here, because it's your nature, not something you need to acquire. And here's what changes when you live from that peace rather than chasing it. Your entire relationship with life transforms. You stop needing every moment to be different than it is. You can be in traffic without the internal commentary about how it shouldn't be this way. You can receive criticism without the immediate defense mechanism. You can watch someone you love make choices you wouldn't make, without the compulsion to control their path. This doesn't mean you become passive. That's the misconception. People think peace means you stop caring, stop striving, stop creating. The opposite is true. When you're not operating from the wound, from the constant need to prove, to protect, to perfect, your actions become far more powerful because they're no longer contaminated by fear. You still build, still create, still engage fully with life. But you're no longer doing it to finally become okay. You're doing it because you already are. I've watched this in my own life. The things I've created that actually mattered, the relationships that deepened, the moments of genuine connection, none of them came from the striving energy. They all came from the space of already being enough, and then simply expressing what was naturally there. When you're creating from wholeness rather than from lack, everything you touch carries a different frequency. Not because you're trying to project something, but because you're no longer trying at all. And here's something subtle but profound. When you stop abandoning yourself in pursuit of external validation, others stop abandoning you too. Not always, not everyone, but the quality of connection available to you completely changes. Because when you're not desperate for someone to complete you, to finally make you okay, when you're not putting that impossible burden on another person, real intimacy becomes possible. You can actually see them, rather than just seeing what you need them to be. You can disagree without it being a threat to your existence. You can have space without it meaning abandonment. You can be close without losing yourself. This is what becomes available when you stop living from the wound. The practical reality of this looks different for everyone. For some, it means finally leaving a situation they've been tolerating for years. For others, it means finally staying in one they kept running from. The action itself isn't the point. The consciousness from which the action arises is what matters. I've watched people wrestle with this transformation in countless ways. There's the executive who realizes that the fear driving his relentless ambition is the same fear his father carried and that he doesn't have to inherit it. There's the mother who understands that her anxiety about her children's safety is really her own unprocessed grief from childhood loss. These aren't intellectual realizations. They're visceral shifts that change how you move through the world. The beautiful paradox is that once you stop trying to fix the fear, it often naturally dissolves. Not because you've conquered it, but because you've stopped feeding it with your resistance. You've stopped making it mean something about you. A panic attack is just sensations moving through your nervous system. Anxiety is just energy looking for somewhere to go. When you remove the story, the narrative about what it means, what it says about your worth, what terrible thing might happen, what remains, is surprisingly manageable. This is why spiritual traditions have always emphasized direct experience over conceptual understanding. You can read 100 books about fear, attend a dozen workshops, memorize every cognitive technique in existence, but until you sit with the raw sensation of fear in your body without trying to escape it, without narrating it, without making it mean anything, you haven't actually met it. You've only met your ideas about it. I'm not suggesting this is easy. Some days you'll feel like you've transcended every fear that ever troubled you. Other days, the same old anxiety will knock on your door and you'll be shocked that you're still capable of feeling this way. This is normal. Consciousness doesn't move in a straight line upward. It spirals. You revisit the same territories, but each time from a slightly different altitude, with slightly more awareness, slightly less identification. What changes isn't whether fear arises. What changes is the speed at which you recognize it, the gentleness with which you meet it, and the ease with which you let it pass through. Eventually, fear becomes like weather, something that moves through your inner landscape without defining the landscape itself. I remember a disciple who came to me after years of meditation practice, frustrated. "Master," he said, "I thought by now I would have transcended fear entirely. But yesterday, when I faced a difficult situation, there it was again, that tightening in my chest, that familiar anxiety. Have I made no progress at all?" I smiled at him with great tenderness. "Tell me," I asked, "how long did the fear last?" He paused, thinking. "Perhaps 5 minutes? Maybe less." "And 5 years ago," I continued, "when fear arose, how long would it consume you?" His eyes widened with sudden recognition. "Days, sometimes weeks." "Then you see," I said gently, "you have not failed. You have simply become so skilled at freedom that you no longer notice how quickly you return to it." This is the paradox of spiritual progress. The more we advance, the more clearly we see our remaining obstacles, not because we are getting worse, but because our vision is becoming clearer. It's like cleaning a window. The cleaner it becomes, the more easily you spot the remaining smudges. But this doesn't mean the window isn't dramatically clearer than when you started. Your relationship with fear will evolve through distinct phases. First comes awareness, simply noticing that fear has arrived, sometimes only after it's already passed. Then comes recognition, catching fear in the moment it arises. Next comes observation, watching fear without immediately reacting to it. After this comes understanding, seeing the deeper patterns and triggers beneath your fears. And finally comes compassion, meeting your fear with the same tenderness you would offer a frightened child. Each phase brings its own form of freedom, and none of them mean fear stops visiting. They simply mean fear stops ruling. The spiritual life is not about building a fortress so strong that nothing can penetrate it. It's about becoming so spacious inside that whatever enters, fear, joy, sorrow, peace, has room to move through without collision, without resistance, without the need to fight or flee. This spaciousness, this is what the ancient texts mean when they speak of emptiness. Not the emptiness of loss, but the emptiness of a bowl that can be filled. The emptiness of a room that can welcome guests. The emptiness of silence that allows music to exist. I remember sitting with a student once who was terrified of meditation. "What if I disappear?" she asked. "What if there's nothing there when I look inside?" I smiled. "What if the nothing you fear is actually everything you've been searching for?" She didn't understand at first. None of us do. We think we need more strength, more courage, more spiritual armor. But the path doesn't work that way. The path works through subtraction, not addition. Through letting go, not holding on. Through becoming less defended, not more fortified. This is why fearlessness feels so different from what we imagined. We thought it would feel like invincibility. Instead, it feels like vulnerability without the pain of being vulnerable. It feels like openness without the terror of being exposed. It feels like standing in the middle of a storm and realizing you were never separate from the wind. The ego cannot comprehend this. The ego is convinced that safety comes from control, from knowing, from managing every variable. The ego sees fearlessness as its ultimate achievement, the moment when it finally becomes strong enough to protect you from everything. But true fearlessness is the ego's dissolution. It's the recognition that there was never anyone to protect in the first place. There was only life, living itself through the particular form you call yourself. And life doesn't need protection. Life needs permission. Permission to flow, to change, to express itself in 10,000 forms. When you give that permission, when you stop trying to control the river and simply become it, fear loses its meaning. Not because you've defeated it, but because you've seen through the illusion that created it. The illusion that you are a separate thing that can be threatened by other separate things. You are not a separate thing. You never were. You are the space in which all things appear and disappear. You are the awareness that watches fear arise and watches it fade. You are the silence between thoughts, the stillness between breaths, the peace that exists before anything disturbs it. This is not philosophy. This is direct experience, available to anyone willing to stop running long enough to look. The running itself is what creates the danger. The fleeing itself is what gives the shadow its power. So stop. Just stop. Not forever, just for this moment. Let fear be here if it wants to be here. I want to tell you something that might sound strange at first, but stay with me. Most people spend their whole lives praying for God to notice them, to choose them, to give them some sign that they matter in this vast universe. But here is what I have learned through decades of deep meditation and communion with the divine. When God actually chooses you, when the divine truly sets its gaze upon your soul, your life doesn't suddenly become easier. In fact, the opposite happens first. Everything you thought was stable begins to shake. Everything you believed about yourself starts to crack open. And this, my friend, this breaking, this sacred disruption, is not punishment, it is preparation. Let me be absolutely clear about something before we go any further. What I am about to share with you is not theory. This is not something I read in a book or heard from another teacher. This comes from the raw, lived experience of my own spiritual journey and from witnessing thousands of souls who have walked this path. And I share it with you now because I see you. I see that something inside you is already stirring. Something has already shifted. You didn't find this message by accident. The very fact that you are here, listening to these words right now, tells me that you are being called. And if I am right, if you are indeed among those being chosen for something greater, then you need to understand what comes next. Because without this understanding, you might mistake your blessing for a curse. You might turn back just when you are on the threshold of the most profound transformation of your life. So let us begin with honesty and courage. Let us look directly at what really happens when the divine reaches down into your ordinary life and says, I choose you for something extraordinary. The first difficult thing that happens is this. You will experience a profound and often painful sense of separation from the people you love most. And I do not mean that you will physically leave them, though sometimes that happens too. What I mean is something more subtle and far more challenging. You will start to see things they cannot see. You will feel things they do not feel. The conversations that once satisfied you will suddenly feel hollow. The activities that once brought you joy will feel empty. The values that everyone around you takes for granted will begin to look like illusions to you. I remember when this first happened to me as a young man in India. I was surrounded by a loving family, blessed with every material comfort, on a path towards success that everyone admired. But inside me, something had awakened. I would sit at dinner tables surrounded by people I loved, and I would feel utterly alone. Not because they did not care for me, but because I was beginning to perceive a dimension of reality that they had not yet glimpsed. I was beginning to hunger for something that could not be satisfied by anything this world offers. And this hunger, this divine discontent, it creates distance. People notice. They feel it even when you do not speak of it. Your mother looks at you with concern in her eyes. Your friends make jokes about how serious you have become. Your colleagues wonder why you are no longer excited about the promotion everyone is chasing. And inside you, there is this terrible tension between love and truth. You still love these people deeply, but you cannot pretend anymore. You cannot go back to sleep once you have begun to wake up. This is the loneliness of the chosen, and it is one of the first tests God gives you, because to walk the spiritual path authentically, you must be willing to stand alone. You must be willing to be misunderstood. You must develop such a deep trust in your inner experience, in that quiet voice of the divine speaking within you, that you can withstand the pressure of the entire world telling you that you are wrong, that you are wasting your life, that you should come back to reality and be like everyone else. Let me tell you why this happens. When God chooses you, when the divine begins to work through you and in you, you are being prepared for a mission that requires tremendous inner strength. You cannot fulfill your sacred purpose if you are still desperately seeking approval from others. You cannot carry the light if you are afraid of standing in it alone. So the divine allows you to experience this separation, not to hurt you, but to liberate you, to free you from the invisible chains of other people's expectations, other people's limitations, other people's fears. And here is what nobody tells you. This loneliness, as painful as it is, contains within it a gift of immeasurable value, because in that aloneness, in that space where human connection cannot reach, you finally have room to discover who you really are. Not who your parents wanted you to be, Not who society says you should be. Not even who you thought you were, but who you truly are at the deepest level of your being. In the loneliness, you meet yourself. And more importantly, you meet God. I spent years in that loneliness before I found my teacher, Sri Yukteswar. And even after I found him, even surrounded by fellow seekers, there were depths of my spiritual experience that remained utterly solitary. There were nights of meditation where I touched states of consciousness so profound, so far beyond ordinary human experience, that I could not share them with anyone. There were realizations that cracked open my understanding of reality itself, and I would emerge from meditation knowing that I had been somewhere, had seen something, that I could never fully explain to another person. But in that aloneness, I was never alone. This is the paradox. The same process that separates you from human connection is simultaneously connecting you to something infinitely greater. You are being unplugged from the limited network of human consciousness so that you can be plugged into the vast, unlimited consciousness of the divine. You are being weaned off the small satisfactions of social approval so that you can taste the infinite bliss of God's presence. The second difficult thing that happens when God chooses you is the systematic dismantling of your ego identity. And this, my friend, this might be the most terrifying experience of the spiritual path. Because your ego is not some abstract concept. Your ego is the story you have been telling yourself about who you are for your entire life. It is every label you have claimed, every achievement you have built your self-worth upon, every role that makes you feel safe and significant in this world. When God chooses you, all of that begins to fall apart. And it does not fall apart gently. The divine is not interested in preserving your comfortable self-image. God wants the real you, the eternal you, the you that existed before you were born, and will exist long after this body returns to dust. But to reveal that true self, everything false must be burned away. I have watched this happen in my own life, and in the lives of countless spiritual seekers. The successful businessman suddenly loses his business. The beautiful woman loses her beauty to illness or age. The intellectual who built everything on his sharp mind experiences periods where he cannot think clearly. The person who prided themselves on being strong and independent is brought to their knees by circumstances that force them to ask for help. The one who always had everything under control finds their life spiraling into chaos. And in each case, what is really happening is that God is removing the props, dismantling the false foundations, stripping away everything you have been using to avoid the fundamental question, who are you when all of that is gone? Who are you when nobody is watching? Who are you when you have nothing to prove? Who are you beneath all the masks? This process is excruciating because the ego does not go quietly. The ego will fight for its survival with everything it has. It will generate fear, anger, depression, confusion. It will tell you that you are losing your mind. It will convince you that you are on the wrong path. It will produce crisis after crisis to pull you back into its drama, because the ego knows that if you continue on this journey, if you allow this dismantling to complete itself, the ego will die, not you. The ego, the false self, the constructed identity. But here is what you must understand. This death is not your death. This is the death of everything that was never really you in the first place. You are not your job title. You are not your bank account. You are not your reputation. You are not your achievements. You are not your failures. You are not your body. You are not even your thoughts. All of these things are temporary costumes that the eternal consciousness, your true self, has put on for a little while. And when God chooses you, God is saying, it is time to remember what you really are. Time to stop identifying with the costume and recognize yourself as the actor wearing it. I will tell you about one of the darkest periods of my own journey. There was a time, not long after I came to America to fulfill my mission of bringing these teachings to the West, when everything seemed to be falling apart. The organization I was building faced severe challenges. People I trusted betrayed that trust. My health suffered under the enormous strain. My reputation was attacked. And in the midst of all this outer chaos, I was going through an inner transformation so intense that there were days I barely recognized myself. I remember one particular night, sitting alone in my room, and I looked at my hands and thought, whose hands are these? I looked in the mirror, and the face looking back seemed like a stranger. All the certainties I had held about who I was, what I was meant to do, how things were supposed to unfold, all of it had dissolved, I was in a void, an emptiness, nothing to hold on to, no solid ground beneath my feet. And in that moment of complete ego death, in that void where nothing remained of the person I thought I was, something extraordinary happened. I felt a presence, not outside of me, but as me. I realized that what I had always called I, that sense of individual existence, was not confined to this body or this mind, or this personality called Yogananda. It was infinite, eternal, boundless. I was not Mukunda having a spiritual experience. I was the infinite consciousness temporarily expressing itself through the form called Mukunda. This realization did not come through thinking. It came through the complete collapse of the thinking mind's attempt to define and contain reality. The ego had to die so that the true self could be revealed. And once you have tasted that, once you have experienced even a glimpse of your true nature, you are never the same again. You can never again fully believe in the limitations you once accepted as reality. But I want to be honest with you about something important. That moment of breakthrough, as profound as it was, did not mean the ego died permanently. The ego is resilient. It has been developing since you were born, and it does not give up after one defeat. What happens instead is that you begin a long process of repeatedly recognizing the ego's tricks, seeing through its illusions, choosing again and again to identify with your true self rather than the false self. This is why I say the dismantling is systematic. It happens in layers. Just when you think you have released one layer of ego identification, another layer reveals itself. You think you have moved beyond the need for approval, and then you catch yourself changing your behavior because you want someone to think well of you. You think you have surrendered your will to the divine, and then you find yourself trying to manipulate outcomes through spiritual practices. You think you have transcended the ego's fear of death, and then a health scare reveals depths of attachment to this body that you did not know were still there. Each time this happens, it is not a failure, it is actually progress. Because you are seeing more clearly, you are becoming more aware of the subtle ways the ego maintains control. And with each cycle of seeing and releasing, you become a little more free, a little more transparent, a little more available for the divine to work through you without the distortion of ego getting in the way. The third difficult thing that happens when God chooses you is that you will face your shadow. And by shadow, I mean all the parts of yourself that you have spent your entire life denying, suppressing, and hiding from yourself and others. I mean the anger you pretend you do not feel, the jealousy you are ashamed to admit, the selfishness underneath your acts of service, the cruelty hiding behind your nice words, the fear beneath your false confidence, the shame you have never spoken aloud, the desires you judge as unspiritual. Most people go through life building an acceptable self-image and keeping their shadow locked in the basement of their unconscious mind. They present a carefully edited version of themselves to the world and even to themselves. They are not being deliberately dishonest. They genuinely do not see their shadow because looking at it is too threatening, too painful, too dangerous to their sense of being a good person. But when God chooses you for spiritual awakening, the basement door gets kicked open. Everything you have been hiding from comes flooding out. And this is not because God wants to shame you or punish you. It is because you cannot be whole while half of yourself is locked in darkness. You cannot be free while you are using tremendous energy to maintain walls inside yourself. You cannot serve as a clear channel for divine love if that love has to flow around all your blocked, denied, unacknowledged parts. So, the divine, in its infinite compassion, arranges circumstances that force you to face your shadow, relationships that trigger your deepest wounds, situations that bring out your worst tendencies, mirrors in the form of people who reflect back to you the very qualities you most dislike. And all of this feels terrible while it is happening. You might think you are regressing, that you are falling apart, that perhaps this spiritual path was a mistake after all. But here is what is really happening. You are being purified. The dross is rising to the surface so it can finally be released. The spiritual path does not add more burdens to your life, it reveals the burdens you have been carrying all along, often without even knowing it. And once something is brought into the light of your awareness, it can be transformed. This is the gift of the dark night, though it rarely feels like a gift in the moment. It strips away everything that is false, every relationship that was built on neediness rather than love, every achievement that was pursued for validation rather than joy. Every belief you inherited without questioning. Every mask you wore to be accepted. The dark night is ruthless in its compassion. It will not let you hide anymore. And through this process, you discover something remarkable. You discover that you are not your suffering. You are the awareness that witnesses the suffering. You are not your thoughts. You are the space in which thoughts arise and dissolve. You are not even your emotions, as overwhelming as they may feel. You are the vast, unchanging presence that remains when everything else falls away. This is the treasure hidden in the dark night. This is why mystics throughout history have spoken of it with such reverence, because on the other side of this dissolution is a rebuilding. But this time, you are not building your life on the shaky foundation of ego and fear. You are building it on the solid ground of your true nature. The dark night teaches you discernment. You learn the difference between the voice of intuition and the voice of fear, between genuine spiritual insight and spiritual bypassing, between authentic transformation and merely rearranging the furniture of your personality. You become humble because you realize how much you do not know. And paradoxically, this humility becomes the doorway to real wisdom. You also develop tremendous compassion, because once you have walked through your own darkness, once you have faced your own demons and survived, you can sit with others in their darkness without flinching. You do not need to fix them or save them or rush them through their process. You can simply be present, a steady flame in their night, reminding them that dawn will come. This is the alchemy of pain. It transforms you from someone who needs answers into someone who can hold questions, from someone who seeks comfort into someone who can offer presence, from someone who fears the dark into someone who knows that darkness, too, is holy ground. I remember a woman I met years ago, a hospice nurse who had lost her own child to cancer. She told me something I have never forgotten. The worst thing that ever happened to me made me capable of doing the most meaningful work of my life. I can sit with dying children and their parents because I have been where they are. I do not bring them false hope or empty platitudes. I bring them my presence, and somehow, that is enough. That is the strange mathematics of suffering. It subtracts from you everything you thought you needed, and in that subtraction, reveals what you truly have to give. But here is what nobody tells you about this transformation. It does not make you harder. It makes you softer. Not weak, never weak, but tender in a way that only the truly strong can afford to be. Your heart breaks, yes, but it breaks open, not apart. And through that opening, compassion flows like water finding its way to the sea. You stop judging people for their struggles because you remember your own. You stop offering advice when what is needed is simply a listening ear. You learn the sacred art of witnessing, of seeing someone fully, in their pain and their beauty, without trying to change them or fix them or make them more comfortable for you to be around. This is perhaps the greatest gift. Your darkness gives you the ability to let others be human, to let them fall apart without rushing to glue them back together, to trust that they, like you, have within them everything they need to find their way through. And something else happens too, something quieter but equally profound. You begin to recognize the walking wounded all around you, the people who smile at parties while hurricanes rage inside them, the colleagues who say they are fine when everything is falling apart, the strangers whose eyes carry stories they have never told. You see them because you are them. You know the specific weight of hidden grief, the particular exhaustion of pretending everything is okay. And so you become a safe harbor for others, not because you advertise it, but because something in your presence says, I have been to the underworld and returned. You can tell me the truth. This is perhaps why you're drawn to certain films, books, songs that others find too dark, too intense. They call it depressing. You call it honest. You recognize the truth in tragedy, the dignity in despair acknowledged rather than denied. You're not romanticizing pain, you're simply refusing to look away from it. And in that refusal, you find a strange kind of beauty that others miss entirely. But here's what's truly remarkable. Despite everything you've endured, you haven't become cynical. Jaded, perhaps. Guarded, certainly. But not cynical. You still believe in kindness, even when the world has shown you cruelty. You still extend trust, even after betrayal has taught you caution. You still hope, even when hope has disappointed you 1,000 times before. This isn't naivety, it's courage of the highest order. People mistake your quietness for weakness. They don't realize that someone who has survived what you've survived and still chooses gentleness is not weak, they're warrior level strong. It takes almost no strength to become hard and bitter. It takes tremendous strength to stay soft in a world that keeps cutting you. Your gentleness is not the absence of boundaries, it's the presence of deliberate choice. You could easily become cold. You've had every reason to. But you choose warmth instead, again and again, even when it costs you. And it does cost you. You feel too much in a culture that profits from numbness. You care too deeply in a society that rewards indifference. You think too long about things most people dismiss without a second thought. A passing comment someone made 3 weeks ago still echoes in your mind. A scene from a movie moves you to tears while everyone else is already reaching for their phones. A news story about someone you'll never meet haunts you for days. This isn't weakness. This is being fully, almost painfully, alive. But here's what society tells us to do with this sensitivity. Hide it. Toughen up. Develop a thicker skin. And I tried. God knows I tried. I watched comedies when I felt overwhelmed. I avoided the news. I kept conversations surface level. I pretended that small talk about weather and traffic was enough to sustain a human soul. It was like trying to dim a lighthouse because the neighbors complained about the brightness. You can't turn down what you are. You can only pretend, and pretending costs more than you realize. Every time you suppress your natural response to beauty or pain, you're not protecting yourself. You're betraying yourself. You're telling the most authentic part of who you are that it's not welcome here. And slowly, inevitably, you start to numb. Not just to the overwhelming things, but to everything. Because you can't selectively numb emotion. When you close yourself off to pain, you simultaneously close yourself off to joy. When you refuse to feel sadness, you also diminish your capacity for delight. The heart doesn't have separate chambers for acceptable and unacceptable feelings. It's all connected. I learned this the hard way. There was a period in my life when I successfully became less sensitive. I stopped crying at movies. I stopped getting emotional about injustice. I stopped feeling that electric aliveness when I encountered beauty. And I thought, finally, I'm normal. I'm handling life like everyone else. But what I actually was depressed. I had numbed myself into a kind of living death. The colors were still there, but I couldn't see them anymore. The music played, but it sounded flat. I had protected myself right out of my own life. Here's what I want you to understand. Your sensitivity isn't something to overcome. It's something to learn, to carry with wisdom. There's a difference between being raw and being open, between being overwhelmed and being responsive. The goal isn't to feel less. The goal is to feel fully while remaining grounded. Think of it this way. A tree doesn't become stronger by removing its capacity to bend in the wind. It becomes stronger by deepening its roots while maintaining its flexibility. Your sensitivity is the flexibility. The question is, where are your roots? Your roots cannot be in the opinions of others that soil shifts with every wind. Your roots cannot be in your accomplishments, those fade with time. Your roots cannot even be in your relationships. People change, people leave, circumstances transform. Your roots must go deeper, into something that doesn't change when your circumstances change, into something that remains when everything external is stripped away. This is what the ancient teachings call your essential nature. Not your personality that's just the leaves and branches. Not your story that's just the weather that passes through. Your essential nature is the consciousness that witnesses all of it. The awareness that was present when you were 5 years old. That's present now. That will be present when you're 80. That awareness doesn't get hurt. It observes hurt. It doesn't feel rejected. It observes the experience of rejection. It's like the screen on which the movie of your life plays. The screen isn't damaged by the dramatic scenes that appear on it. When you root yourself in this awareness, something remarkable happens. You can feel everything without being destroyed by anything. You can be completely open without being defenseless. You can remain sensitive without being fragile. I've watched people make this shift. There's a moment when you can see it in their eyes. They're still feeling what they're feeling, but they're no longer drowning in it. They found solid ground beneath the waves. One person described it to me like this. I used to feel like my emotions were quicksand. The more I struggled, the deeper I sank. Now they're more like weather. Sometimes it storms, and I get wet. but I know the storm will pass. I'm not afraid of getting wet anymore. This isn't about becoming cold or detached. It's about becoming unshakable in your core while remaining tender in your heart. The two aren't opposites, they're partners. Think of it this way. A candle flame is both delicate and powerful. A slight breeze makes it flicker, that's its sensitivity. But its essence, the light itself, cannot be diminished by the flickering. The dance of the flame doesn't threaten the light. It expresses it. Your sensitivity is your flame's dance. Your awareness is the light itself. When you know yourself as the light, you can dance as freely as you want. And here's something powerful. When you stop judging your own sensitivity, others stop weaponizing it against you. People can only make you feel too sensitive if part of you believes it. They can only shame your emotional depth if you've already internalized that shame. The moment you stand firm in your truth that your sensitivity is a feature, not a bug, their attempts to diminish you lose all power. I watched this happen with a friend who used to apologize constantly for crying. Sorry, I'm being ridiculous. Sorry, I don't know why I'm so emotional. Every tear came with a disclaimer, an apology for taking up space with her feelings. Then one day, something shifted. Someone made their usual comment. Wow, you cry at everything. And instead of shrinking, she simply said, yes, I do. I feel things deeply. That's who I am. The room went quiet. Not uncomfortable, just clear. She'd drawn a line. Not aggressively, not defensively, but with calm certainty. And you know what happened? That person never commented on her tears again, because there was nothing to push against. No shame to exploit, just truth, standing on solid ground. This is what owning your sensitivity looks like. Not explaining it, not defending it, not apologizing for it, just being it. And when you do this, when you stop performing toughness for people who can't handle your depth, something miraculous happens. The ones who've been hiding their own sensitivity, performing their own toughness, finally feel safe enough to let their guard down around you. You become permission. Walking, breathing permission for others to feel fully, to be honest, to stop pretending they're less affected than they are. I've seen sensitive people create entire ecosystems of authenticity around them, simply by refusing to dim their light. They become the person others confess to, open up to, trust with their hidden tenderness. Because everyone is carrying sensitivity, some people have just buried it deeper. Your willingness to be visibly, unashamedly sensitive gives others permission to excavate their own buried hearts. That's not weakness creating weakness. That's courage creating courage. That's light revealing light. So no, you don't need thicker skin. You need stronger boundaries. You need better discernment. You need to stop abandoning yourself by pretending to be someone else. You say you're being kind, but that's not kindness. Kindness doesn't require you to disappear. Kindness doesn't cost you your sanity. Real kindness comes from a full cup, not an empty one. When you pretend to be someone else to keep the peace, you're not actually keeping the peace. You're just delaying the war. You're just making sure that when it finally comes, it'll be messier, uglier, and harder to clean up. Because here's what happens when you abandon yourself long enough. You forget who you even are. You become so good at shape-shifting that you lose your original shape. You become so practiced at reading rooms that you forget how to read yourself. And then one day, someone asks you a simple question. What do you want? And you freeze, because you honestly don't know anymore. You've spent so long wanting what everyone else wanted, needing what everyone else needed, that your own desires became background noise you learned to ignore. That's not spiritual. That's not evolved. That's trauma response dressed up as enlightenment. Now let me be clear about something, because I know some of you are already thinking it. But what about compassion? What about understanding? What about meeting people where they are? Yes, all of that. Absolutely. But compassion doesn't mean compliance. Understanding doesn't mean agreement. And meeting people where they are doesn't mean you have to stay there with them. You can be compassionate without being a doormat. You can be understanding without losing yourself. You can meet someone exactly where they are and still maintain your boundaries. In fact, the most compassionate thing you can do sometimes is refuse to participate in someone's dysfunction. The most loving response is sometimes no. The deepest understanding comes from recognizing that enabling someone's patterns isn't helping them. It's hurting both of you. Think about it like this. If someone you loved was slowly poisoning themselves, would the compassionate response be to hand them the poison? Would the kind thing be to pretend you don't see what's happening? Or would real love demand that you say something, even if it's uncomfortable, even if they don't want to hear it? That's what's happening with the acceptance movement. We're watching people we care about, or maybe it's ourselves, carry weight that's literally shortening their lifespan, and we're being told that mentioning it is the cruelty. We're being told to celebrate the very thing that's causing harm. And look, I get the fear of judgment. I really do. Nobody wants to feel like they're being looked at with disgust or contempt. But here's what we've lost in our rush to avoid that discomfort. We've conflated judgment of choices with judgment of worth. We've decided that if we can't critique a behavior, we can't critique anything at all. But that's insane. That's like saying, if I tell my friend that drinking a bottle of vodka every night is destroying their liver, I'm attacking their fundamental value as a human being. No, I'm attacking the behavior that's destroying them. There's a massive difference. The body doesn't care about your feelings about body positivity. It doesn't care about Instagram hashtags or acceptance movements. Your pancreas doesn't check your self-esteem levels before deciding whether to develop insulin resistance. Your heart doesn't ask for permission before struggling under the strain of excess weight. This is biology. This is physics. This is reality operating according to laws that existed long before social media told us we could opt out of consequences by changing our language. And the really tragic part? The people who need help the most are the ones being told that seeking help is betraying the movement. They're being told that wanting to lose weight is internalized fat phobia. That trying to get healthy is succumbing to societal pressure. I've seen this play out in real time. People who desperately want to change, who know deep down they're not okay, but they're terrified to admit it because they've been swimming in this culture of aggressive acceptance. They're afraid that if they say, "Actually, I'm not happy like this. I want to be healthier," they'll be ostracized, called traitors, accused of hating people who look like them. What kind of movement does that? What kind of ideology traps people in suffering and calls it liberation? Real compassion, the kind that actually helps people, sometimes looks like discomfort. It looks like difficult conversations. It looks like caring enough about someone to risk the relationship by telling them the truth they need to hear, not the comfortable lie they want to hear. I learned this watching my grandmother with my cousin who struggled with addiction. Everyone else in the family enabled him, gave him money, made excuses, let him stay in their homes while he stole from them. They called it love. They called it family loyalty. My grandmother? She cut him off completely, refused to see him until he got help. The family called her heartless, cold, unforgiving. But she was the only one who actually loved him enough to let him hit bottom. She was the only one willing to be hated in order to give him a chance at recovery. And when he finally did get clean, years later, she was the first person he thanked. Because she was the only one who had refused to participate in his destruction. That's what real compassion looks like sometimes. It doesn't feel warm and fuzzy. It doesn't make you popular. It doesn't earn you the title of good person in the moment. The performative helper gets praised immediately, gets the dopamine hit of being seen as caring, gets to feel good about themselves right now. The person practicing real compassion, they often get vilified, misunderstood, criticized. They have to be okay with being the villain in someone else's story if it means actually helping that person in the long run. This is why genuine compassion requires such profound strength. It requires you to care more about someone's actual well-being than about whether they like you, more about their growth than your reputation, more about their future than your present comfort. And here's what makes this even more complex. Sometimes the most compassionate thing you can do is nothing, not because you don't care, but because you understand that some lessons can only be learned through natural consequences. The parent who rushes to fix every problem their child faces isn't being compassionate, they're preventing their child from developing resilience, problem-solving skills, self-reliance. The friend who always swoops in to save someone from the consequences of their poor decisions isn't helping, they're ensuring those decisions will continue. True compassion says, "I see you struggling, and I believe in your capacity to handle this. I'm here if you need support, but I won't rob you of the growth that comes from wrestling with this challenge yourself." The spiritual teacher who withholds the final teaching isn't being cruel, they're honoring the student's journey, understanding that wisdom downloaded too early becomes mere information, not transformation. The coach who lets you struggle through one more rep, one more mile, one more attempt isn't sadistic, they see the strength you're building that you can't yet perceive. This doesn't mean we abandon people to suffering. It means we respect their agency, their capacity, their journey. It means we don't confuse rescuing with supporting, enabling with empowering. Consider how nature itself operates on this principle. The butterfly struggling to emerge from its chrysalis isn't suffering pointlessly. That struggle is what forces fluid into its wings, enabling it to fly. Cut the chrysalis open to help the butterfly, and you've condemned it to a life of crawling. The seed that doesn't push through soil never develops the strong stem needed to support future growth. We live in a culture that has forgotten this wisdom. We've confused comfort with well-being, protection with love, agreement with acceptance. We think the compassionate response is to ensure no one ever feels uncomfortable, challenged, or confronted with consequences. But watch what this produces. Adults who crumble at the first sign of difficulty. People who outsource their emotional regulation to everyone around them. Relationships built on the unspoken agreement that we'll all pretend together rather than face reality honestly. The most compassionate thing you can sometimes do is nothing. Let the person experience the natural outcome of their choices. Let them feel the discomfort that signals something needs to change. Let them discover their own strength by actually using it. This is perhaps the hardest form of compassion because it requires you to sit with your own discomfort while someone you care about goes through theirs. The rescuer gets immediate relief. They've acted, they've fixed, they've helped. The person practicing true compassion has to tolerate the anxiety of watching someone struggle, trusting the process, resisting the impulse to intervene prematurely. This is where we confront something uncomfortable, the realization that sometimes our compassion is more about managing our own anxiety than truly serving the other person. When your friend is sobbing about their breakup for the third month in a row, and you jump in with advice or try to cheer them up, ask yourself honestly, who is that really for? Are you helping them process their grief? Or are you trying to stop your own discomfort at witnessing their pain? True compassion requires what the Buddhists call bearing witness. You sit with someone in their darkness without trying to turn on all the lights. You hold space for their experience without needing to change it, fix it, or make it more palatable. This is incredibly difficult because we're wired to avoid discomfort, both our own and others. I've watched this play out in therapy sessions countless times. A client will be working through something painful, really getting into it, peeling back layers, and suddenly a well-meaning family member interrupts. "Don't cry. It's okay. You're fine." They can't tolerate the rawness of the emotion, so they shut it down. Usually in the name of love. But what that person needed wasn't reassurance that they're fine. They needed permission to not be fine, to feel what they're feeling, to have their reality acknowledged. The compassionate response sounds different. It sounds like, "I see how much pain you're in. I'm here." No fixing, no reassuring, no minimizing, just presence, just witnessing. This is also why compassion doesn't always look gentle. Sometimes the most compassionate thing you can do is set a firm boundary. If someone in your life is repeatedly self-destructing and expecting you to clean up the mess, true compassion might look like saying, "I love you, and I'm not going to enable this anymore." That's not cruelty, that's respecting both of you enough to stop participating in a dynamic that's harming you both. Compassion without boundaries becomes self-sacrifice, and self-sacrifice isn't sustainable. You can't pour from an empty cup, as the saying goes. But more than that, when you consistently override your own needs to meet someone else's, you're modeling an unhealthy relationship dynamic. You're teaching them that love means self-erasure. And here's what's interesting. The people who truly love you, they don't want you to disappear into them. They don't want a hollow shell going through the motions of care while slowly dying inside. They want you the full, complex, sometimes messy, sometimes unavailable version of you. The version that has boundaries and needs and limits. I learned this the hard way. There was a period where I prided myself on always being available. Phone rings at midnight? I'm there. Someone needs something on my only day off? Of course. Drop everything for someone else's crisis? That's what good people do. right? But I noticed something strange. The more I sacrificed, the less satisfied everyone seemed, including me, especially me. I was exhausted, resentful, and somehow still feeling like I wasn't doing enough. And the people I was bending over backward for? They weren't happier. They were just accustomed to it, expectant, even. When I finally started saying no, something unexpected happened. Some people got upset, yes, but others, they respected me more. They treated me better. They actually seemed to appreciate the times I did say yes, because those yeses meant something. They weren't automatic. They weren't coming from depletion or obligation. There's a profound difference between generous giving and compulsive self-sacrifice. Generous giving comes from fullness. It's a choice made from a place of overflow. You give because you want to, because you can, because it feels aligned with who you are. There's no scorecard, no resentment, no secret expectation of payback. Compulsive self-sacrifice comes from emptiness, from a desperate attempt to earn love, to prove worth, to avoid rejection. It's giving what you don't have because you're terrified of what happens if you don't. And it always creates resentment. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but eventually, the bill comes due. So what does healthy self-prioritization actually look like? It's not about becoming selfish or cold. It's about treating yourself with the same compassion and consideration you extend to others. It means recognizing that you have needs too, that your dreams matter, that your health, mental and physical, isn't optional, that your time has value, that your boundaries aren't walls keeping love out, but foundations that allow real love to grow. I remember this woman who reached out to me once, absolutely exhausted. She was working full-time, caring for elderly parents, helping her sister through a divorce, and running herself into the ground trying to keep everyone afloat. And she felt guilty. Guilty for being tired. Guilty for wanting one evening to herself. Guilty for even thinking she might need help. I asked her a simple question. If you collapsed tomorrow from exhaustion, who would take care of everyone then? And something shifted in her face. Because she'd been operating under this delusion that she was invincible, that she could pour endlessly without ever needing to refill. But we're not bottomless wells. We're human beings with limits. Self-prioritization starts with acknowledging those limits. It means saying yes to yourself sometimes before you say yes to others. It means taking the job that fulfills you even if it pays slightly less than the one your parents wanted for you. It means ending relationships that drain you, even when everyone else thinks you should stay. It means taking that pottery class, going to therapy, sleeping 8 hours, eating meals that nourish you, moving your body in ways that feel good. It means understanding that self-care isn't selfish. It's sustainable. You can't pour from an empty cup. You can't light the way for others if your own flame has burned out. And here's what's beautiful about this. When you start prioritizing yourself, something miraculous happens. The people who truly love you don't abandon you. They respect you more. They see you modeling healthy behavior and it gives them permission to do the same. And here's what nobody tells you about boundaries. They're not just about saying no. They're about saying yes to the right things. Yes to peace. Yes to authenticity. Yes to relationships that nourish rather than drain you. I remember talking to a woman who'd been struggling with this for years. She told me, I thought setting boundaries would make me lonely. Instead, it showed me who my real friends were. The toxic people left, but the genuine ones, they stayed. And new people entered her life, people who valued what she valued, who respected her the way she deserved. This is the paradox. When you stop being available to everyone, you become more available to the people who matter. When you stop spreading yourself thin across 100 shallow connections, you can go deep with the few who are worth it. Quality over quantity isn't just a cliche, it's the secret to a meaningful life. But let's address the elephant in the room. What about family? This is where it gets really hard, isn't it? Because we're told family is everything. Blood is thicker than water. You can't choose your family. Except here's the full quote that most people don't know. The blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. The bonds you choose can be stronger than the ones you're born into. And that doesn't mean you abandon your family. It means you love them from a distance if proximity is poisoning you. I've seen people destroy their mental health trying to maintain relationships with family members who belittle them, manipulate them, gaslight them. And they stay because, well, it's family. But here's the truth. You don't owe anyone unlimited access to your energy just because you share DNA. Being related doesn't give someone the right to abuse you. Setting boundaries with family doesn't make you a bad person. It makes you a healthy one. You can love your parents and still refuse to let them control your life. You can care about your siblings and still say no to their endless requests for money. You can respect your heritage without accepting toxic patterns that have been passed down through generations. This is how generational trauma ends, not with loud, dramatic breaks, but with quiet, firm boundaries. You say, I love you, but I won't repeat this pattern. I respect where we came from, but I'm choosing a different path. And yes, they might not understand. They might guilt you, tell you you've changed, say you think you're better than them. Good. You have changed, you've grown, and growth always looks like betrayal to people who want you to stay small. They'll call you selfish for choosing yourself. They'll say you've changed for the worse because you stopped dimming your light to make them comfortable. They'll accuse you of abandoning your roots because you refuse to stay buried. But here's what they won't tell you. Their discomfort is not your responsibility to manage. You are not the caretaker of other people's feelings about your growth. You are not obligated to shrink so they feel bigger. You are not required to explain, defend, or justify why you chose to become more of who you truly are. And the people who truly love you? They won't need an explanation. They'll celebrate the change. They'll say, I'm so proud of you. They'll make space for the new version of you, without mourning the old one you had to leave behind. But the ones who resist your growth, they're revealing something crucial. They were never in love with you. They were in love with what you did for them, with how you made them feel, with the role you played in their story. And when you stepped out of that role, they grieved not your loss, but theirs. Let me give you an example. I knew someone who decided to quit drinking. Not because they hit rock bottom, but because they realized alcohol was dulling the edges of their life. They wanted clarity. They wanted to feel everything, even the uncomfortable parts. And you'd think their friends would support that, right? You'd think people would say, good for you. But instead, they got pushback. You're no fun anymore. You think you're better than us now? One drink won't hurt. Every gathering became a negotiation. Every no thanks was treated like a personal attack. Because their sobriety held up a mirror. It forced their friends to ask questions they didn't want to answer. Questions like, why do we need alcohol to have fun? Why does someone else's choice make me so defensive? What am I avoiding that they've decided to face? But you don't say any of that out loud. You just raise your glass, force a smile, and pretend like it doesn't sting. And here's the really messed up part. They're not thinking about you at all. 5 minutes later, they've moved on. They're laughing at something else, ordering another round, lost in their own world. But you carry that moment home with you. You replay it while brushing your teeth. You feel it the next morning when you wake up. Because rejection, even small rejection, even casual rejection, cuts deeper when you're already standing on shaky ground. This is what people don't understand about quitting something everyone else does. It's not just about willpower. It's not just about saying no. It's about rebuilding your entire social identity while everyone around you keeps reinforcing the old one. It's about smiling through 1,000 tiny paper cuts and pretending they don't hurt. And the worst part? You start to question yourself. You start to wonder, am I being too sensitive? Am I making this harder than it needs to be? Maybe I should just have one drink to make things easier. Maybe they're right. Maybe I am being dramatic. This is where most people break. Not because they lack discipline, but because the emotional cost of being different becomes too high. Because humans are wired for belonging. And when you feel like you're constantly on the outside, constantly explaining, constantly defending, eventually your brain whispers, just go back. It's easier. But here's what I want you to hear. That whisper is a lie. Yes, going back is easier in the moment, but it traps you in a version of yourself you're trying to outgrow. It trades temporary comfort for long-term resentment. And worst of all, It teaches you that other people's discomfort matters more than your own growth. The truth is, real friends don't make you feel bad for evolving. Real friends don't need you to stay small so they can feel comfortable. Real friends celebrate your changes, even when they don't fully understand them. And if someone can't do that, they might not be the friend you thought they were. Now, here's where it gets tricky, and I need to be honest with you about this. Sometimes, the problem isn't them at all. Sometimes, it's us. I had to face this truth myself about 3 years ago. I was complaining to my teacher about how my friends didn't understand my spiritual journey, how they kept inviting me to the same old places, doing the same old things, how they didn't respect my new boundaries. She listened patiently, then asked me one simple question. Have you actually told them what you need? I sat there, mouth open, suddenly realizing I hadn't. Not really. I'd dropped hints, made passive comments, expected them to somehow read my mind and intuit that I'd changed. But I never actually sat down and said, hey, I'm different now. Here's what that means. Here's what I need from this friendship. I expected them to accommodate changes I never clearly communicated. That's on me, not them. So, before you write someone off, ask yourself, have I been clear? Have I communicated my boundaries explicitly, or am I expecting people to guess? Because fair friendships require clear communication. People aren't mind readers. And if you've changed the rules of the game without telling them, you can't be surprised when they're still playing by the old ones. This doesn't mean you have to justify yourself or seek permission for your growth. Your changes are valid whether people understand them or not. But it does mean giving people the information they need to show up for you properly. And then, based on their response to that clear communication, you'll know what you need to know. Some will step up. Some won't. Both responses give you clarity. And here's another hard truth. Sometimes, you're the one who needs to step up. Maybe your friend is going through their own transformation, and you're the one resisting it. Maybe you're the one holding on to who they used to be instead of celebrating who they're becoming. Growth works both ways. Friendships evolve from both sides. I've been on both ends of this dynamic. I've been the one outgrowing friendships, and I've been the one struggling to accept a friend's changes. Neither position is comfortable, but both teach you something essential about love and letting go. The friendships that survive these mutual transformations, those become unbreakable, because they're not based on who you were or even who you are, but on a commitment to honor whoever each of you is becoming. The framework shifts entirely. You stop asking, will they accept the new me? And start asking, are we both brave enough to keep choosing each other through these changes? And here's what nobody tells you. Some of the most beautiful friendships emerge specifically because of crisis, not in spite of it. I've watched connections form between people going through divorces, career collapses, identity reconfigurations, bonds that might never have existed if both people hadn't been broken open at the same time. There's a rawness to those friendships, a mutual understanding that you don't have to pretend, that you can show up half destroyed and still be welcomed. Those relationships often develop a depth in months that takes other friendships years to cultivate because the foundation isn't small talk and shared interests. It's shared survival. But even those intense crisis-forged bonds face their own test. What happens when one of you heals faster than the other? When one person is ready to rebuild while the other is still in demolition mode? I watched two friends navigate this. They'd met in the wreckage of simultaneous life implosions. For a year, they were each other's lifeline, speaking every day, understanding each other's pain with precision that felt like miracle. Then one of them started genuinely healing, started dating again, laughing more, making new plans. And the other one felt abandoned, like they'd made a pact to stay in the rubble together, and now one was leaving. It almost destroyed the friendship. Until the healing one said something that reframed everything. I'm not leaving you behind. I'm showing you it's possible to make it through. I'm the scout who went ahead to prove there's solid ground on the other side. That perspective shift saved them. The one still struggling could see their friend's healing not as abandonment but as hope, as evidence that the pain wasn't permanent. And when they finally both made it through, that friendship had a foundation that nothing could shake, because they'd proven they could hold each other through the absolute worst and celebrate each other through the rebuilding. The truth about midlife friendship isn't that everything falls apart, It's that everything gets tested. And what emerges on the other side of those tests is almost always smaller in number but exponentially stronger in substance. You end up with fewer friends. But the ones who remain, they've seen you at your worst and chose to stay. They've watched you transform, and transformed alongside you. They've forgiven your absences and you've forgiven theirs. These are the people who matter. Not the ones who clapped for you from a distance, but the ones who sat beside you in the silence. Not the ones who praised your light, but the ones who weren't afraid of your darkness. You've probably spent years trying to impress people who barely remember your name. Meanwhile, there's someone who remembers the way you take your coffee, the way your voice changes when you're tired, the small victories you mentioned in passing 6 months ago. Stop performing for an audience that isn't even watching. Start honoring the few who actually see you. Because here's what I've learned after walking this path for longer than I care to admit. The deepest connections aren't built on shared interests or common goals. They're built on shared silence, on the ability to sit together without needing to fill every moment with noise, on the comfort of being fully yourself without explanation or apology. I have friends I can talk to for hours, but my truest friends, we can sit in complete silence, and it feels like a conversation. We can go months without speaking, and pick up exactly where we left off. There's no guilt, no awkwardness, no need to justify the gap. That's the difference between connection and true belonging. Connection requires maintenance. Belonging just exists. And belonging, real belonging, isn't found in groups of hundreds or even dozens. It's found in the sacred few, the ones who've earned your trust not through grand gestures but through consistent presence, not through perfection but through showing up even when it's inconvenient. You don't need to be loved by many. You need to be truly known by a few. And that knowing, that being seen in your entirety and still being accepted, that's the medicine most of us are desperately seeking in all the wrong places. So take inventory. Look at where you're spending your relational energy. Are you watering dead plants while the living ones wither from neglect? Are you chasing breadcrumbs from people who'll never offer you a full meal? Are you performing for strangers while ignoring the standing ovation from those who actually matter? The people who love you, who truly love you, they're not keeping score. They're not waiting for you to earn your place. They've already decided you belong. The question is, have you decided to let yourself belong? Because that's the final piece of this puzzle. You can have people who see you, who accept you, who would walk through fire for you, and still hold yourself at arm's length. I've watched this pattern play out in my own life more times than I care to admit. Someone reaches toward me with genuine care, and I find a reason to doubt it. They invite me in, and I hover in the doorway. They tell me I matter, and I smile while mentally cataloging all the ways I'm too much or not enough to actually believe them. This self-imposed exile is perhaps the cruelest form of loneliness because we're doing it to ourselves. We're the ones holding the key to our own cell. And here's what I've learned. Letting yourself belong is a practice, not a revelation. It's not one grand moment where you suddenly feel deserving. It's 1,000 small moments where you choose to stay instead of flee, where you share the thing you're ashamed of instead of hiding it, where you accept the compliment instead of deflecting, where you show up messy and trust that you won't be turned away. It's texting back when you want to disappear. It's saying, "I'm struggling," when you want to say, "I'm fine." It's letting someone see you cry. It's asking for help when every fiber of your being wants to prove you can do it alone. Each time you do this, you're rewriting the story you've been telling yourself about what you deserve. You're proving to yourself that vulnerability doesn't equal destruction. That being seen doesn't mean being rejected. And gradually, almost imperceptibly, something shifts. The warmth starts to sink in. The ground beneath you begins to feel solid. You realize you're not just in the room anymore. You're of the room. You're woven into the fabric of this connection, this community, this friendship. You belong not because you finally became perfect, but because you finally let yourself be human. So if you're reading this and you've been keeping yourself on the outside, even while surrounded by people, I want you to hear this. Your exile is over the moment you decide it is. You don't need permission from anyone else. The door has always been open. You just need to walk through it. I still remember the night everything shifted. I was lying in my small room, the moonlight spilling through the window, and I whispered a single line before closing my eyes. When I woke the next morning, the world hadn't changed. But I had, and that made all the difference. What I'm about to share with you tonight isn't just a technique. It's a doorway, a bridge between the person you are when your eyes are open and the infinite being you become when they close. This one line, spoken with understanding, has the power to rewire your consciousness while you sleep. But before I tell you what it is, you need to understand why it works. Because without that understanding, these words will be empty. And I refuse to give you empty words. Listen closely, my friend. Your last thought before sleep is the seed you plant in the garden of your subconscious mind. While your body rests, that seed grows roots in the darkness. It spreads through every corner of your being. Most people plant seeds of worry, of replaying arguments, of tomorrow's fears, and they wonder why they wake up exhausted, why life feels heavy, why peace seems so far away. But you're about to learn something different. Something that the mystics have known for thousands of years. Something I discovered not in books, but in the laboratory of my own consciousness. You see, sleep isn't just rest, it's a return. Every night, whether you know it or not, you're traveling back to the source of all things. Your conscious mind, with all its chatter and concerns, finally steps aside. And in that sacred space, you touch something vast, something true. But here's what most people miss. You can consciously direct that journey. You can plant a specific seed that transforms not just your sleep, but your entire life. This isn't wishful thinking. This is practical spirituality. This is science married to the ancient wisdom of the soul. I've watched this single practice change lives. I've seen anxious people become calm, lost people find direction, sick people begin to heal, not because of magic, but because they learn to work with the most powerful force in creation, which is the subconscious mind connected to the infinite intelligence of the universe. And it all begins with one line, one perfect, precisely crafted line that you speak in the threshold between waking and dreaming. Are you ready? Because once you understand this, you can never unknow it. And that's exactly what transformation feels like. A point of no return where everything becomes possible. But first, let me take you back to my own journey. Because this wisdom didn't come to me in a flash of lightning. It came through years of meditation, of failure, of lying awake at night wondering why I felt so separate from the divine presence I could sometimes touch in deep meditation. Why was that peace so fleeting? Why did I wake each morning having to start over, rebuilding my connection from scratch? The answer, when it finally came, was so simple it almost made me laugh. I had been treating sleep as a nothing, as dead time. When in fact, sleep was everything. Sleep was the bridge. And I had been crossing it unconsciously, carelessly, like a person walking past treasure without seeing it. Let me tell you what happened the first time I truly understood this. I had been practicing meditation for years. I could enter deep states during the day, touch profound silence, feel the presence of something vast and loving. But every morning, I woke up and had to rebuild that connection. It was exhausting. One evening, after a particularly difficult day, I was lying in bed feeling discouraged. And a thought arose, not from my mind, but from somewhere deeper. It said this: what if the last thought before sleep is the first seed of tomorrow? What if I could carry my meditation directly into sleep itself? So that night, I tried something. Instead of letting my mind wander into worry or planning, I whispered one simple line. I affirmed my unity with the divine, and then I let go. I didn't force anything. I just released that seed into the soil of sleep. When I woke the next morning, something was different. The peace I usually had to work so hard to find, it was already there, waiting for me, like I had never left it. That's when I realized what I'd stumbled onto. Sleep wasn't a break from spiritual practice. Sleep was the most powerful spiritual practice of all, because in sleep, the ego finally shuts up. The conscious mind stops resisting, and the subconscious, that vast ocean of potential, becomes receptive to whatever seed you've planted. Plant anxiety, you grow more anxiety. Plant separation, you grow more loneliness. But plant unity, plant peace, plant connection to the infinite, and watch what happens. Watch how your entire life begins to reorganize itself around that truth. Now I want you to understand something crucial. This isn't about positive thinking. This isn't about repeating affirmations you don't believe. This is deeper than that. Much deeper. What we're talking about is impressing a spiritual truth onto your subconscious mind at the exact moment when it's most receptive. Right before sleep, your brainwaves change. You enter what scientists call the hypnagogic state. In this state, the barrier between your conscious and subconscious mind becomes thin, permeable. Whatever you impress upon your consciousness in this moment sinks deep. It bypasses all your doubts, all your mental resistance. It goes straight to the root of your being. The ancient yogis knew this. They didn't have EEG machines, but they understood consciousness better than most modern scientists. They knew that the transition between waking and sleeping was a sacred threshold, a doorway, and they developed specific practices for that threshold. Specific mantras, specific prayers, not random words, but precisely crafted seeds designed to grow into specific spiritual fruits. What I'm sharing with you tonight is a distillation of that ancient wisdom, combined with my own direct experience. This is tested, this is proven, this works, but only if you bring three things to it: sincerity, consistency, and understanding. Without understanding, it's just words. Without sincerity, it's just performance. Without consistency, it's just an experiment you tried once and forgot about. So let me give you the understanding first, then the line itself, then the practice, and finally, the proof that you'll discover in your own life. Your subconscious mind is like soil. It doesn't judge the seeds you plant. It doesn't say this is a good seed or this is a bad seed. It simply grows whatever you give it. Plant fear, it grows fear. Plant limitation, it grows limitation. Plant infinite possibility, it grows infinite possibility. But here's the key. Your subconscious mind doesn't understand the difference between imagination and reality. Whatever you vividly impress upon it, it accepts as truth. And then it begins to reorganize your life, your perceptions, your actions, your habits, everything, to align with that truth. This is why your last thought before sleep is so critical. Because you're about to spend 6 to 8 hours in the subconscious realm. Your conscious mind, with all its skepticism and resistance, is going to be offline. And whatever seed you planted is going to have free rein to grow. Uninterrupted, unquestioned, powerful beyond measure. Most people use this power accidentally, against themselves. They replay the day's stresses. They worry about tomorrow's challenges. They fall asleep in a state of tension. And then they wonder why life feels like such a struggle. They're literally programming themselves for struggle every single night, right before bed. But you're about to do something different. You're about to consciously plant a seed of truth, a seed of unity, a seed of infinite potential, and that seed is going to grow while you sleep. It's going to send roots deep into your subconscious mind. And when you wake, you're not going to be the same person. It happens gradually at first. So gradually you might not even notice. But one day, you'll look back and realize everything has changed. Your reactions are different. Your peace is deeper. Your sense of separation has dissolved. And it all started with one line, spoken with understanding, in that sacred threshold before sleep. Are you beginning to feel the power of this? Are you beginning to understand why I'm spending so much time on the foundation? Because without this foundation, the practice is just another thing you try and forget about. But with this foundation, with this understanding, you're about to step into one of the most transformative practices I've ever encountered. And I've encountered many. I've studied with masters. I've spent years in meditation. I've explored every spiritual practice I could find. And this simple practice of the last thought before sleep has been one of the most consistently powerful tools I've ever discovered. Now, let me tell you a story. There was a student who came to me years ago. She was suffering. Depression, anxiety, insomnia. She had tried everything. Therapy, medication, meditation, yoga. Nothing seemed to create lasting change. She would have good days, but then she'd slide back. Always back to the same patterns of thought, the same feelings of hopelessness. I asked her one question. What do you think about before you fall asleep? She looked at me confused. I don't know, she said. Everything, I guess. All my problems. Tomorrow's worries. Why I'm such a mess. There it is, I told her. You're programming yourself for misery every single night. You're taking all your fears and worries and planting them directly into your subconscious mind, right when it's most receptive. Then you sleep on them. You water them with 8 hours of subconscious processing. And you wonder why they keep growing. She started to cry, not from sadness, but from recognition. She saw it. The pattern. The cycle. So I taught her the practice I'm about to teach you. One line before sleep. Just one. But spoken with full attention. With feeling. With a sense of releasing it into the vast intelligence of the universe. She committed to trying it for 30 days. The first week, she said, nothing seemed to change. Falling asleep faster. Waking up less groggy. By the second week, she noticed something else. The anxious thoughts that usually consumed her morning were quieter. Still there, but not as loud, not as convincing. By the third week, she had a realization. She couldn't remember the last time she'd had a full panic attack. By the end of 30 days, she came to see me with tears in her eyes again. But this time, they were different tears. These were tears of gratitude, of wonder. I feel like myself again, she said. Actually, I feel like more than myself. I feel connected to something bigger. What changed? Her circumstances were still the same. Same job, same apartment, same daily challenges. But she had changed. She had reprogrammed her subconscious mind, one night at a time. She had planted different seeds. And those seeds had grown into different thoughts, different feelings, different reactions. She had discovered what the mystics have always known. That consciousness is creative. That what you focus on grows. That the power to transform your life isn't out there somewhere. It's right here. In your mind. In your awareness. In the seeds you choose to plant in the sacred garden of your subconscious. I could tell you dozens of stories like this. The businessman who overcame decades of insomnia. The mother who healed her relationship with her angry teenage son by changing her own inner state. The young man who found his life's purpose after years of feeling lost. All of them used this same practice. All of them planted the same seed before sleep. All of them watched their lives transform from the inside out. Not through force, not through willpower, but through alignment, through cooperation with the natural intelligence that flows through all things. So here we are, you and I, at this threshold. I've given you the foundation, the understanding. Now it's time for the practice itself. Time for me to share with you the one line that has the power to change everything. But before I speak it, I want you to prepare yourself. Not physically, internally. I want you to open yourself to the possibility that something as simple as this could actually work. Because skepticism is a wall. And walls keep out the very things we need most. You don't have to believe blindly. But you do have to be willing. Willing to try. Willing to be consistent. Willing to give this practice the gift of time. The line is this. I sleep in peace. I wake in joy. I rest in God. Let me say it again slowly. I sleep in peace. I wake in joy. I rest in God. 9 words. Simple, profound. Packed with power when understood correctly. Let me break this down for you. Because every word matters. Every word is a seed within the larger seed. I sleep in peace. This is claiming your divine right to rest without anxiety, without fear, without the churning mind that keeps so many people staring at the ceiling at 3 in the morning. Peace isn't something you have to earn. It's your natural state when you stop resisting reality, when you let go of control, when you trust the intelligence that keeps your heart beating and your lungs breathing even while you sleep. I wake in joy. This is programming your emergence into consciousness. Most people wake up with dread. The alarm is an enemy. Morning is a burden. But what if I told you that morning isn't something to survive, it's something to times design asterisk? Not with productivity hacks or cold showers or some militant routine that treats you like a soldier in your own life. But with time's intention asterisk. With quiet, with the understanding that how you begin shapes everything that follows. Most people don't have morning routines. They have morning times reactions asterisk. The phone lights up, and they're already responding to someone else's agenda before their own consciousness has fully formed. They're living on defense from the moment their eyes open. And here's the thing about defense, it's exhausting. You can't build anything meaningful when you're constantly bracing for impact. So, let me ask you something. What if the first hour of your day belonged entirely to you? Not to your inbox, not to the news, not to the manufactured urgency of notifications designed by algorithms that profit from your attention, just you. What would you do with that hour? Because I'll tell you what the people who've walked this path before us did. They sat in silence. They moved their bodies with awareness, not aggression. They read words that elevated rather than agitated. They created space between sleep and the world's demands, a buffer zone where their own thoughts could actually form. This isn't luxury. It's time's survival asterisk. In a world that constantly tries to colonize your consciousness, that quiet hour is an act of resistance. And yes, I know what you're thinking. I don't have time for that. But here's the uncomfortable truth. You don't have times not to asterisk, because that frantic, reactive morning, it's setting the frequency for your entire day. It's programming you to be perpetually behind, perpetually responding, perpetually at the mercy of external demands. You're giving away your power before you even remember you have it. The yogis understood this. They didn't wake up and immediately start producing. They understood that there's a liminal space between sleep and full wakefulness, a threshold state where you're closer to your deeper self, less defended, more receptive. They called it Brahma Muhurta, the Creator's hour. Not because it makes you productive, but because it makes you time's whole asterisk. I used to think waking up early was about beating everyone else to the punch, getting ahead, winning some invisible race. Then I realized the real reason has nothing to do with anyone else. It's about meeting yourself before the world gets its hands on you. Think about it. The moment you open your phone, you're already in someone else's story, their news, their problems, their agenda. You're reacting before you've even decided who you want to be that day. But in those early hours, you get to times choose asterisk. I remember this monk telling me about a concept they have in the monasteries. They don't call the morning routine a routine at all. They call it times pratipada times, which means the setting of intention. Every single morning, before the sun rises, they sit in silence and ask themselves one question: who am I today? Not what will I do? Not what do I need to accomplish? Who am I? Because here's what most people don't understand about identity: it's not fixed. You're not the same person you were yesterday. Every morning, you're rebuilding yourself from scratch. And if you're not intentional about that rebuild, the world will do it for you. It'll tell you who to be, what to want, how to feel, and before you know it, you're living someone else's blueprint. That's what those early hours give you, the space to design your own. I started doing this thing about a year ago. I wake up, and before I do anything, before I check my phone, before I even get out of bed, I ask myself that question: who am I today? Sometimes the answer is simple. I'm someone who's patient. I'm someone who listens. I'm someone who creates without needing applause. Other days, it's harder. The answer doesn't come right away. But that's okay, because the question itself is the practice. You're not looking for the perfect answer. You're reminding yourself that you have times a choice. And that changes everything. Because when you start your day from that place of conscious choice, you stop being a leaf in the wind. You stop reacting to every notification, every demand, every little fire that pops up. You become anchored, not rigid, not inflexible, but rooted. Like a tree in a storm, you can bend, but you won't break. Because you know who you are. You decided that before the chaos even started. And here's what nobody tells you about that kind of strength: it doesn't make you cold. It doesn't turn you into stone. It makes you warmer, more human, more real. Because you're not wasting energy pretending anymore. You're not performing. You're not shape-shifting to fit into spaces that were never meant for you. You're just you. Fully, unapologetically you. And that creates a kind of magnetism that no amount of people-pleasing ever could. Think about the people in your life who inspire you most, the ones you genuinely respect. I bet they're not the ones who agree with everything. They're not the ones who never upset anyone. They're the ones who stand in their truth even when it's uncomfortable, even when it costs them something. That's what you become when you stop being a passenger in your own life. You become someone people can actually trust, because they know you're not going to change your story depending on who's in the room. They know that your yes means yes, and your no means no. And yeah, some people won't like it. Some people will say you've changed. They'll call you difficult, selfish, too much. Let them. Because what they're really saying is, you're not letting me control you anymore. And that's not your problem to fix. Your problem, if you can even call it that, is to keep choosing yourself. Every single day. In the small moments and the big ones. When your family asks why you're not coming to that event that drains you for a week afterward. When your friends expect you to drop everything because they need something right now. When your partner wants you to shrink so they can feel bigger, you choose yourself, not out of spite, not out of revenge, but out of respect, out of love, out of the deep understanding that you cannot pour from an empty cup, and pretending to be full doesn't help anyone. This is where the real transformation happens, not in some dramatic movie moment, but in the quiet, steady reclaiming of your time, your energy, your life. And here's what nobody tells you about that reclamation process. It doesn't feel triumphant at first. It feels uncomfortable, almost boring, because your brain has been conditioned to crave the highs and lows, the drama, the dopamine spikes from a like, a comment, a notification that makes you feel seen, even for just 3 seconds. When you step away from that, there's this strange emptiness. You'll pick up your phone and realize you have nothing to check, no feed to scroll, no stories to watch, and for a moment, you'll panic. Your thumb will hover over the screen, searching for something, anything to fill that void. That void? That's not a problem. That's the point. That emptiness is actually space. Sacred space. The kind of space where thoughts form slowly, deeply, where you can hear yourself think again, where creativity doesn't have to fight through 15 browser tabs and 3 social media platforms just to get your attention. I remember the first weekend after I deleted the apps. I was sitting in a coffee shop, and I watched person after person walk in, order, sit down, and immediately pull out their phone. Not one of them not one looked out the window, or watched the barista make their drink, or let their mind wander. And I realized, we've forgotten how to be bored. We've pathologized stillness. We treat any moment without stimulation as a moment wasted. But boredom is where the magic happens. It's where your brain, desperate for something to do, starts making connections, solving problems, generating ideas. It's where you remember that story you wanted to write, that project you wanted to start, that conversation you've been meaning to have. Social media didn't just steal our time, it stole our boredom, and with it, our ability to create rather than just consume. So when you feel that emptiness after stepping away, don't run from it. Don't immediately fill it with something else. A different app, a Netflix binge, podcasts at 2x speed while you cook. Just be empty for a while. Let yourself be bored. Let your mind wander without a GPS, because that wandering, that's not lost time. That's found time. Time your brain desperately needs to process, integrate, and actually become the person you're trying to become. The algorithm can't give you that. No amount of motivational content can substitute for the thoughts you have when you're staring at a wall, drinking coffee, doing nothing. You know what's fascinating? The people who've actually changed their lives, the ones who lost the weight, built the business, transformed their relationships, they all say the same thing. They don't credit the content. They credit the moments between the content. The walks, the quiet mornings, the long drives where they finally connected the dots themselves. Because here's what nobody wants to tell you. Transformation isn't an input problem. It's a processing problem. You don't need more information. You need more integration time. You need space for your subconscious to do its work, to take all those scattered pieces and weave them into something coherent, something that actually changes how you see yourself. But we've outsourced that entire process to the feed. We've turned our minds into passive receivers instead of active processors, and then we wonder why nothing sticks. Why we can watch 100 videos about discipline and still can't wake up early. Why we can consume endless content about confidence and still feel like frauds. The answer is simple, and it's going to sting. You're not giving yourself permission to be bored enough to actually think. You're mistaking stimulation for growth. You're confusing consumption with creation. And every time you reach for your phone instead of sitting with discomfort, you're training yourself to need external input instead of developing internal wisdom. I'm not saying content is evil. I'm saying it's become a replacement for the very thing it's supposed to inspire: actual reflection, actual growth, actual change. It's like reading about exercise instead of exercising. At some point, you have to close the book and move your body. But we never close the book anymore. We just keep reading, keep scrolling, keep consuming, and we call it productivity. Here's a radical idea. What if you limited your content consumption to 1 hour a day? Just one. And the rest of the time, you actually lived. You took action on what you learned. You sat with your thoughts. You processed your emotions. You talked to real people. You created instead of consumed. Would you do it? Could you do it? Or does the very thought of it make you anxious? Because if it does, that's your answer right there. That's how you know the algorithm has you. That's how you know you're not consuming content. Content is consuming you. And here's the twisted part: once the algorithm has you, it doesn't just change what you watch, it changes how you think. It changes what you believe is possible. I'll give you a concrete example. Let's say you're someone who wants to start a business. You're scrolling through YouTube, genuinely looking for advice. The algorithm shows you a video about dropshipping. Okay, fine. Then another. Then 5 more. Then, suddenly, your entire feed is convinced that dropshipping is the only way to make money online. You've now been funneled into a tunnel. The algorithm has decided what your reality looks like. And because you keep seeing the same message over and over, you start to believe it's the truth. You start to think, well, everyone's doing dropshipping, so that must be what works. But here's what you don't see: the 1,000 other ways to build a business that the algorithm isn't showing you. The quiet successes, the unconventional paths, the strategies that don't generate clicks because they're not flashy enough, not controversial enough, not extreme enough. The algorithm doesn't show you balance. It shows you intensity. It shows you the loudest voice in the room, not the wisest one. And this happens with everything: politics, health, relationships, spirituality. Whatever you're interested in, the algorithm will find the most extreme version of it and serve it to you on a silver platter. Because extreme gets clicks. Extreme keeps you watching. You think you're educating yourself. You think you're exploring different perspectives. But really, you're being radicalized. Not in the political sense necessarily, though that happens too, but radicalized in your thinking. Pushed further and further into a narrow corner of ideology until you can't even see the bigger picture anymore. I've watched this happen to people I know. Smart people, critical thinkers. They start watching content about a topic, and 6 months later, they're completely unrecognizable. Their entire worldview has been shaped by an algorithm designed by engineers in Silicon Valley who have never met them and don't care about their well-being. And the scariest part? They don't even realize it's happened. They think they arrived at these conclusions themselves. They think this is just who they are now. But it's not. It's who the algorithm made them. So let me ask you something. When's the last time you believed something deeply, passionately, and then stopped to ask yourself where that belief actually came from? You probably can't remember. Most of us can't. Because we don't arrive at our beliefs anymore, we inherit them. From a feed, from a timeline, from whatever's trending at 2 a.m. when we can't sleep. And here's the thing that really gets me. We think we're more informed than ever. We think we're smarter, more connected, more aware. We have the entire sum of human knowledge in our pockets, but we're not using it to learn, we're using it to confirm. I'll give you an example. A few months ago, I watched someone I genuinely respected go from curious and open-minded to completely radicalized in about 6 weeks. And I don't mean radicalized in some extreme political sense. I mean radicalized in their certainty. They went from asking questions to having all the answers. From "I'm not sure" to "anyone who disagrees is either evil or stupid." What changed? Did they suddenly unlock some universal truth the rest of us missed? No. They just found a corner of the internet that told them they were right. Over and over and over. Different voices, same message. 1,000 variations of, "You're smart for thinking this, they're dumb for not seeing it." And here's what I realized watching that transformation: it wasn't their fault. Not really. Because the algorithm doesn't just show you what you want to see, it shows you a slightly more extreme version of what you already believe. Then a slightly more extreme version of that. Then another step further. It's so gradual you don't even notice you've moved. It's like standing in the ocean. You're just enjoying the water, not paying attention, and suddenly you look up and the shore is 100 yards away. You didn't swim anywhere. The current just pulled you. Quietly. Invisibly. That's what's happening to us. All of us. Right now. We're not choosing our beliefs, we're being carried toward them. And the scariest part? We think we're standing still. We think we're the ones who haven't moved. It's everyone else who's gone crazy. Right? Everyone else who's been brainwashed. But what if we're all in the current? What if there is no shore anymore, just different streams pulling us in different directions, each one convinced it's standing on solid ground? I know this sounds bleak, maybe even paranoid, but I need you to understand something. I'm not saying this to scare you. I'm saying this because once you see it, you can't unsee it. And once you can't unsee it, you have a choice. You can keep scrolling through life on autopilot, watching your dreams flicker on a screen while someone else lives theirs. Or you can wake up. You can decide that today is the day you stop being a spectator in your own existence. And I know what some of you are thinking right now. You're thinking, but I'm different. I don't have time. I have responsibilities. I have bills to pay, people depending on me, a job that drains me, obligations I can't escape. I hear you. I really do. But here's what I've learned. Those aren't reasons. They're negotiations. They're the terms you've agreed to without ever reading the contract. And the saddest part? Most of those obligations, most of that busyness, most of that chaos you call your life, you created it. Not consciously, but you created it nonetheless. Because here's the uncomfortable truth nobody wants to talk about. We build prisons out of our own habits. We construct elaborate cages from our routines, our comforts, our fears dressed up as practicality. And then we stand inside these cages and wonder why we feel trapped. I spent years doing this. Years convincing myself that I was busy, that I was productive, that I was doing what needed to be done. But if I'm being honest with you, most of what I was doing was avoiding the hard questions, avoiding the scary decisions, avoiding the one thing that actually mattered, deciding who I wanted to become, and having the courage to pursue it. And that word courage, that's what this really comes down to. Not motivation, not inspiration, not some magical moment of clarity where everything suddenly makes sense. Courage. The raw, uncomfortable, absolutely terrifying courage to look at your life and say, this isn't working, and I'm going to change it. Because change, real change, doesn't happen when you feel ready. It happens when you're sick of being sick, when you're tired of being tired, when the pain of staying the same finally exceeds the fear of stepping into the unknown. And when that moment comes, when you finally reach that breaking point, something miraculous happens. You stop negotiating with yourself. You stop making deals with your limitations. You stop saying, I'll change, but not too much. You stop bargaining with life, trying to hold on to your familiar misery while somehow expecting different results. You just decide. Not with a grand declaration, not with a vision board or a motivational speech, but with a quiet, bone-deep knowing that says, I'm done. I've watched people transform in an instant when they reach this point. The alcoholic who poured every bottle down the drain at 3 a.m., the person in the toxic relationship who simply packed a bag and left, the entrepreneur who deleted the backup plan and went all in. They didn't have more courage than you. They didn't have more resources or better circumstances. They just reached the threshold where staying became more painful than leaving. And here's what nobody tells you about that moment. It's not actually dramatic. In fact, it's often startlingly quiet. You might be sitting in traffic, or staring at your bathroom mirror, or lying in bed at 2 a.m. while the world sleeps, and something inside you just shifts. The internal argument stops. The mental warfare ceases. The exhausting internal debate that's been raging for months or years suddenly goes silent. And in that silence, you find clarity. Not because you figured everything out. Not because you suddenly have all the answers. But because you finally stopped asking the wrong questions. You stop asking, what if I fail? And start asking, what if I don't even try? You stop asking, what will people think? And start asking, can I live with never knowing? You stop asking, is it safe? And start asking, is it true? The shift isn't in finding better answers. It's in finding better questions. Because here's what I've learned. The quality of your life is determined by the quality of the questions you ask yourself. Ask weak questions, get weak answers. Ask empowering questions, get empowering answers. Ask nothing, and you get exactly what you're asking for nothing. Most people are asking themselves the wrong questions every single day. They're asking, why does this always happen to me? Instead of, what can I learn from this? They're asking, why is life so hard? Instead of, how is this making me stronger? They're asking questions that reinforce their victimhood instead of questions that reveal their power. And the saddest part? They don't even realize they're doing it. These questions have become so automatic, so ingrained in their mental patterns, that they think it's just how they think. But it's not how you think. It's how you've been conditioned to think. There's a difference. And this conditioning didn't come from nowhere. It came from somewhere very specific. It came from people who were themselves living in fear, who were themselves trapped in scarcity consciousness, who were themselves unable to see beyond their own limitations. Your parents, your teachers, your community, they gave you what they had. And what they had was often fear, dressed up as wisdom, caution disguised as love, control masquerading as guidance. They didn't do it maliciously. They did it because they genuinely believed they were protecting you. They thought they were preparing you for a harsh world. They thought they were giving you the tools to survive. But survival and thriving are not the same thing. Survival is about avoiding danger, minimizing risk, staying small, staying safe. Thriving is about expansion, exploration, creation, expression. They trained you to survive in a world they were afraid of, not to thrive in the world that actually exists. And here's what's fascinating. The world they were afraid of doesn't even exist anymore. Maybe it never did. They were reacting to their own childhood wounds, their own unprocessed trauma, their own inherited beliefs. They were teaching you to fight battles that were already over, to fear enemies that were never real. You inherited their anxiety about money, but you live in a different economy. You inherited their fear of judgment, but you exist in a different social structure. You inherited their limitations, but you have access to possibilities they never imagined. And yet you're still running the same software, asking the same fearful questions, making the same protective calculations. You're trying to navigate a modern landscape with an ancient map that was never accurate in the first place. This is why so many people feel stuck. Not because they lack opportunity, not because the world is against them, not because they're not capable. They feel stuck because they're using mental frameworks that were designed to keep them stuck. They're asking questions that can only generate fearful answers. You can't reach freedom by asking, what if I fail? You can only reach fear. You can't reach abundance by asking, what if it's not enough? You can only reach scarcity. You can't reach love by asking, what if they hurt me? You can only reach isolation. The question contains the destination. And most people are asking questions that lead them exactly where they don't want to go. The irony is devastating when you see it clearly. People spend their entire lives protecting themselves from pain while creating the very suffering they're trying to avoid. The walls they build to keep hurt out become the prison walls that keep love out. The questions designed to prevent disaster become the architects of disaster. I watch people interview potential partners like they're hiring employees for a wound prevention position. Tell me about your attachment style. What's your relationship with your parents? Have you done your healing work? They think they're being wise. They think they're being conscious. But what they're actually doing is treating connection like a risk assessment rather than a mystery to be lived. And here's what nobody wants to hear. The most evolved, healed, self-aware person can still break your heart. Not because they're secretly broken, but because that's what happens when you actually let someone in. Hearts break. It's not a design flaw. It's part of the design. The obsession with finding someone who won't hurt you is like looking for fire that won't burn or water that won't make you wet. You're looking for love without the fundamental properties of love. And that search will keep you circling forever, rejected by everyone who might actually touch you deeply, attracted only to people distant enough to keep you safe and miserable. I've seen this pattern so many times it's like watching the same movie with different actors. Someone gets hurt in a relationship. They decide to work on themselves. They read the books, do the therapy, learn the vocabulary. Then they re-enter the dating world, armed with boundaries and standards and non-negotiables. And they wonder why everything feels so empty, so transactional, so utterly devoid of the magic they're supposedly ready for now. The magic didn't disappear because they weren't healed enough. The magic disappeared because they're now approaching connection like a business negotiation. They've confused boundaries with barricades. They've mistaken standards for shopping lists. They've turned intimacy into an achievement to be unlocked after meeting certain prerequisites. Real intimacy doesn't wait for you to be ready. It doesn't care about your timeline or your healing journey or your carefully constructed criteria. It arrives when it arrives, often in the exact form you swore you'd never accept again, offering you not the relationship you think you deserve, but the one that will actually transform you. And here's what nobody tells you about that transformation. It won't feel like growth at first. It'll feel like regression. Like you're suddenly back at square one, making rookie mistakes you thought you'd graduated from years ago. You'll find yourself anxious when they don't text back, jealous of their past relationships, triggered by patterns you were certain you'd resolved in therapy, and you'll think something has gone terribly wrong, but nothing has gone wrong. This is what real intimacy does. It excavates everything you buried under the guise of healing, all those parts of yourself you labeled as unhealed and promised to fix before letting anyone get close. They emerge the moment someone actually gets close. Because they weren't waiting to be fixed. They were waiting to be seen. We've created this narrative that emotional maturity means having all your reactions under control, being endlessly understanding, never feeling threatened or insecure. But that's not emotional maturity. That's emotional dissociation dressed up in self-help language. True emotional maturity is feeling all of those things and choosing connection anyway. It's saying, I'm irrationally jealous right now and I know it's irrational and I'm going to tell you about it anyway because hiding it creates more distance than sharing it. I think about the relationships I've witnessed that actually lasted, that deepened over decades rather than just enduring them. None of them featured two perfectly healed individuals who met at the ideal time. They featured two people who kept choosing to stay present through the mess, through the moments when staying felt harder than leaving, through the terrifying vulnerability of being truly known. Because that's the real work of intimacy, not preparing yourself for it in isolation, but practicing it in real time with someone who sees you completely. Not your curated self, not your healed self, not your best self, your actual self. The one who sometimes shuts down during conflict. The one who needs reassurance even though you know you shouldn't. The one who carries wounds you can't fully articulate but that shape how you love. And here's what I need you to understand. Those wounds don't make you less worthy of love. They make you human. They make you real. The person who truly sees you won't be frightened by your complexity. They won't run when they discover you're not the polished, curated version you presented in those first few months. They'll lean in closer. They'll say, tell me more. Show me where it hurts. Let me understand how to love you better. Because real love isn't about finding someone who fits perfectly into your life like a puzzle piece cut exactly to your specifications. It's about finding someone willing to reshape themselves a little while you reshape yourself a little until you create something entirely new together. Something neither of you could have built alone. I'm not talking about losing yourself. That's the opposite of what I mean. I'm talking about expansion. About becoming more of who you are because someone sees you clearly enough to reflect back your own potential. Think about the relationships that changed you, not the ones that broke you down, but the ones that built you up. The friend who believed in your dream when you were too scared to say it out loud. The mentor who saw capabilities in you that you didn't know you possessed. The partner who loved you through your worst season and somehow made you believe you deserved to be loved even then. Those people didn't complete you, they revealed you. They held up a mirror that showed you who you already were beneath the fear and the pretending. That's what you're looking for. Not someone to fill your emptiness, but someone to witness your fullness. Not someone to rescue you from your darkness, but someone willing to sit with you in it until you find your own light again. And yes, that requires vulnerability. Terrifying, stomach-dropping. What if they leave when they really know me? Vulnerability. The kind that makes you want to run back to surface-level connections where nobody asks too many questions and you never have to risk being truly known. But here's the truth they don't tell you. Surface-level connections feel safe until you realize how lonely you are. Until you understand that being surrounded by people who only know the version of you that you perform is just another form of isolation. The loneliest I've ever been wasn't when I was alone. It was when I was in rooms full of people, laughing at jokes, making conversation, playing the role of someone who had it all together, while inside I was screaming to be seen. Really seen. That's what loneliness really is. Not the absence of people, it's the absence of being known. You can have 100 friends and still feel like a ghost moving through your own life. I remember one night, scrolling through social media, looking at everyone's highlight reels, promotions, engagements, vacations in places with impossibly blue water. And I was happy for them. I genuinely was. But underneath that happiness was this gnawing feeling. Everyone else has figured out the formula, and I'm still trying to solve an equation I don't even understand. That's the cruelty of comparison. It doesn't just make you feel less than. It makes you feel defective, like there's something fundamentally wrong with you that everyone else can see except you. I started asking myself dangerous questions. Why am I not further along? Why haven't I achieved what they have? What's wrong with me? And those questions, they're like termites. They eat away at your foundation so quietly that by the time you notice, the damage is already done. Here's what I wish someone had told me then. You're not behind. There is no behind. Life isn't a race where everyone starts at the same line and follows the same track. We're all running completely different courses, through different terrain, with different obstacles, toward different destinations. Your journey at 25 doesn't look like mine. Your journey at 40 doesn't look like theirs. And that's not just okay, it's exactly how it should be. But we don't believe that, do we? Because we've been conditioned to measure our worth by external markers. The job title, the salary, the relationship status, the number of likes, the size of the house, the brand of the car. We've turned life into a performance review, and we're constantly failing our own metrics. I spent years chasing versions of success that weren't even mine. I wanted things because other people wanted them. I pursued goals because they looked impressive from the outside. I built a life that looked good on paper but felt empty in practice. And the whole time there was this quiet voice inside me, getting quieter every day, asking, is this really what you want? Or is this just what you think you're supposed to want? That voice, the one you've been ignoring, it doesn't go away. It just adapts. It stops being a question and starts becoming a feeling. A heaviness in your chest when your alarm goes off. A numbness during conversations that should excite you. A strange disconnect where you're going through all the motions but feeling none of the emotions. You know what's wild? We spend years building these elaborate cages for ourselves, and then we decorate them so beautifully that we forget they're cages at all. We call it stability. We call it being responsible. We call it growing up. But here's what nobody tells you about living a life designed by committee, by consensus, by everyone except the person who actually has to live it. The price you pay isn't dramatic. There's no single moment where everything falls apart. It's quieter than that. More insidious. The price is Tuesday afternoons where you realize you haven't felt genuinely excited about anything in months. It's conversations where you catch yourself performing a version of yourself rather than just being yourself. It's that weird moment when someone asks what you love doing and you genuinely can't remember. Not because you forgot, but because it's been so long since you gave yourself permission to do it. I think about all the hours I spent in that corporate job, staring at spreadsheets, attending meetings that could have been emails, nodding along to strategies I didn't care about. And the strangest part? I was good at it. I got promoted. People congratulated me. From the outside, it looked like success. But success without fulfillment is just a different kind of failure, isn't it? It's like climbing a ladder really efficiently, getting to the top, and then realizing it was leaning against the wrong wall the entire time. And the worst part, the part that still keeps me up sometimes, is knowing how much time I spent trying to convince myself I was happy, trying to make peace with the compromise, telling myself that everyone feels this way, that this is just what adult life is, that wanting more is ungrateful or naive or selfish. The mental gymnastics we do to avoid admitting we're unhappy are honestly Olympic level. We become experts at justification, at rationalization, at finding reasons why now isn't the right time to make a change, why next year will be better, why we just need to push through this rough patch. But what if the rough patch isn't a patch at all? What if it's the whole landscape? What if staying isn't noble perseverance but slow surrender? Not to the relationship, but to the slow erosion of yourself. I think about the stories we inherit about love, the movies where persistence wins, the songs about fighting for someone, the cultural narratives that glorify suffering as proof of devotion. We're taught that real love requires sacrifice. And yes, it does. But there's a difference between sacrifice and self-abandonment, between giving and being drained dry. Sacrifice should enhance who you are, not erase you. It should expand your capacity for love, not diminish your sense of self. When you sacrifice for something meaningful, you feel fuller, not emptier. You feel aligned with your values, not betrayed by them. But when you're constantly sacrificing yourself just to keep a relationship from falling apart, you're not building something beautiful. You're holding up something that can't stand on its own, and eventually, your arms get tired. Eventually, you realize you've been the only load-bearing wall in a structure that should have been built for two. Here's what nobody tells you when you're in the middle of it. The loneliest you'll ever feel is when you're with someone who makes you feel alone, not when you're actually alone. That loneliness has possibility in it, space to breathe, room to grow. But the loneliness of being with someone who doesn't see you, doesn't hear you, doesn't meet you halfway, that's a special kind of isolation. Because you're right there, you're present, and it still doesn't matter. You find yourself rehearsing conversations you'll never have, preparing arguments you'll never make, imagining versions of them that might finally understand. You play out scenarios in your mind where they suddenly get it, where they wake up and realize what they've been doing, where everything changes. And then you come back to reality, where nothing's different except that you've wasted another hour living in your head instead of your life. This mental fantasy world becomes its own kind of addiction, because in your head, you have control. In your head, they finally listen. In your head, they apologize. In your head, you matter. Reality can't compete with that. Reality is messy and disappointing and refuses to follow your script. So you retreat more and more into these imaginary conversations, these phantom relationships that exist only in your mind. And here's what makes it so insidious. These mental rehearsals feel productive. They feel like you're working on the problem, you're processing, you're thinking things through, you're preparing for future interactions. But you're not. You're just reinforcing the same neural pathways over and over. You're practicing staying stuck. Every time you replay that conversation, you're deepening the groove. Every time you imagine what you should have said, you're training yourself to live in the past. Every time you rehearse the perfect future confrontation, you're avoiding the imperfect present moment. I know someone who spent years mentally arguing with their father. Every single day, multiple times a day, having these elaborate debates in their head, explaining, justifying, defending themselves against accusations their father hadn't even made recently. The father had been dead for 3 years. 3 years of arguing with a ghost. 3 years of trying to win an argument that would never happen, seeking approval that would never come, waiting for understanding from someone who no longer existed in physical form. That's the ultimate endpoint of rumination. You don't even need the other person to be present anymore. You've internalized them so completely that they live rent-free in your mind, occupying space that could be used for literally anything else: growth, creativity, peace, joy, connection with people who are actually available. But instead, you're hosting a full-time mental theater production starring people who either don't care about you or aren't even alive anymore. And the cruelest part? While you're in your head obsessing about them, they're not thinking about you at all. They're living their lives. They've moved on. They don't remember that conversation you replay daily. That moment that defines your entire relationship in your mind was completely forgettable to them. They said something casually, forgot it 5 minutes later, while you've been carrying it like a stone in your chest for 5 years. And you know what the cruelest part is? You can't even be angry about it, because they didn't mean to hurt you. There was no malice, no intention. They were just living, just existing in their own reality where that moment didn't register as significant. Meanwhile, you're over here having constructed an entire narrative around it. You've analyzed it from every angle. You've assigned meaning to the pause before they spoke, to the way they looked away, to the specific words they chose. You've turned a 30-second interaction into a thesis on your worthlessness. They were probably thinking about what to have for dinner. This is what isolation does. It makes you the unreliable narrator of your own life. Everything becomes about you, because there's no one else there to remind you that the world is vast and complex and most things aren't actually about you at all. That person who didn't text back? They're not sitting there thinking about you. They're not carefully crafting their silence as a message. They saw your text, thought, I'll respond later, and then 12 other things happened, and they completely forgot. Or they're dealing with their own stuff. Or they just didn't feel like talking to anyone. But you've been checking your phone every 3 minutes for 2 days. You've analyzed the read receipt like it's a sacred text. You've written and deleted 17 different follow-up messages. You've decided this definitively proves you're forgettable, unimportant, fundamentally unlikable. They just forgot to text back. The loneliness makes you magnify everything because everything is all you have. When you're alone, every interaction becomes loaded with impossible weight because interactions are so rare. Each conversation feels like it has to count for something, has to mean something, has to prove that you exist and matter. So when it doesn't go perfectly, when there's an awkward pause, a misunderstood joke, a moment where someone seems distracted, you catastrophize it. You turn it into evidence. You add it to the ever-growing case file, proving why you're meant to be alone. But here's what you're missing. Everyone has awkward pauses. Everyone tells jokes that land weird. Everyone gets distracted sometimes. The difference is that people with regular social contact get hundreds of chances to be imperfect. You're working with such a small sample size that every interaction feels definitive. You're judging yourself by a standard that no human could ever meet. Here's what helps. You need to deliberately create low-stakes social moments. Not everything needs to matter. Not every conversation needs to be a referendum on your worth as a human being. Strike up a conversation with a cashier about the weather. Chat with someone in line about absolutely nothing important. Join an online community around a hobby and just exist there, participating casually without making it mean anything about your fundamental value. These throwaway interactions are not wastes of time. They're essential training. They teach you that most social moments are forgettable, that people are generally operating in their own world, that awkwardness is common and quickly forgotten. I've watched people transform their entire social experience by adding volume to their interactions. Not depth, not intensity, just volume. 5 casual conversations a day changes the equation completely. Suddenly you're not analyzing each one under a microscope because there isn't time. You're moving through social space the way socially successful people always have, without treating every moment like a final exam. And here's something that might sound counterintuitive. You need to give yourself permission to be boring. Not offensive, not cruel, just ordinary and boring. The pressure to be fascinating, to justify your presence with brilliance, is exhausting and counterproductive. Most human connection happens in the mundane. It happens over boring observations about traffic, weather, what you're having for dinner. It happens in the comfortable silences and the predictable small talk. When you're starved for connection, you want every interaction to be meaningful. But meaning builds on a foundation of meaninglessness. The deep conversations happen after you've had 100 shallow ones. So stop trying to be impressive. Stop trying to compensate for your isolation by being extraordinarily interesting. Just be a regular person saying regular things. The relief you'll feel is immense. I'm watching you nod right now because you know I'm right. You know that the pressure you've put on yourself is impossible to sustain. You know that you've been approaching social connection like it's surgery when it's actually more like breathing. Yes, you can study breathing techniques and optimize them, but mostly you just need to do it repeatedly without thinking too hard about it. I want you to think for a moment about someone you cannot forget. Close your eyes if you need to. See their face. Feel that pull in your chest, that strange gravity that draws your mind back to them again and again, even when you wish it wouldn't. Maybe it's been years. Maybe you've moved cities, changed your life, loved other people, and still, in the quiet moments, there they are, in your dreams, in songs, in the way light falls through a window at a certain hour. You've tried to let go. God knows you've tried. You've reasoned with yourself. You've been angry. You've forgiven, or thought you did. You've filled your days with work, with distractions, with new faces and new places, and yet, like a tide that refuses to stop returning to the shore, they come back to you. Why? Why can some people walk out of our lives and leave barely a footprint, while others, sometimes people who were only with us briefly, brand themselves into our very souls? Why does the heart refuse to release them? I will tell you something that may sound strange at first, but if you sit with it, if you truly feel into it, you will recognize its truth. That person you cannot forget is not a mistake. They are not a weakness in you. They are not proof that you are broken or stuck or foolish. They are your unfinished karma. Let me say that again, because this is the key that opens everything. The person you cannot forget is your unfinished karma. They are a sacred assignment your soul accepted long before this lifetime began. And until you understand what they came to teach you, until you complete what was left undone between you, they will haunt you. Not because they are cruel, not because you are cursed, but because love, real love, the kind that operates beyond romance and desire and even memory. Love is the universe's way of bringing us back to the lessons we still need to learn. And here's the uncomfortable truth nobody wants to say out loud. Sometimes the person you think broke you is actually the one who woke you up. I remember this guy, mid-30s, came to one of my workshops absolutely destroyed. His girlfriend of 6 years had left him for someone else. He kept asking the same question over and over. What did I do wrong? What didn't I give her? 6 months later, he came back. Different energy entirely. He told me something I'll never forget. She didn't leave because I wasn't enough. She left because I had made her my entire world, and I had disappeared in the process. That's what these relationships do. They hold up a mirror so precise, so unforgiving, that you can't look away. And yes, it hurts. It hurts like nothing else. But that pain, that specific agony of being left by someone you die for, it's not punishment. It's information. It's the universe tapping you on the shoulder and saying, hey, look at what you just did. Look at how you abandoned yourself. Look at how you gave away your power, your peace, your identity, all in the name of love. Because we do that, don't we? We call it love, but what we're really doing is escaping ourselves. We pour everything into another person so we don't have to face the empty spaces within us. We make them responsible for our happiness so we don't have to do the hard work of creating it ourselves. And then they leave. And we're forced to sit with all the things we were running from. The loneliness we covered up with their presence. The insecurity we numbed with their validation. The lack of purpose we filled with the drama of the relationship. This is why these people won't come back. Because if they did, you'd go right back to sleep. You'd stop growing. You'd return to the comfortable prison of codependency and call it destiny. The universe loves you too much to let that happen. I know it doesn't feel like love right now. It feels like cosmic betrayal. It feels like you did everything right and still got punished. But years from now, maybe even months from now, you'll look back and realize something stunning. That person leaving was the kindest thing they ever did for you. Because when the universe closes one door, it's not to trap you in a hallway. It's because you were never meant to stay in that room in the first place. Think about it. Right now, in this moment of pain, you can't see it. But that person who walked away, they were standing between you and your destiny, casting a shadow so long you forgot what sunlight felt like. I know someone who stayed in a relationship for 7 years. 7 years of mediocrity disguised as love. 7 years of, it's fine, and we're comfortable, and at least I'm not alone. Then one day, without warning, their partner left. Just gone. And in that moment, it felt like the end of everything. But here's what happened next. Within 6 months, they started that business they'd been talking about for years, the one their ex always called unrealistic. Within a year, They met someone who didn't just tolerate their dreams but celebrated them. Within 2 years, they were living a life so aligned with their purpose that they literally couldn't recognize their former self. And the wildest part? They ran into their ex at a coffee shop, and instead of heartbreak, instead of anger, they felt something unexpected: gratitude. Not the bitter kind, not the "I'll show you" kind. Pure, genuine gratitude. Because that ending wasn't a rejection. It was a redirection. The universe wasn't punishing them, it was protecting them. It was saying, I have something better for you, but you have to let go of what's merely good enough to receive what's truly meant for you. And maybe that's what's happening to you right now. Maybe this person leaving isn't the tragedy. Maybe the tragedy would have been staying. Maybe the tragedy would have been 10 more years of almost but not quite. 10 more years of dimming your light to make someone else comfortable. 10 more years of convincing yourself that settling is the same as loving. Because here's what I've learned from every single person who's contacted me after watching these videos. The right person doesn't require you to become smaller. The right person sees your light and wants to turn up the voltage. Think about that relationship that actually worked in your life. Maybe it was a friendship. Maybe it was a partner you're with now. Maybe it was someone from years ago before life pulled you apart. Remember how effortless the hard conversations were? Not easy, effortless. There's a difference. Easy means nothing challenging ever comes up. Effortless means that when challenging things come up, you both naturally move toward resolution instead of defense. You're not performing emotional labor, you're just being human together. I remember this couple I met at a workshop. They'd been together for 17 years, and someone asked them the secret. The wife said something that stuck with me. We never have the same fight twice. Think about what that means. Most relationships are like a scratched record, playing the same argument on loop with different trigger words. But these two actually learned from their conflicts. They evolved. They didn't just apologize, they metabolized the lesson and changed their behavior. That's what happens when two people are genuinely compatible at the values level. You're not trying to win, you're trying to understand. You're not keeping score, you're building something together. But we've been sold this narrative that love is supposed to be hard work. And yes, relationships require effort, but there's a massive difference between growth work and maintenance work. Growth work is expanding together, learning, evolving, supporting each other's transformation. Maintenance work is constantly managing someone's ego, repeatedly explaining your basic needs, negotiating for bare minimum respect. If you're exhausted and you're only 6 months in, that's not love being hard, that's incompatibility being expensive. Your nervous system is trying to tell you something. That knot in your stomach, that's not butterflies. That's your body screaming, this isn't safe. Your body has been keeping score since day one. Every dismissal, every time your opinion was treated like background noise, every moment you had to translate your feelings into language they could digest without getting defensive. You know what's wild? We've been taught that overthinking is the enemy. You're too in your head, they say. Stop analyzing everything. But here's what they don't tell you. Overthinking isn't the disease. It's the symptom. When you're with someone who's genuinely safe, you don't obsess over their texts. You don't rehearse conversations in the shower. You don't need a PhD in subtext to understand where you stand. That mental loop, that constant strategizing about how to communicate without triggering them, that's what happens when your nervous system is trying to solve an unsolvable puzzle. I used to think I was just anxious by nature. Turns out, I was anxious by circumstance. Remove the circumstance, and suddenly, I could breathe again. Here's a thought experiment. Imagine you send a vulnerable text. Something real. Something that matters to you. Now, what's your immediate next feeling? Are you relieved? Or are you bracing for impact? If you're bracing, you already know the answer. Because here's the reality check nobody wants to give you. Good people can still be wrong for you. They can be kind to waiters, beloved by their friends, respected at work, and still absolutely terrible at meeting your needs. This isn't about them being a villain. It's about compatibility at the most fundamental level. You can't negotiate someone into emotional availability. You can't logic someone into curiosity about your inner world. You can't perform your way into being prioritized. And my God, you shouldn't have to audition for basic respect in your own relationship. I see you trying, though. Sending articles about attachment styles, suggesting couples therapy, explaining, for the 100th time, what you need, hoping that if you just find the right words, the right approach, the right moment, they'll finally get it. But love isn't a translation problem, it's a compatibility problem. And here's the hard truth. You can't teach someone to speak a language they don't want to learn. You can't force someone to care about the things that matter to you. You can't convince someone to prioritize you when they've already decided you're optional. And you definitely can't make someone meet you halfway when they're comfortable standing still. I think about all the times I've watched people exhaust themselves trying to make someone understand. The midnight conversations that went in circles, the carefully crafted texts that got one-word responses, the times they softened their needs, minimized their hurt, apologized for wanting basic respect, all because they thought if they could just be easier to love, maybe they'd finally be loved right. But that's not how it works. You know what I've learned? The right person doesn't make you beg for their attention. They don't make you feel guilty for having needs. They don't treat your emotional depth like it's too much, too intense, too complicated. The right person meets you there. They don't just tolerate your love language, they speak it. Not perfectly, not without effort, but with genuine intention. They stumble through the vocabulary, yes, but they're trying. They're learning. They actually want to understand. Because here's what real compatibility looks like. It's not about finding someone who already knows everything about you. It's about finding someone who's genuinely interested in learning. Someone who asks questions. Someone who remembers. Someone who sees your needs not as demands, but as an invitation to love you better. I've seen it happen. I've watched people go from relationships where they had to explain everything, justify everything, defend their right to feel everything, to relationships where they're just understood, where they don't have to translate their pain into something more palatable, where their partner doesn't need a manual to know when they're hurting. And the difference is staggering. Suddenly, they're not walking on eggshells anymore. They're not performing some watered-down version of themselves to keep the peace. They're just existing, fully, and that's not only accepted, it's celebrated. That's what happens when two people actually speak the same language. But getting there? That requires something most people aren't willing to do. Walking away from someone who refuses to learn, continuing seamlessly. And that's the part no one wants to hear. Because we've been taught that love is supposed to be unconditional. That if you really care about someone, you stay. You fight. You endure. But here's what they don't tell you. Unconditional love doesn't mean unconditional tolerance of mistreatment. It doesn't mean you're supposed to set yourself on fire to keep someone else warm. Real love, the kind that actually sustains you, requires conditions. It requires standards. It requires that both people show up as their best selves, or at least be willing to try. When you're with someone who refuses to communicate properly, you're not in a relationship. You're in a hostage negotiation. You're constantly trying to decode what they mean, anticipate what they want, prevent the next emotional explosion. You become a detective, a therapist, a mind reader, everything except what you're supposed to be, a partner. I've watched people waste years, sometimes decades, trying to fix communication with someone who fundamentally doesn't want to change. They read books. They go to therapy alone. They craft perfect sentences, choose the right moments, modulate their tone. And it doesn't matter, because you can't teach someone a language they refuse to speak. The turning point comes when you realize that you're not asking for too much. You're asking for the bare minimum. To be heard, to be understood, to matter. And if that's too much to ask, then you're not the problem. The relationship is. Some people will tell you that walking away is giving up. That if you love them enough, you'd stay and work it out. But what they're really saying is that your needs don't matter. That you should shrink yourself, silence yourself, disappear yourself, all in the name of keeping the peace. That's not love. That's slow erasure. The healthiest thing you can do is draw a line. Not out of anger or spite, but out of self-respect. To say, calmly and clearly, I deserve to be met halfway. I deserve someone who wants to understand me. And if you can't be that person, then I need to find someone who can. That sentence might feel impossible to say right now. It might feel like a betrayal, like you're being the difficult one, like you're asking for too much. But let me tell you something that took me years to understand. Clarity is not cruelty. Setting a boundary is not punishment. And walking away from someone who repeatedly refuses to meet you halfway is not failure, it's self-preservation. I spent so long believing that if I could just explain myself better, if I could just find the right words, the right tone, the right moment, then finally I would be heard. I thought the problem was my communication. I thought I was the one doing it wrong. So I kept trying different approaches. I softened my voice. I scheduled the right time to talk. I wrote letters. I used I statements. I validated their feelings first. I did everything the articles and therapists suggested. And you know what? None of it worked. Not because my communication was flawed, but because the other person wasn't actually listening. They were waiting for their turn to speak. They were preparing their defense. They were scanning my words for ammunition to use against me later. They were doing everything except the one thing I needed, actually hearing me. There's this moment that happens when you're with an emotionally unavailable person, and it's so subtle you might miss it. You're explaining something that matters to you. Maybe you're talking about your day, your feelings, something that hurt you, and they're nodding. They're maintaining eye contact. They might even be saying, and I hear you. All the surface indicators of listening are there. But then you finish speaking, and their response makes it clear they didn't absorb a single word. They deflect. They change the subject. They turn it back to themselves. Or worse, they respond to something you didn't even say, some distorted version of your words that fits the narrative they've already decided on. That's when you realize they're not listening to understand. They're listening to respond, to defend, to minimize, to redirect. And there's no amount of perfect communication that can bridge that gap, because the gap isn't in your words, it's in their willingness to receive them. And here's what I've learned the hard way. Sometimes, the healthiest thing you can do is simply stop explaining, stop defending, stop trying to make them understand. Because when someone has already decided who you are in their mind, your words become evidence for a prosecution, not information for understanding. I remember trying to explain to a family member why I needed space after they'd crossed a boundary. I was calm, I was clear. I used I statements. I acknowledged their feelings. I did everything the therapy books told me to do. And you know what happened? They turned my words into weapons. So you're saying I'm a terrible person? I guess I'm just the worst mother ever. Fine. I'll just never speak to you again since that's what you want. None of those things were even close to what I said. But that's what they heard. Because they weren't listening to my actual words, they were listening to their own fear, their own shame, their own stories about what my boundary meant about them. And I spent weeks afterward replaying that conversation, thinking if I had just said it differently, if I had been more gentle, more clear, more something, then they would have understood. But that's the trap. That's the exhausting cycle that keeps us stuck. Because the truth is, some people will misunderstand you on purpose. Not consciously, maybe, but their emotional investment in keeping you small, in maintaining the dynamic, in not having to face their own behavior, it's so strong that misunderstanding becomes a defense mechanism. They need you to be wrong so they don't have to change. They need your boundary to be an attack so they don't have to respect it. They need your growth to be a phase so they don't have to grieve who you used to be. And once you see that pattern, you realize something profound. Your job isn't to make them understand. Your job is to understand yourself well enough that their misunderstanding doesn't pull you back into doubt. Because here's what nobody tells you about transformation. The people who love you will often be the last ones to see the new you. Not because they don't care, but because they're still holding the photograph of who you were. They've memorized that version. They've built expectations around it. They know exactly how that person responds, what that person needs, how to make that person laugh or cry or stay. And then you change, and suddenly their map doesn't match your territory anymore. The words that used to comfort you now feel suffocating. The advice that used to help now feels like it's written for someone else. And they keep using the old map, wondering why they keep getting lost trying to reach you. I remember when someone close to me kept bringing up stories from my past, moments when I was anxious, indecisive, people-pleasing. Remember when you couldn't even order at a restaurant without asking everyone else first? They'd laugh, but there was something underneath it. A kind of nostalgia for my smallness. Because that version of me needed them in a way this version doesn't. And that's the thing that makes this so painful. Sometimes people miss the version of you that needed saving. They built their identity around being your guide, your stabilizer, your voice of reason. And when you find your own inner compass, it's not just that you've changed. It's that their role in your story has changed. And they're grieving that loss, even if they don't have the words for it. So they test you, not maliciously but unconsciously. They'll create situations that used to trigger the old you, just to see if that person is still in there. They'll dismiss your new boundaries as being sensitive. They'll frame your growth as rebellion, your healing as overreaction, your clarity as coldness. And if you're not careful, you'll find yourself trying to prove you've changed. You'll recite your realizations like credentials. You'll perform your healing like it's a defense. But here's what I learned. You don't owe anyone a dissertation on your evolution. Your growth doesn't need to be peer-reviewed by people who haven't done the work themselves. You know what changed everything for me? I stopped explaining and started embodying. Because here's the truth: when you're genuinely healed, when you've genuinely evolved, you don't need to convince anyone. Your energy speaks before your mouth opens. Your presence becomes the evidence. I watched this happen with my own family. For years, I'd go back home and try to explain my journey. I'd talk about the therapy, the shadow work, the spiritual practices, and they'd look at me like I was speaking Martian. My mom would say, "You think too much. Just be normal." My dad would get this look, half confused, half concerned, like I'd joined some cult of overthinking. Then one year, I just stopped explaining. I showed up differently. I didn't argue when they poked at old wounds. I didn't defend my choices. I didn't perform my healing. I just existed in my new state of being. And you know what happened? They started asking questions. Not interrogating questions. Curious questions. "You seem different. Lighter. What's been going on with you?" The shift wasn't in their readiness to understand. The shift was in my need for them to understand. When you stop needing validation for your transformation, something magical happens. People actually start to see it. But let's be real about something else. Some people won't ever see it. Some people are so invested in the old version of you that your growth feels like a personal betrayal to them. They built an identity around being the strong one while you were the struggling one. They found purpose in fixing you. They felt superior by keeping you small. Your healing threatens their entire narrative. And that's not your problem to solve. You can't shrink back into old patterns just to make someone else comfortable with their lack of growth. That's not love. That's imprisonment disguised as family obligation. I had a friend who kept pulling me back into old dynamics. Every conversation was gossip, negativity, rehashing the same problems with different names. For years, I'd leave those conversations feeling drained, heavy, like I'd been swimming in mud. But I'd tell myself, we've been friends for so long. I can't just abandon them. Then one day it hit me: staying connected to someone who refuses to evolve isn't loyalty, it's self-abandonment. I remember trying to justify it. I'd think, maybe they're going through a rough patch. Maybe they'll change. But months turned into years, and nothing shifted. The same complaints, the same excuses, the same energy drain. And here's what really stung: I realized I wasn't helping them by staying. If anything, I was enabling the stagnation. My presence had become a buffer that protected them from facing their own patterns. They didn't need to change because I was always there to absorb their chaos. That's when I understood something profound. Real love sometimes means stepping back. It means refusing to participate in someone's self-destruction, even if they call you cold for it, even if they don't understand. I started pulling back slowly. Not with drama or announcements, just with quiet, intentional distance. I stopped being the first to reach out. I stopped offering solutions they'd never implement. I stopped making myself available for conversations that went nowhere. And you know what happened? Some people didn't even notice. That told me everything I needed to know about what the relationship actually was. Others noticed and got angry. They accused me of changing, of thinking I was better than them, which was fascinating because I'd never said any of that. Their reaction revealed that on some level, they knew the friendship had been one-sided. But a precious few noticed and reached out with genuine curiosity. "Hey, you've been distant. Are you okay?" Did I do something? Those conversations were different. They had self-awareness. They had accountability. And in most cases, those friendships evolved into something healthier. The pattern became clear. The people who truly valued me were willing to meet me where I was growing. The ones who just wanted something from me couldn't handle the shift. I learned that outgrowing people isn't cruel, it's necessary. You're not rejecting who they are. You're simply honoring who you're becoming. And sometimes the most loving thing you can do is release someone so you both have space to evolve. Here's the truth that nobody tells you about this journey. The people who resist your boundaries the most are often the ones who benefited most from you having none. They're not upset because you've changed for the worse. They're upset because the version of you that existed for their convenience is no longer available. I learned this the hard way with an old business partner. For years, I'd answer his calls at midnight, rework proposals on weekends, absorb his stress as if it were my responsibility to manage. When I finally said, "I'm no longer available after 7 p.m., unless it's an emergency," he acted like I'd committed an unforgivable betrayal. He called me selfish, unreliable, not a team player. But here's what I eventually understood. His anger wasn't really about my boundary. It was about the loss of unlimited access. It was about the discomfort of having to adjust, to respect, to see me as someone with needs equal to his own. And that discomfort? That was his work to do, not mine to prevent. The people who truly love you will feel the discomfort of change and still choose to respect your evolution. They might stumble. They might need time to adjust. But they won't weaponize your growth against you. They won't make you feel guilty for becoming healthier, stronger, more aligned with your truth. And here's where it gets really interesting. As you continue setting boundaries and releasing what doesn't serve you, you'll notice something almost magical happening. You'll start attracting different kinds of people. Not perfect people, but people who are also doing their own inner work. People who understand that healthy relationships require mutual respect, clear communication, and the freedom to evolve. And here's something beautiful that happens when you start building relationships this way. You discover what real love actually feels like. Not the anxious obsession we've been sold as romance. Not the desperate clinging that masquerades as devotion. Not the constant questioning and self-doubt that we've normalized as caring deeply. Real love is calm, it's spacious, it's rooted in presence, not panic. I remember the first healthy relationship I had after breaking this pattern. What struck me most wasn't the grand gestures or the constant excitement. It was the quiet moments. The way I could sit in silence without my mind racing through worst-case scenarios. The way disagreements felt like conversations, not catastrophes. The way I could share my thoughts without editing every word for fear of triggering abandonment. It felt almost boring at first, if I'm being honest. Because I'd confused intensity with intimacy for so long, my nervous system didn't know what to do with calm. It kept waiting for the other shoe to drop, for the chaos to begin, for the familiar dance of pursuit and withdrawal. But as I stayed present with that discomfort, something shifted. I realized that what I'd been calling boring was actually safety. And safety, it turns out, is the foundation for genuine intimacy. When you're not constantly managing someone else's emotional state, you have energy for actual connection. When you're not walking on eggshells, you can be authentic. When you're not abandoned or engulfed, you can explore the full range of human experience together. This is what you're making room for when you stop chasing emotionally unavailable people. Not just a better relationship, but an entirely different way of relating. And it extends beyond romantic partnerships. These patterns show up everywhere. Friendships where you're always the one reaching out. Work relationships where you overfunction to compensate for others' lack of follow-through. Family dynamics where your needs are perpetually secondary. When you change the core pattern, everything shifts. You start noticing where you've been settling, where you've been minimizing your own needs, where you've been auditioning for acceptance instead of simply existing as yourself. And here's what nobody tells you about that awakening. It's uncomfortable as hell at first, because when you start seeing the truth clearly, you can't unsee it. You can't go back to pretending that the constant accommodation was fine. You can't keep telling yourself that it's noble to shrink so others feel bigger. There's this moment, and I remember it vividly, when you realize that the people who benefited from your smallness might not celebrate your growth. The ones who got comfortable with you always saying yes start getting uncomfortable when you learn the word no. The relationships built on your flexibility suddenly feel threatened when you develop a backbone, and that's terrifying. Because now you're faced with a choice. Do I go back to who I was to keep the peace? Or do I move forward into who I'm becoming, even if it costs me some connections? This is where most people stall out. They get right to the edge of real change, and then the fear kicks in. What if I lose people? What if I end up alone? What if my authentic self isn't as lovable as the version I've been performing? Let me tell you something that took me years to understand. The people you lose by being yourself were never truly yours to begin with. They were fans of your performance, not friends of your soul. And yes, that hurts. It hurts like hell to realize that some relationships were conditional on your compliance. But here's the gift hidden in that pain. Every false connection that falls away creates space for real ones. Every boundary you set is an invitation for people who respect boundaries. Every time you choose authenticity over approval, you're sending out a signal that attracts others who value truth over comfort. I started practicing something radical. When someone asked me to do something I didn't want to do, instead of immediately calculating whether I could sacrifice my own plans, I paused, just a simple pause. And in that pause, I asked myself, what do I actually want here? Not what would make them happy, not what would avoid conflict, not what would make me look good. What did I genuinely want? At first, my own desires felt foreign to me, like trying to remember a language I hadn't spoken in years. But slowly, with practice, my own voice got clearer, stronger, less apologetic. I started setting boundaries, small ones at first, saying no to plans when I was exhausted, asking for what I needed instead of hoping someone would guess, leaving conversations that felt like they were draining me dry. And you know what? The sky didn't fall. Some people were surprised. A few got upset. But the ones who truly mattered, they respected it. They leaned in closer, not further away. Because here's what I learned. Real connection doesn't require you to disappear. It requires you to show up fully, honestly, messily human. The people who love the real you, flaws and boundaries and all, those are your people. The ones who only like the convenient, quiet, always available version of you, they were never really seeing you anyway. There's this moment that still makes me smile. I was at dinner with friends, and someone made a comment, just a offhand joke, but it was at my expense. Old me would have laughed along, swallowed the sting, changed the subject, but I paused, took a breath, and said, "Hey, that actually bothered me." The table went quiet. My heart was pounding. But then my friend looked at me, really looked at me, and said, "I'm sorry. I didn't realize. Thank you for telling me." And just like that, the air cleared. The friendship deepened, because I'd given them the chance to see me, and they'd chosen to meet me there. That's the thing about finding your voice. It's not about being loud or confrontational or difficult. It's about being honest, about trusting that you deserve to take up space in your own life. Your voice is the bridge between your inner world and the outer one. When you silence it, you're not just keeping the peace, you're keeping yourself locked away. And maybe, just maybe, the world needs to hear what you have to say. Not some polished, perfect version. The real thing. The raw thing. The thing that's uniquely, unmistakably yours. Because somewhere out there, someone is waiting to hear a voice that sounds like truth. And it might just be yours. So speak. Stumble. Start again. Let your voice crack and waver and find its footing. It's worth it. You're worth it. Because here's what I've learned. The people who connect most deeply aren't the ones with the smoothest delivery or the most polished presence. They're the ones who let us see them figuring it out in real time. I think about my friend Marcus, who runs a tiny bookstore in Portland. He started doing Instagram lives, just reading passages from books he loved. No production value, no script. Just him, sitting in his cluttered back office, surrounded by towers of paperbacks, sharing why a particular paragraph made him cry or laugh or think differently about his life. His first video got 7 views. 5 of them were probably his mom on different devices. But he kept going. And something magical happened. People started showing up not despite the awkwardness, but because of it. They loved watching him fumble for words, lose his place, get so excited about a metaphor that he'd forget what point he was making. Now he has this small but incredibly devoted community. They're not there for perfection. They're there for connection. They're there because Marcus shows them it's okay to be passionate and imperfect at the same time. That's the thing about authenticity. It gives other people permission. When you show up as your messy, uncertain, still figuring it out self, you create space for others to do the same. You break the spell of comparison that keeps so many people silent. You become living proof that you don't need to have it all together to have something worth sharing. And the beautiful irony? The more you embrace your imperfection, the more magnetic you become. Because authenticity is the rarest thing on the internet right now. In a sea of curated highlight reels and carefully filtered moments, genuine humanity stands out like a lighthouse. I'm not saying overshare. I'm not suggesting you turn your content into trauma dumping or use your audience as free therapy. There's a difference between being authentic and being unprocessed. But there's this sweet spot. This place where you can share your real thoughts, your real struggles, your real questions without needing to have all the answers. Where you can say, I don't know and I'm learning and I got this wrong before. That's where connection lives. In the uncertainty, in the honest admission that we're all just doing our best with what we know right now. I've watched relationships transform when one person finally stops performing certainty and starts living in truth. When someone says, I thought I had this figured out, but I'm realizing I don't. Something magical happens. The other person relaxes. They lean in. Because suddenly they're not being compared to an impossible standard. They're not being measured against someone who has it all together. They're sitting across from another human being who's also figuring it out. And here's what nobody tells you about this path: it gets easier. Not because you find more answers, but because you get more comfortable with not having them. You build tolerance for ambiguity the same way you'd build muscle. Through repetition, through practice, through choosing discomfort over false comfort again and again until it becomes your new normal. The first time you admit you don't know something feels like dying. The 10th time feels like honesty. The 100th time feels like freedom. I remember the exact moment I realized I'd crossed some invisible threshold. Someone asked me a direct question about something in my supposed area of expertise, and instead of scrambling for an answer, instead of performing knowledge I didn't have, I just paused. And in that pause, there was no panic, no fear of being exposed. Just genuine curiosity about the question and honest assessment of what I actually knew versus what I was guessing. And I said, that's a great question. I have some thoughts, but I'm not certain. Let me think about it and get back to you with something more considered. The person thanked me. They actually thanked me for not bullshitting them, for respecting their question enough to take it seriously instead of reflexively answering. That's when I understood people aren't actually looking for you to have all the answers. They're looking for you to care enough about truth to admit when you don't. They're looking for someone who values accuracy over ego. Someone who treats knowledge as something precious enough to handle carefully, not something to cosplay. Because here's the paradox. The more comfortable you get with saying, I don't know, the more people trust what you do say you know. Your certainty becomes calibrated. When you express confidence about something, people believe it, because they've seen you withhold confidence when it wasn't warranted. I've watched this transformation happen countless times. Someone starts out trying to sound like they have all the answers, and people are skeptical. They soften their language, they admit uncertainty where it exists, and suddenly people lean in closer. It's counterintuitive until you experience it. There's this beautiful humility that comes from intellectual honesty. Not false humility, not performative uncertainty, real humility. The kind that says, I've studied this deeply and here's what the evidence suggests, but I could be wrong. That phrase, I could be wrong, is like a superpower. It doesn't weaken your argument, it acknowledges reality. You could be wrong, we all could. The smartest people in history have been catastrophically wrong about things they were certain about. Why would you be the exception? But here's what I want you to understand. Admitting uncertainty is not the same as being wishy-washy. There's a difference between, I don't know if climate change is real, and I don't know exactly how quickly coastal cities will be affected. One is denying overwhelming evidence. The other is acknowledging the limits of prediction while accepting the core reality. Intellectual humility means updating your beliefs when new evidence arrives. It means holding your conclusions lightly enough that you can revise them, but firmly enough that you can act on them. I think about Bayesian reasoning a lot. It's this statistical framework where you start with prior beliefs and update them as new information comes in. You never reach absolute certainty, you just keep refining your probability estimates. That's how human knowledge actually works, even though we pretend otherwise. When someone asks me about something controversial, I try to separate what I'm confident about from what I'm uncertain about. I'm highly confident that vaccines have saved millions of lives. I'm less certain about the optimal vaccination schedule for every individual child. I'm very uncertain about how vaccine policy will evolve over the next decade. See how that works? Layers of confidence. Not binary, not all or nothing. This approach protects you from tribalism too. When your identity isn't wrapped up in being right about everything, you can evaluate ideas on their merits rather than their source. You can say, I disagree with this person about X, but they make a good point about Y. You become intellectually independent instead of ideologically captured. You can learn from anyone without feeling like you're betraying your team. You can change your position on something without experiencing an identity crisis, because your positions are tentative conclusions, not sacred commitments. This is the difference between being a truth seeker and being a soldier in someone else's war. Truth seekers don't have permanent enemies or permanent allies. They have questions, evidence, and varying degrees of confidence. They update their maps when the territory changes. They'd rather be useful than right, effective than consistent. Let me share what this looks like in practice. I used to have very strong opinions about education reform. I'd read extensively about it, and I was convinced I understood the problem and the solution. Then I spent time actually talking to teachers, administrators, parents, and students. Not debating them, just listening. And I discovered that almost every confident opinion I'd formed was either incomplete or wrong. The reality was so much more complex, so much more contextual, than my tidy theories allowed for. Here's what changed. I didn't become certain about a different answer. I became appropriately uncertain about the entire question. And that uncertainty made me more useful, not less. Instead of pushing my pet solution, I could ask better questions. Instead of dismissing concerns that didn't fit my framework, I could hold multiple perspectives simultaneously and look for approaches that addressed more of them. This is intellectual maturity. It's recognizing that most problems that matter are genuinely hard, that smart people disagree for good reasons, that there are usually trade-offs rather than pure wins. It's being suspicious of anyone who makes complex issues sound simple, including yourself. The practical application here is radical. Before you advocate strongly for a position, make sure you can articulate the strongest version of the opposing view. Not a straw man, the actual strongest case. If you can't, you don't understand the issue well enough to have a strong opinion yet. You're not thinking, you're cheerleading. This standard is uncomfortable because it means having strong opinions about fewer things. It means saying, I don't know more often. It means disappointing people who want you to pick a side and stay there. But it also means that when you do take a position, it's actually yours, built on understanding rather than borrowed from whatever tribe you identify with. And maybe the most important reason to embrace intellectual humility is this. Reality itself is humbling. The universe doesn't care about our certainty. It continues operating according to laws we're still discovering, patterns we haven't noticed, connections we can't yet see. Every generation looks back at the previous one and wonders how they could have been so wrong about things that seem obvious now. We're living in that same position right now. Future generations will look back at us and shake their heads at beliefs we hold with absolute confidence today. The question is, which ones? If you could travel back to 1850 and tell a room full of the smartest doctors in the world about germ theory, they'd laugh you out of the building. The idea that tiny invisible creatures cause disease? Ridiculous. Everyone knew that illness came from bad air, from imbalances in bodily humors, from moral failings. These weren't stupid people. They were brilliant, educated, dedicated to their craft. But they were wrong about something fundamental because they operated within a paradigm that didn't have space for the truth yet. We're in the same position now, just about different things. And the scary part is, we don't know which things. That's why certainty about complex issues should actually make us nervous, not comfortable. I think about this whenever I catch myself thinking, only an idiot would believe X, or, the answer is obviously Y. That feeling of obviousness is often a warning sign, not a badge of wisdom. The most important insights usually aren't obvious until after someone points them out. Then they seem so clear that we can't imagine not seeing them before. That's the nature of paradigm shifts. They reorganize our thinking so completely that the old way becomes almost unimaginable. So when someone challenges my obvious truth, my first instinct now is to get curious rather than defensive. Not because I'm morally superior, but because I've been wrong about too many obvious things to trust that feeling anymore. The philosopher John Stuart Mill wrote about the importance of hearing opposing views, but not for the reasons most people think. He wasn't making a moral argument about being fair or open-minded. He was making a practical one. Even if you're completely right, hearing your belief challenged by someone who genuinely disagrees forces you to understand times why times it's true, not just times that times it's true. I saw this play out in a conversation about climate change. Someone who'd studied the data for years was debating with a skeptic. What struck me wasn't who won. It was how the experts' understanding deepened through the challenge. They had to articulate mechanisms, address edge cases, explain uncertainties. By the end, they understood their own position better than before. The opposition, even though it was wrong, had made them sharper. This is wildly different from the echo chamber effect we usually experience. When everyone agrees with us, we can be right without really knowing why. Our beliefs stay shallow, brittle, vulnerable to the first good counterargument that comes along. It's like having muscles you never use. They atrophy even though they're still there. The deepest confidence I've ever seen in someone's beliefs came paired with the most genuine curiosity about opposition. They weren't curious because they doubted themselves. They were curious because they'd learned that every challenge was an opportunity to either strengthen their understanding or correct their course. Either outcome made them better off. This brings me to something uncomfortable about intellectual honesty. It requires us to hold two contradictory feeling things at once: strong convictions and genuine openness to being wrong. Most people collapse into one or the other. Either they become so open-minded that they stand for nothing, or so convicted that they become closed to evidence. But the intellectual warrior learns to live in this paradox. They develop what I call passionate humility, the ability to argue forcefully for what they believe while genuinely welcoming the possibility that they're mistaken. I've practiced this for years, and I can tell you, it's uncomfortable. It means entering every debate with the quiet acknowledgement that the person across from you might teach you something. It means preparing your strongest argument while simultaneously identifying its weakest points. It means feeling the full conviction of your position while holding a small space of uncertainty. This isn't weakness. It's actually the highest form of intellectual strength. Because here's what happens when you develop this capacity. You become dangerous to bad ideas, including your own. You stop defending positions and start seeking truth. And paradoxically, this makes you more persuasive, not less. People can sense when someone is genuinely thinking rather than just performing certainty. I remember a debate I had about free will, one of those questions that philosophers have argued about for millennia. I came in with a strong position on determinism, armed with neuroscience, physics, quantum mechanics. I was ready. But my opponent made a point about subjective experience that I hadn't fully considered. And in that moment, I felt that pull between defending my position and honestly examining this new perspective. I chose examination over defense. I said, on camera, "That's actually a stronger objection than I anticipated. Give me a moment to think about this." The comments later said that moment was the most powerful part of the debate. Not because I conceded defeat, but because I demonstrated what intellectual honesty actually looks like in real time. The path forward, then, isn't to abandon conviction or to avoid the battlefield of ideas. It's to enter that battlefield with both sword and shield, the sword of clear thinking and the shield of humility. We need people who will fight for truth while remaining open to it, wherever it leads. This is what our time demands. Not more warriors or more sages, but intellectual warriors who embody both strength and wisdom. And this kind of person, this intellectual warrior, doesn't emerge from comfort. They're forged in the tension between competing ideas, in the discomfort of being proven wrong, in the humility of realizing how much they don't know. Think about it. Every major breakthrough in human understanding came not from people who were certain, but from people who were willing to be uncertain. Darwin wrestled with his theory for decades before publishing it, not because he was weak, but because he understood the weight of what he was claiming. Einstein challenged the very foundations of physics while remaining profoundly humble about the mysteries that remained. These weren't just smart people, they were people who had trained themselves to hold certainty and doubt in the same hand. And here's what makes this so difficult. Our brains aren't wired for this. We're wired for tribal belonging, for quick judgments, for the dopamine hit of being right. When someone challenges our beliefs, our amygdala lights up as if we're under physical attack. This isn't a character flaw, it's evolution. For most of human history, being cast out of your tribe meant death. So we developed incredibly sensitive threat detection systems around our beliefs and our belonging. The problem is, we're now living in a world where those same systems are making us intellectually brittle. So how do we override this? How do we become the kind of thinkers our moment requires? It starts with practice, actual practice, like building a muscle. You have to deliberately expose yourself to ideas that make you uncomfortable. Not just skim them to find flaws, but genuinely try to inhabit them, to see what someone thoughtful might find compelling about them. You have to cultivate what the Buddhists call beginner's mind, the ability to approach even familiar topics as if you're encountering them for the first time. You have to build friendships with people who disagree with you, not as debate opponents, but as fellow travelers trying to figure out what's true. And you have to accept that this will be lonely sometimes, because when everyone around you is picking teams, and you're saying, wait, maybe both sides have a point, you'll be criticized from all directions. But here's what I've discovered, that loneliness is also freedom. When you stop needing to be right all the time, when you stop needing your team to win, you become intellectually free in a way most people never experience. I remember the moment this really clicked for me. I was in a heated discussion about education policy. I had gone in with strong opinions about standardized testing. But someone made a point I couldn't dismiss, that in communities where schools had historically failed children, standardized tests were sometimes the only objective measure holding those schools accountable. It wasn't the whole picture, but it was true enough that I had to sit with it. And in that moment of sitting with discomfort, I felt something shift. I didn't have to defend a position. I didn't have to protect my ego. I could just think. I could hold two competing truths in my mind and not feel like my identity was threatened. That's the real power of intellectual independence. It's not about being smarter than everyone else. It's about being free to follow the truth wherever it leads, even when it's uncomfortable, even when it makes you unpopular, even when it means admitting you were wrong. And here's what's beautiful. When you develop this capacity, you actually become more influential, not less. Because people can sense when someone isn't just performing. They can tell when you're genuinely trying to understand rather than just trying to win. And that authenticity is magnetic. I've seen it happen. The people who are most respected in their fields, the ones whose opinions actually matter, when things get complicated, they're not the loudest voices or the most ideologically pure. They're the ones who've earned trust by being consistently honest, even when honesty is inconvenient. They're the ones who will say, I was wrong about that, without making excuses. They're the ones who will publicly update their views when new evidence emerges. They're the ones who treat their opponents with respect even while disagreeing strongly. This is what we need more of. Not more people who are certain they're right, not more people who can recite their side's talking points perfectly, but more people who are comfortable with uncertainty, who can think independently, who can resist the pull of tribal thinking even when it costs them something. Because the challenges we face, climate change, technological disruption, political polarization, economic inequality, they're too complex for tribal thinking. They require us to hold multiple perspectives simultaneously, to integrate insights from different worldviews, to be intellectually humble enough to learn from people we disagree with. And I know what some of you might be thinking right now. This sounds exhausting. Do I really have to question everything? Can't I just pick a side and be done with it? And honestly, I get it. There's a deep human need for certainty, for belonging, for the comfort of knowing you're on the right team. We're not wired for perpetual doubt. Our ancestors survived by making quick decisions and sticking with their tribe. But here's what I've learned. Intellectual independence isn't about questioning everything all the time. That's just exhausting contrarianism, which is its own kind of tribal thinking. It's about creating space between stimulus and response. It's about noticing when you're having an emotional reaction to an idea and getting curious about why. It's about being able to say, I don't know, without feeling like you're losing ground. It's about holding your beliefs lightly enough that you can examine them, but firmly enough that you can act on them. And paradoxically, this actually makes life less exhausting, not more. Because when you're not constantly defending a tribal identity, when you're not performing for an audience of fellow believers, when you're not scanning every conversation for threats to your worldview, you have so much more mental energy for everything else. You can have real conversations instead of debates. You can learn from people instead of trying to convert them. You can change your mind without feeling like you're betraying yourself. I've noticed this in my own life. The less attached I am to being right, the more I actually learn. The less I perform my beliefs for others, the more genuine my relationships become. The more comfortable I am with uncertainty, the less anxious I feel about the future. This doesn't mean becoming wishy-washy or spineless. It doesn't mean both sides equivocation or false balance. It means being grounded in principles rather than positions, in questions rather than answers, in curiosity rather than certainty. Because the truth is, the world needs people who can navigate complexity without retreating into simplicity, who can acknowledge nuance without collapsing into paralysis, who can commit to action while remaining open to correction. The world needs you to think for yourself. Not because you'll always get it right, you won't, but because the alternative is a world where everyone just echoes their tribe, where every issue becomes a battle line, where we lose the capacity for collective sense-making entirely. And maybe that sounds dramatic, but look around. We're already halfway there. We've sorted ourselves into teams where disagreement feels like betrayal, where asking questions is seen as disloyalty, where the goal isn't to understand but to win. But here's the thing about winning when the game is ideas. When the stakes are truth, there is no winning. There's only understanding or misunderstanding, progress or stagnation, clarity or confusion. And we can't get to clarity when we're all just performing for our respective audiences, signaling our allegiance, making sure everyone knows which side we're on. So what do we actually do? How do we think for ourselves in a world that's constantly trying to think for us? First, you have to get comfortable with uncertainty. I mean really comfortable. Because independent thinking doesn't give you the security of always having an answer. Sometimes the honest position is, I don't know yet. Sometimes it's, this is complicated, and I'm still working through it. And that feels terrible in a world that rewards confidence. We've been trained to believe that hesitation is weakness, that nuance is fence-sitting, that complexity is just an excuse for not picking a side. But the truth is, reality is complex. Most important questions don't have simple answers. And pretending they do, just so you can signal certainty to your tribe, is intellectual cowardice dressed up as conviction. Second, you have to actively seek out the best versions of arguments you disagree with. Not the strawmen your side loves to knock down, but the actual strongest case the other perspective can make. Because here's what I've learned: if you can't articulate your opponent's position in a way they'd recognize and agree with, you don't understand the issue well enough to have a strong opinion on it. You're just shadow boxing with a caricature. And I'm not saying you have to agree. I'm saying you have to understand. There's a massive difference between, I've considered this perspective, and here's why I think it's wrong, and anyone who thinks that is obviously an idiot. The first is thinking. The second is tribalism with extra steps. Third, notice when your beliefs make you feel good. Notice when they make you feel righteous, superior, part of something larger than yourself. Because those feelings aren't signs you've found truth, they're signs you've found identity. And identity is fine, we all need it. But it's not the same as understanding. It's not the same as accuracy. And when we confuse the two, when we let our need for belonging override our commitment to reality, we stop thinking and start performing.